Hello? God damn it. Whoops. My PC keeps resetting my sound settings. I don't know why. I think every time I restart my PC, my sound settings get all fucked. Can you guys hear me now? Sorry, I missed that initial engage, but looks like Norsca has taken pretty heavy losses from globes on the approach. More horsemen are charging to try and shut down those globes. Flanks are getting into a pretty nasty blob fight. The Tackmaster providing a lot of good support to healing for those rat ogres, but they are still getting torn apart by the skin wolves, who do just outclass them in a lot of ways with the hound support. Globes are tearing apart the front line, though. Wolfric is getting in there, getting dirty. We would have... Is that just the buff? What do we have going down? Ah, fuck, God, I didn't... Yeah. Whoops. My PC... Sorry, guys. A little bit of a scuff start. Like I said, I was running late when I got the stream started, so I kind of just threw everything together. We have a Dread 13 coming down, and the Stormlord Halberds will do quite a number on the Norsca mobility tools, and that's actually a pretty big swing in the mobility fight for Skaven. The front line is collapsing. No great surprise, kind of what you expect as a Skaven. Nebulous Super Sharpshooters are still online for the moment. The Skinwolf's Armored are low health and routing. I'd love to see these Wolf Forts come and just try and chase them off. You can deny them that regen and that ability to come back. That's huge. Looks like the Shaman Sorcerer was sniped. I didn't quite see what by. Wolfric is trying to get in here and just get some grinding, but he's just going to be stuck fighting chaff for a long time. Globes are getting shut down by the Horsemen. There's very, very good work there. We have some Spears, full threats coming in to try and keep those globes online. Very, very good. Marauders still grinding pretty well. But the mobility fight has largely gone in favor of this game for the moment, but the problem is these skin wolves all just keep regenning and coming back, and they have a lot of models still. There's a lot of regenning they can do. Wolf have to chase off one, which is a big value piece, but oh no, they're actually going for the Shaman Sorcerer, it looks like? Okay. Still a valuable target, but I feel like the skin wolves are the bigger threat at this point. The infantry is mostly gone. There's not a lot of great targets for the Burning Head, but he will die very, very quickly, so maybe you can get both if you're lucky. Those guys are going to rally pretty soon. Back in the middle fight, Wolfric has gotten off the top of the Grey Seer, but the Grey Seer is anti-infantry. He's on foot, as well as he has the support of these two other heroes. And yeah, those skin wolves rallied back there. No big surprise. Yeah, Wolfric needs to be a little bit careful. He got Sword of Torgold pop, he's got up to a ton of weapon strength, but it's not armor piercing, and this Grey Seer is armored on this bell. And the Packmaster and Chieftain probably should come and try to beat the crap out of Wolfric. He's pretty isolated there with no real support. So we got a sword coming down, they'll do some nice work against all these Marauders. Very, very good work there, and all the bell sound effects. I love the bell so much. I wish I could bring it more often, just so the sound effects are so good. Radigo's recharging these Marauders, getting the terror routes in from the Packmaster. Skaven lines are pretty tattered, but their blob here is still pretty strong. The heroes are healthy. The Chieftain still, the Grey Seer is still going strong. The heroes are piling on top of Wolfric, doing some good work. But the Skaven lines are in tatters. Other than that, their infantry has all but routed. The Norscan mobility has come back. Like I said, they routed and then they regen and came back, which is a big problem for Skaven in a lot of factions. So now I worry these heroes are going to get surrounded, and these unarmored heroes are going to get beaten down by Wolfric, as well as the Skin Wolves when they can find the time to make their way over here. Now, this is starting to look pretty dire for the Skaven. They're down about 2,500 value. Just not a spot you want to be in. Hunter Champions on that, I can't remember this guy's name. Grey Seer, Ruin, the Bell. We've got another Dread 13th coming down. Some good value in it. Having that Storm Vermin summon here will help a little bit. This Chieftain taking a lot of damage. Wolfric is still very, very healthy. There is still a lot of Norscan mobility as well as shooting available. And these Marauder Horsemen just able to sit around and throw jabs is just so devastating to all the lightly armored heroes and big monsters they have. As well as able to just keep running around and routing off the Skaven Slays like this. Dying all the chaff support, and yeah. Looking pretty rough for the Rats. Another Scorch coming down, getting some good value on those Marauders, but I'm just worried there's not enough to actually bring down all of the Norscan mobility elements that are still online, which is not surprising. Norscan mobility is very, very strong. That's why you see so much of it these days. That's why you see Norscan going for such heavy mobility builds with lots and lots of wolves and dogs. Spamming the Scorches out, trying to farm down those Marauder champions, but it's really just the heroes at this point. I don't see them taking down all of these Norscans by themselves. The Skin Wolves alone can probably do a lot of work along with Wolfric's support. Looks like the Chieftain has either died or routed. I think he just died outright. Do we see his corpse anywhere? It's a pretty big one. I don't see him anywhere, so I assume he has passed away. Rip Chieftain. But the Skin Wolves are now on top of the Packmaster, who is lightly armored and has very low melee defense, so they will tear him apart if he is stuck there, which he looks like to be. He's having a pretty hard time getting out of here. What's this effect we've done? Do we have some globes firing back in? That's, where are these? Why are you taking poison wind? No clue! I don't... Maybe these globes rallied for a minute? No idea. But Wolfric is finally finishing off the Grey Seer. Packmaster's trying to help. Wolfric just gets punted by the mount. Not half bad at all. But this unholy blob of Norskins will eventually wear down these Skaven, and the army losses do set in. And we have Borgdash's Norsca taking our first game. Again, apologies for the audio issues in the scuff start. I was a little behind schedule today, so I didn't have time to check things before I started the stream. That is my bad. Record value. Yeah, Marauder Champ's just grinding and grinding. Horseman improvements free. I think a lot of it was just the ability control, and then as soon as the Skaven routed, they would be chased off by all the various ability pieces from Norsca. And just make sure that the Skaven can't ever rally, which is what they really want to be doing. Globes did pretty good work. Anybody got shut down a bit. Rat Ogres got kind of surrounded. You to donate, yeah. Commentary is paywalled. It'll be $20 if you want any kind of commentary or audio. You guys can hear the game though, fine, right? No, the game's over. I can double check all the sound. Like 13 times, what chance? No, the bell rings every time he casts a spell or uses the one ability, the Wall of Unholy Sound. No, not that one. Unholy Clamor. So anytime he casts a spell or uses Unholy Clamor, the bell sounds. Okay, you can hear me. Nice. Alright, so these are best of 3 series, so Anti-Kaiju still has a chance to come back. We'll have to see what factions he leans on to get that done. Map for the second game is, what is it? It is Schwarzhofen, which they've already got loaded up. So, just gonna sit tight and wait to see what our players bring out. And I can double check all my audio settings real quick. Yeah, I don't know what it is with this microphone, but every time like I restart my PC just forgets that it exists. Because, well, my desktop like took the microphone levels way down like 25%, which I fixed. I fixed while the game was loading in, and I didn't realize that Streamlabs also had changed microphone devices for some unknown reason. So, yeah, that's what I'm dealing with here. Okay, you guys hearing game? That's good. Good. Yeah. So I wonder how Skaven does beat a build like that. I feel like in that matchup the Council Guard is probably pretty useful. Just having that unbreakable backline, like backbone of armored halberds to try and drag down the skin wolves in the late game is very, very useful. I also feel like you really have to chase off the skin wolves as soon as they rout with the wolf rats. If you're going to be bringing wolf rats, like that's their most valuable purpose, I think. I'm really not sure how you win this one as Skaven. I could see just a full-on like melee Skaven build, just forego weapons teams, just go full monster mash, bring the heroes, bring the full rat ogres, and then just rely on infantry grinding with like spears and plague monks to actually drag down infantry and the skin wolves. But I'm not sure you can deal with Wolfric that effectively, or if they bring Throg, which is I think the more common choice usually. He poses a pretty big threat to you that way, so probably need to bring some degree of shooting. Not sure what you lean to. No openings on Skaven is illegal though. I don't know, I've definitely seen those kinds of build have some teeth. But it's a very, very different style, and I'm not sure how effective it would be here. I mean, you could also go... I wonder if you could pull off Skaven Kite in this matchup. Just instead of weapon teams, you bring a couple of like Night Runners and Gutter Runners as you're shooting. And because Skaven's, like their whole infantry line is so fast, you can kite with your entire infantry formation and allow them to skirmish. It doesn't work super well against the skin wolves because they do regenerate, and in this instance they were armored, but you can hit the... what are the dogs called? The Norsca Ice Wolves? Oh, looks like we got a game ready. Oh, we got Dark Elves versus Cathay. Malice and Miao Ying. Interesting. This makes me sad. Fair enough. So I know a lot of people do consider Dark Elves to be a good counter into Cathay, but I feel like Dark Elves still have a much higher like minimum execution. Like it's still a lot harder for Dark Elves to play this matchup than Cathay is. Like the Cathay box is still just really, really hard to break. I'm being pinged again. Alright, sorry about that. Just had to answer an admin question real quick. Alright, so yeah. Dark Elves Cathay. Cathay box is still pretty hard to break for Dark Elves, but they do have the tools for it. The arm-piercing cavalry as well as missiles is quite potent against Cathay, especially since their dark shards are shielded. A lot of times I do see a lot of dark shard spam, although we don't. I think I only saw one in the build for Orgash Shade. It's a much more melee focused build, which I'm not. Oh no, we saw Shades instead. Shades, I honestly prefer dark shards here. Like Shades and dark shards kind of die to the same things, so I think I prefer dark shards. But we do have. Oh no, wait, dark shards. Okay, so we have two dark shards, one which is the Bolt Fiends. We have Malice with his full kit, looks like. The Sorceress of Shadows with Pit of Shades and Melkos. We have two Cold One Knights. We have triple Bleak Swords. We have some Dark Riser Shields, Crows of Cain, Harpies, and then double Shades of Great Swords. Okay, so we have the dual purpose Shades there. And then we have another Dark Riser Shield. Okay, so we have the Shades Great Swords to be both Harpies and Missile, and then be able to clean up the Jade Warriors in melee, which I kind of like. They're still very, very squishy if they get shot by anything, which is why I'm a little hesitant to bring these guys. For Cathay, we have 1, 2, 3... Okay, so 2 Peasant Horsemen, 2 Jade Lancers, a Longma, Miao Ying with just Earthblood and Talons of Night, not uncommon. Front line of Jade Warriors, only 4. Triple Peasant Longspear, we have Jade Warrior Crossbowmen's Fields, 2 Iron Hails, and Crossbowmen, a cannon, and some Peasant Longspears. So this build, yeah, these Shades have a very hard time approaching these crossbows. As soon as the Shades reveal themselves, they'll actually probably trade down into these crossbows, as the crossbows have shields and hit pretty hard against the lightly armored Shades, who are pretty squishy, and cost a lot more. I think Great Open Shades cost, what, 1150, 1100, something like that? So, it costs almost twice what these guys do, and they're going to trade maybe evenly, damage-wise. Dark Shards will trade much better into them, but they obviously have much more, they have problems with artillery, although there is no firing this time. There's just a cannon, which is kind of atypical. I find there's usually a lot of, or not a lot, but there's very often a firing in this matchup to try and clear those Dark Shards. So, I'm a little surprised to see just the cannon. Cathay has gone pretty heavily for mobility control this time, which I kind of like. If you can take out these Cold One Knights, then Jade Lancers can actually clean up the rest of the Dark Elf army. Like Jade Lancers on the charge actually just delete High Elf or Dark Elf infantry. The Dark Elf infantry is so squishy against any kind of armored cavalry. So if the cannon and the Longmas can actually take out the Cold One Knights, then you'll do some pretty good work into the infantry. Another reason to take Fire Rains is I've actually seen Fire Rains just one-shot Harpies, which does remove a pretty early threat, which I kind of like. Although that's a little less consistent. I also haven't tested that recently. I'm not sure if that's still in the game, but I do know that was a thing at one point. And yeah, Cold Knights are the target for the cannons. If you can deny them, if you can take out the Cold Knights, there's nothing to kill the Cathay mobility, and the Cathay mobility can just overrun the Dark Elf position pretty easily, and they can't really kite effectively. Yeah, Strange of Fire is coming in. This is one thing Shades can do, is they can overpower just by double teaming. But now the Peasant Horsemen are going to come and try to run them away, and with the Cold Knights in the back, they need to try and be in the front, actually protect these Shades. They need to be right up on their backs. And the Shades are going to take pretty good damage, even from a 400 gold Peasant Horseman. That's some pretty good damage into a pretty elite unit. Yeah, they're just so squishy. If the Shades go down on the Iron Hail guns, I don't feel like that's your primary target, but I suppose it is still just good value. Peasant Horsemen are now being countercharged by the Cold Knights, and they will not last long. Dark Riders come in as well, and the Peasant Horsemen seem to be sacrificial, trying to shut down those Shades, while the Cathay shooting just keeps on doing work. Iron Hails don't seem to be quite in range, not doing anything at the moment. Just relying on the crossbows and the cannons at the moment. Shade Lancers are dealing with Dark Riders on the flanks. Cold Knights are being torn apart by crossbows as well. We have a Talented Knight coming down on top of these Shades, as well as Bleak Swords. There's going to be a lot of good value there for Meow Meow. Front line for Cathay is starting to look a little bit weak, but there's not a whole lot to actually stream through the front line for Dark Elves. It's a very skirmishy, kitey build. There's not a lot of frontline killing power, so there's nothing really to abuse the fact that there's holes in the line doing on those Iron Hails. All this has done is open up firing lines for the Iron Hails to start tearing apart those Cold Knights, who are fighting Put Meow Ying, which just means they don't get the anti-large bonus, which means their melee stats are pretty terrible. So the mobility for Dark Elves is going downhill very quickly. Bleak Swords are trying to shrink the gap, but I expect that the Peasant Longspears will just walk up and answer them, and then still firing it. And this is looking to be a pretty dominant showing from the forces of Cathay. The box is just very hard to break, and the shooting is just going completely undisrupted. You know, Dark Shards, we have Shades, yeah. Yep. Foes of Cain have been routed off by the Jade Lancers. Pit of Shades coming in on the Jade Warrior Crossbowmen, as well as these Jade Lancers. They'll get some good value down. Some good work there. We have Meow Ming just grinding on the front line. Doing the best you can. Longbows are still idle, honestly. The Longbows can... Like, the world is the Longbows oyster at this point. There's nothing to stop them. The Cold Knights are dead. Yeah, go kill the Dark Shards, go kill the Shades. Whatever you feel like killing is yours. Jade Lancers are charging the Shades, and like I said, Dark Elf Infantry is very squishy. Spread formation helps them a little bit, but they won't survive that fight very long, especially with the Jade Warriors coming to help them out as well. Longbows are actually being shot in the back of the Shades, taking some pretty hefty damage. So, a little bit of trading back in the favor of Dark Elves, but I feel like it's just going to be a little bit too late. Base Force is also all, fortunately, like routed back up the hill behind their formation, so they're all rallying in the backfield. Which means the Iron Hail guns are free to try and just obliterate Malice, who is pretty much the last big threat that High Elves have to deal, or Cathay have to deal with. Doesn't Long Spearman as well as Iron Hails are perfect combinations to kill Malice. Unfortunately, they are having line of sight issues. Yeah. Serious line of sight issues. Harpies are getting back on top of the Iron Hail gunners. Need to turn and try to help each other out. Peasant Horsemen and the Longbows are coming to clear them out, though. As the Dark Elf lines are pretty much routed, it's really just Malice holding this balance of power in the palm of his hands, and the crossbows are just getting perfect shots on him. Like, look at the accuracy there. And he is just stuck on, like, 3 peasants with pokey sticks. Just, like, 3 pokey stick peasants. And the thing is, as soon as he leaves the peasants, the Iron Hails are just gonna rip him to shreds. Like, yeah! Oh, I love Iron Hails. Iron Hails, as much as make people hate Cathay, this unit makes me happy. They just hit so hard for so cheap. I love seeing some good Iron Hail shots. Of course, now he is going to transform and can absolutely obliterate these guys. But hopefully their friends can bail them out. If not, then Meow Ying can come over here and show him who's boss. At this point, you're probably just going to go into a small box formation so they just rotate faster. Being a wide line like this doesn't really help at this point. You just want to turn and shoot as fast as possible. Front line, yeah, Dark Elves are still running. There is a lack of Cathay cavalry actually chasing them off, which is a little bit fortuitous for the Dark Elves. They can try rallying some of these guys in line, but I don't think it's going to be enough. As the Longbows are still online, there is still some Jade Lancers that could just go free and start running on these Dark Shards, which I think they should do. There's really no threat to them, just running them down, and yeah, they break through, and they are going to do exactly that. Zarkin is chasing down Iron Hails, but the thing is, it's going to take a very long time for it to kill everything here, and he has, his days are numbered. That's Zarkin's whole thing. Longbows chasing the Dark Shards. Honestly, I feel like the Jade Lancers are so much better actually killing the Dark Shards, because yeah, their charge damage is actually better. Longbows charges are kind of underwhelming against like high mall kind of infantry, because they just don't have that much splash attacks. Jade Lancers fighting down this Sorceress of Shadows. She's casting Melkoths on some Jade Warriors. You know, if you got the wand for it, why not? Malice taking on the Iron Hail is actually a good idea. Like, that's the one thing they actually deal with him effectively. Like, quickly, so I like that choice. But the other one is still in line, and this one really needs to try and just rip him apart. Like, when you have two Iron Hails like this, you just need to run them in opposite directions and have the one that he's not chasing just turn and shoot, and you'll tear him apart. Like, we saw, like, what one volley did to him earlier. It was, like, 40% health done in a single volley. Cannons have turned on him, which are still online. And so he is going to have a bad time if they start getting shots on him. Yeah, these Iron Hails need to, like, park right here and just shoot him. Yeah, don't know where they're going at the moment. Looks like the micro is elsewhere for the time being. Which is fine. Like, you can just kind of ignore Zark, and you've got enough force alive that he can't really kill everything. Just focus on the rest of his army, get him as close to army loss as possible, and then when his health disappears from his passively losing health, he will eventually just rout from army losses. So yeah, I ain't getting in there. Honestly, I think this is kind of risky. Like, if he kills Miao Ying, you might give him a chance to get back in the game, but of course, if the Iron Hails are such a big threat, he has to go for them anyway, so makes sense. Cannons fire in. Does some good damage, mostly. Oh, there we go. I was gonna say, cannons in that situation are such a liability, because they're just as likely to hit your own stuff as to hit Zarkan. So they'll clobber Miao Ying, they'll clobber Iron Hails, so you need to be a little careful with that, but yeah. The Dark Elves do tap out. Very, very decisive victory from Cathay, which is what I'm sure many people are accustomed to seeing, so no great surprise there. Like I said, I think Dark Elves have a good shot in this matchup, but it's much harder for Dark Elves to play than it is for Cathay to play. Hands did good work. Gav did well. Crossbows did well. Iron Hails, yeah, this one shut Malice. Yeah, I'm really not a fan of Shades here. But that is Kaiju tying up our series. Yeah, usually when I'm going for Dark Elves into Cathay, I go for a much wider line. I go like, I think it's like 4 Bleak Swords in the front to tie the Jade Warriors, and I have Corsairs and Witch Elves going around the flanks to chew up the lightly armored Peasant Spears, really get into the back line. I have some. I go for a cheap Manticore caster with, like, I think it's just Pit of Shades on a Manticore Sorceress for Terror and Pit of Shades. Just go a lot cheaper so I can bring wider units. And then I'll bring up a couple of Shielded Dark Shards, or like Heavy Cav to actually do my real anti-armor punching power. Because like Shielded Dark Shards, if you shut down the Cathay mobility, are devastating. Like, if they're allowed to sit and shoot, they will just destroy Cathay, and they have a hard time dealing with it. But of course, they're very scared of artillery. Actually, what I was running, I wasn't even running these guys. I was actually running these guys. And I would just sit them way back in the corner of the map until the Cathay shooting got shut down, and then I'd bring them up to clean up. So they could just free fire, and their damage output is pretty respectable. Like, I guess it's, they have 30 less models than Dark Shards. They have the same missile strength. They still hit pretty hard. And the added safety that you get from them is incredible, as well as the ability to just reposition and react to things like Longmas. So I really, really like these guys in this matchup. Just sit and be safe until the time is right, and then come in and clean up. Malice, Bounce, Power, Darkblade. I mean, all lords like that, aren't they? I guess Malice does, yeah. He does count for a lot. Alright. Yeah, that's usually how I played as the Dark Elves. I suppose what you could also do is go for that more shade-heavy style, but you need like a bolt thrower or something to snipe the Cathay artillery. Then you can kite with the shades, but if you're doing that, then you want the shades to be shooting the front line of Cathay, so that way the crossbows aren't quite in range, and you can actually hit and run and do guerrilla tactics, and actually properly kite. If you just try and go and trade with the crossbows, you're going to lose a lot of value on your shades. Yeah, I don't hate the great weapons. Like, they do serve that multi-purpose, but like, they don't serve that multi-purpose if they die before they can spend their ammo. If they really want to spend on all their ammo and then still being healthy enough to go into melee, which I find rarely happens. Alright, just double checking the Discord, make sure nobody needs my attention. Oh, looks good. Take a quick look at the bracket, see where we are. Okay, nothing interesting on the bracket. So, we have the tiebreaker, and it is Fifth of Beasts. Oh! So, for this tournament, we are using a slightly different pick format for the tiebreaker. So the tiebreaker, we're using the pick 3 format that's become pretty much standard on Total Tavern, which players use this tool here. Basically, you both get in here, you ready up, and you both blind pick 3 factions. After you do that, we have this here, and basically you have a matrix of the 3 factions you picked, with the 3 factions your opponent picked, and you ban out matchups until you only have 1 left. So somebody bans, in this case, Beastmen Dark Elves, and their opponent bans, Brentwood Elves, Vampire Counts Wood Elves, and they keep going with that until you have just 1 matchup left, and that's when you play. And it generally results in pretty even matchups, so I really like it for tiebreakers. As well as it's just become pretty much a standard for Total Taverns. So since we're hosting it on there, I figured it was a very appropriate thing to have. So I'm saying all that because I expect the 3rd round pick will be a little bit slower, as players are likely to be less familiar with that system. So far we've seen Kaiju play Skaven and Cathay, much more defensive, boxy factions. So I'm curious if you're gonna stick that style, bring out things like, I don't know, dwarves, maybe Empire, lizards, not lizards, high elves, that kind of thing. Or if he's gonna mix it up. And then on the other hand, we've had board guys playing mostly the aggressive factions. He's played Norsca and Dark Elves, and both pretty aggressively with a lot of mobility. So here's see if we buck that trend, or if they stick to it and see it through. And I'm being pinged again. Alright, still waiting on those picks. Alright, we got the map change. Good, good, good. What faction we got? Kislev? Okay. Do we have a Kislev mirror? Oh my god. So I've been a little bit out of the land battle loop, so I don't know. Are kids live good in land battles these days? I know they've made quite the resurgence in domination with the Zargard and Armored Kossar buffs. Like their front line is just kind of cracked. But I don't know if they've been doing well in land battles. So if somebody knows that, I would appreciate the information because like this is the last thing. Okay, wait. Okay, they were baiting me. Now they're on walk lizards. Are we staying on walk lizards? Okay, we're changing banners, which makes me think we're staying. I would like to see some lizard gameplay. I do enjoy some lizards. Alright, well they figure out their factions. I'm gonna go refill my water. I will be right back. Alright, we are back. Looks like we do have Lizardmen Warriors of Chaos. Lizardmen, Beastmen, Skaven, Greenskins, Tomb Kings, Wood Elves prepared to watch it for. I can get behind most of those. I'm not a huge Greenskin fan. Wood Elves are okay. Lizardmen without Daimos, Skaven without web teams, Creatures without spiders. Without stags, trees makes me sad though. Why greens without spiders? Like, the other ones I get, like it's pretty iconic through the factions. But like spiders don't seem like a core like part of the Greenskin aesthetic. Like why? And by spiders you mean like spider riders, or do you mean like the big spider, or either? Like spiders just don't seem like core to the Greenskin aesthetic. Anyway, players are loading in. We have our builds ready. We do have walk lizardsmen. Got a nice open map for a proper scrapping. In the spider units? Okay, fair enough. Alright. So, this is another matchup I'm not super familiar with. I imagine the infantry fight is very much in the favor of Warriors of Chaos. As well as their monster infantry is generally going to be far superior. So I expect Lizardmen are going to play some degree of kitiness. As their skirmishing is very, very strong. Salamanders are very strong. And the fire damage is probably the only way they really shut down trolls. As well as you have swords just not being that great, so your front line is kind of weak. So, alright. So worst case we have Archibald the Everchosen, Spirit Leech, and Burning Head. No surprise there. We have a front line of Chaos Warriors as well as Chaos Warrior Halberds, backed up by some Armored Chaos Trolls and some Spawn of Tzeentch for the Armor Sunder. And so just two basic Marauder Horsemen. Pretty standard, or like, you know, pretty basic walk build. And we have the Severed Claws. Yeah, just armor and halberds, a couple of big things to lock down dinos, and some Skirmcav. Nothing too complicated here. Keeping it simple. And then for lizards, we have Colossus Hunters, we have a bunch of skinks, looks like skinks and skink jabs. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 skinks, looks like. 2 Saurus Spears, Colossus Hunters, Golden Spear Riders, Salamander Hunter Pack, Spear Riders, a Rev Crystal, no surprise there, and Mazda on his Dino. So Mazda is like your one-stop shop for just anti-infantry. On Zlak, he's got big AP anti-infantry weapon strength, as well as he has Bound Ruination, he has Bound Banishment, and oftentimes I see Comet as well, but looks like he's just opted for the net and the heal this time. Isn't that surprising? He's going to need that heal if he wants to go face-to-face with Archaon. Golden Spear Riders are a bit of an odd choice. I guess you're a little worried about Chaos Knights, who have made a bit of a comeback lately, but I'm not really sure what they're going to fight in this build. I guess they could try to fight the Trolls if they're not on top of Halberds, but, like, I don't know, I think those Halberds are going to be just a huge, huge problem. If Mazda can't delete them with spells, there's not a lot of other answers to all those Halberds. Like, these Skinks aren't going to scratch them. It's just Mazda as your, like, basic anti-infantry tool. Salamanders are going to do really nice work against the Trolls and the Spawn, or the Jabs, but the Spear Riders really feel out of place in this build. They don't feel like they have anything to fight. Or maybe, not necessarily out of place in this build, like, based on what his opponent brought, there's not a whole lot for them to do. I guess they can help with Archaon a little bit. Try and screen him off so that he's not just on top of Mazda and let Mazda do his job, but I'm real worried about the anti-infantry capacity of this Lizard build, especially trying to kill the Severed Claw. It just seems impossible for these Lizardmen. So I'm not sure how they're actually going to pull that off. Not according to reason, just according to your love. Understandable. The Salamanders are going to start poking up and getting some shots into the spawn. Hopefully get past that barrier and get some actual real damage going in. Get some nice shots. Just melt that barrier. Do we get any real damage? Hey, there is real damage done. Nice. Looks like Lizards aren't that interested in kiting. They're just getting right up there. Spears going into the spawn. Spawn are not interested in that fight, so they're going to let their Chaos Warriors go front, which is good. You really don't want your mouse strips charging in front of your infantry. But they are taking loads of damage from the Jabs, as well as the Salamanders. Burning Head comes in. Just get a bit of a good dodge. Do Salamanders have fire resist? Salamanders have fire weakness? Why do Oh no, it's Kindle Flame. It's Kindle Flame. Okay. Okay. No, crisis averted. Burning Head does singe these guys on the far side too. Maz got in the fight, but Archaon is chasing him right out of there with the Spirit Leech, as well as the old Slayer of Kings for the nice, cool 800 weapon strength. Shield almost goes down. Golden Spear Rise charging in, but Skirmish Cav really needs to get up here. Just sitting around doing nothing is not helping all that much. So you get up here, start throwing in the elite targets, try to shut down the Salamanders for you. Ripperdactyls are coming in. Nice banishment on top of these infantry, and it's just kind of staying put, which is really nice damage. All these halberds is exactly what you need from Mazda. Like Mazda, like I said, he's the only anti-infantry tool you have in this build. So you gotta get your money's worth out of him. We have, was that a Ruination coming down? Oh, a little unfortunate. Kind of deleted your own Skinks, but it did the job. These guys are terror routing. If you can chase them off, that'll be some very, very good value. Ripperdactyls are being shot at by the Skirmish Cav, which is a nice soft target for them. But Spears are just pushing into the backline on the far side. Like I said, there's just nothing here to kill the Severed Claw. You kind of just have to ignore them and kill everything else when you can. Spear Riders are zoning out the Skirmish Cav. They won't catch them, but they will keep them busy as they are armored and shielded. So it'll take a long time to get rid of them. The Trolls and Archaon are a big issue for Mazda. They need the Skinks in their center form as well to get them out. And get that Apotheosis down and just try and kill them off. And just you need to play keep away. Like, the Rippers need to keep shadowing Archaon, so Archaon can't chase Mazda, and Mazda needs to just play away from Archaon. And there's the Apotheosis coming in. Just get as much healing as possible. Rev Crystal is just chilling back here. I think you need to get the Rev Crystal active. You need to help it grind. It needs help grind through the infantry. We have another Rev Crystal charge going down on Mazda. Yeah, I feel like it's another anti-infantry tool that you really could be making use of. The AP anti-infantry is really what you need against this walk build. I'd love to see it getting active, but the Lizardmen infantry line is starting to wear thin. Skinks are being worn down by the Chaos Warriors. Spears are getting some isolated Trolls here, which is very, very nice. Spear Riders are fighting into these, Marauder Horsemen doing very good work. As soon as the Halberds come, they need to do skedaddle or they will have a bad time. But they are well equipped to take care of those lightly armored Horsemen. Skinks are still just flooding in. And Archaon is an issue. Those Rippers need to come up here and beat the crap out of Archaon. That's your anti-Archaon tool. And Archaon's a little isolated actually here. Mazda, the Rev Crystal, and these Rippers, they could just destroy him. Like, Mazda's missing a good chunk of HP, but he has such high max HP. Slayer of Kings is not active, and the Rippers are coming in. Toad Rage is popped. Archaon's in a lot of trouble here. If these cold ones just kind of box him in. What do we have coming down here? Is this a net as well? He can't go anywhere. The Rippers are going to tear him apart. Shield the old ones coming as well to keep them alive. This is a rough spot for Archaon to be. Not taking as much damage as you would think. They're not getting a very good surround. It's just 2 Rippers beating on him, so they are doing good damage. They aren't killing him. Mazda has escaped, though, and can go back to his infantry killing ways, which I think is exactly what we need. And the Warriors guys are starting to get dragged down, but there are still some very healthy halberds as well as that Severed Claw that are just an absolute nightmare. Arcane is free, but he's lost a lot of HP and there's no healing available for him. So what you see is what you got as far as his HP. Severed Claw are fighting Mazda now, and that is not a fight Mazda wants, I suspect. But it's also a fight Mazda has to take, because there's nothing else that can deal with them for him. So you just gotta keep healing up Mazda and trying to rely on him to be your anti-infantry tool. Chaos Warriors are dead. Skinks could try and keep the Severed Claw from regenerating, and just try and kill everything else in the meantime. I think the Rippers really just want to chase down, you know, Rippers need to be really active. Like, there's a lot of things for them to fight. There's Trolls over here, there's Arcane over here. There's a lot of isolated large targets those guys can be going on, and you feel like you really need to get value out of them fast. Because you need the health on your dinos to actually kill these Severed Claw in the late game. You really got those gotta get those Rippers to kill the big things, threatening your dinos, that your dinos can do the job of killing infantry. Salamanders are still online, and they are also another very nice answer to these Chaos Trolls, as the Trolls are, of course, weak to fire. Rippers are doing work against the Trolls. Mazda is routing out the Horsemen, but I feel like Mazda just needs to come, like, grind infantry, although I guess it's not safe for him to do so. The Lizardmen infantry line is just gone. Like, Skinks have just... They're not even on the map anymore. The Skinks have just left. There's a handful remaining, but, like, most of the Skinks and the Saurus have just dipped completely. So it is coming down to just those big monsters, which without the infantry support, I have a hard time grinding against any of these halberds that are left alive. Chaos Trolls are still healthy, and this full health halberd is such a problem, although that could be a massive ruination. Okay, that was a decent cast. Got a little unlucky with the one that went over here. If it had gone through the halberds and just deleted them, that could have been a game-winning ruination. Still are up on value, though. The Salamanders are just plinking away. Banishment coming down as well. Come on, give us that big old damage on those halberds. This halberd's taking a pretty big beating, though. Yeah. Okay, so that's why you pick Mazda for the anti-infantry role. Like, he's very good at that. Ripper's chasing down Archaon. Another net coming down to try and lock him in place. And Rippers, they really need to surround him. They really need to surround him. Just, like, move past him and then attack. So you get a nice round. Like, right now, there's only one Ripper hitting him, which is a really big problem. Mazda's going on him as well. I feel like it's a mistake. I feel like you need Mazda's grinding on the infantry. Get rid of these halberds. They're so low, just go tear up them. Although, you just get big ol' hit on Archaon. And down to 2500 HP. Spirit Leech going down. But 1v1 with Archaon isn't where you want to be, especially when Slayer of Kings is up. 800 weapon strength, 80 melee attack. Like, you need Mazda's health bar for other things. Totem Spear Riders are coming in to kill Archaon, and you have other tools to kill Archaon. Mazda needs to stay healthy. You know, the Shield of the Old One's coming in, and oh, I never actually saw that. That's really cool seeing the animation actually come out of Mazda. That's pretty sweet. Archaon is free, but he is down to only 2000 HP. Halberds are swarming in as well to try and bail him out. Honestly, this game feels pretty close. I don't know, I guess I favor Lizards a little bit. They're up a bit of value and have that healing. But the Severed Claw are just a huge problem to everything the Lizards have left. They don't have a good answer to them. It's such a huge problem. If Archaon can stay healthy and just fight with the Severed Claw in the late game, that could still be a very big win condition for the Warriors of Chaos. Salamanders are running away. Rippers could come and intercept these Trolls, which I don't hate as an idea. Earth Crystal is still perfectly healthy, which I think is a big problem for Warriors of Chaos. It's already spent... It still has 4 charges of its healing left. Heals on the Rippers, heals on Mazda. That's just such massive value. Rippers coming down on the Trolls now. We have Toad Rage, no Toad Rage, but still just doing good work against the Trolls, who are still regenerating though. Some Skinks come more back in, which is exactly what we need the chaff to actually saturate those halberds. Mazda's trying to get a counter charge onto those Rippers and deal a lot of damage, as they are getting quite low. The Apotheosis going down on... Oh, no, that was... Apotheosis was on somebody. Somebody had an Apotheosis. There was an Apotheosis cast, I can promise you that. Let's see the Ripper chase down the Trolls. I'd love to see some of these Skinks rally and come back in for the Lizardmen. Spawn are getting very low. Severed Claw are still very healthy as well as shielded. Mazda is, however, just continuously healing. He's not even near his heal cap yet. He's still got like 2,000-3,000 hit points to heal. And I worry about Walk's ability to kick him down. But the Severed Claw getting here, grinding, and the death of these Rippers is actually a huge value swing for the Force of Warriors Chaos. The Salamanders are getting caught with a halberd. Just in the end of the world, they're almost out of ammo anyway. It's kind of on Mazda. Mazda and that Rev Crystal, and there's not a lot to support them. And I really worry about their ability to kill the Severed Claw. Yeah, I realize I'm probably, beating a dead horse at this point, but this Severed Claw is just such a threat to these big monster-type units. Archaon is netted again, but Mazda is 1v1ing him and doesn't feel like swinging, so he is going to be perfectly safe, apparently. What are you doing, Mazda? Why are you not trying to murder your enemy? The Trolls and the Halberds piling on Mazda mean he is going to have a pretty rough go of things. Spirit Leech on the Salamanders to try and take them down so that the Horsemen can rally and get back on top of Mazda. Mazda's getting pretty low, and I can't imagine he has a ton of Wham left to keep healing himself up. The Rev Crystal can't heal very quickly. It's got a long cooldown, so Mazda's in a little bit of trouble here. He's starting to run out of ammo, and there is just no support for him. As Walk do take a 500 gold value lead. Probably still a little behind, given all the healing Mazda's gotten, but just Just no good fight for Mazda to take. Like, everything left is good against him. The Rippers do finally die out, but it's like Mazda's fighting into Trolls and Halberds and this Severed Claw, and that's like the last place he wants to be. And these Severed Claw aren't doing work. Like, his health bar is just melting. I think this is going to be the last stand for Lizards. I think Warriors Chaos are probably going to take this one. Like, this is, this is the scenario I was afraid of. Just Mazda in the late game fighting the Severed Claw. They're just such a big problem. We have, what's that, Apotheos is going down, trying to heal him up, but he's taking so much damage so quickly from these guys. I got 1,000 value in this man like 20 seconds fighting Mazda. With Mazda routing, so goes the way of the Lizardmen, and that is going to be the Puppets of Misrule taking our first series. Very well played, both players. Lizards had a pretty distinct advantage there, but just the infantry dying out just cost them the game. Like, they didn't have anything to wear down the halberds anymore, and they were able to just keep free farming Mazda. I think, yeah, I really think Mazda need to be ignoring Arcane a lot longer, just going and killing infantry. Like, you just got, he's the only thing here that's anti-infantry. That and your Rev Crystal, and they both need to be active on the infantry line. Like, he's like a 3k value SE, and he just didn't get a whole lot of value because he's fighting Archaon, which isn't the fight he's really good at. The Coldest Spear are also a bit of a dead weight because of his opponent's build, but that's, you know, a bit unlucky. I can see the reasoning for them if there's Chaos Knights or if there's heavy skirmishing or anything like that. So Spears did good. Salamanders did pretty good. Horsemen got shut down for the most part. But yeah, the front line of Warriors Cast is just a tanky one, and you really need some kind of answer to it. So that is going to be Orgash taking our series 2-1. And that means we need to find a new game. That's the wrong button. That's the button we want, and now I am off to find a new lobby. Someone did message me. Someone sent me a code. Let's see if that lobby is still up. Nope, looks like that lobby isn't up anymore. No response from host, so let's see if there's any lobbies up. Alright, let's check the bracket. Am I being pinged? Oh, I don't care about that ping right now. So, let's check in with the bracket for a moment. I'll wait for players to get back to me. So, we just watched Anti-Kaiju, Nanish defeat Anti-Kaiju in his advancing face to Phoenix King. And here we have Nurgle. He didn't defeat Blood Penguin, but Blood Penguin didn't show. So, we got a bye there. So now he's facing Big JP, which is what we're going to go watch here in a second. Up here we have Seagulls defeated Tids Demoen and is now facing Rusto. And then we have Patrick versus Bavanis up on the top. And we have a lobby code. And we have a spectator slot. Lovely. We have a blocker. Perfect. Ask them what the score is, and we can get their names up on the banners. Alright, JP is up 1-0. Alright, JP's name is very tiny. I also need to change my camera settings. I forgot to do that. So this is game 2. JP is up 1-0, and I'm guessing they just played this matchup, or are they about to play this matchup? Alright, 1 second. Somebody said they can't find their opponent, so I need to go see if I can find them real quick. Okay, so first round was JP's Ogres into Nurgle's Chaos Dwarves, and now they're about to play Dark Elves High Elves. Gotcha. Alright, so we're in game. Sorry about that, I had to deal with some admin stuff. So, lock her down. We have High Elves, Dark Elves. So traditionally this is a very Dark Elf favored matchup. Their infantry just trades very, very well. Their cav trades very well. The lords are pretty evenly matched, and I forgot to turn Sherman back on Discord, so let me do that. Alright, they found each other. Excellent. So, yeah. Soul Stealer is good in the Lord duel. Infantry trades well. Cav trades well. Pretty hard for High Elves usually. So for Dark Elves we have Stream Sorcerers of Dark with Soul Stealer, Opal Amulet, pretty standard. Crows of Cain. 1, 2, 3, 4 Dark Riders, 2 Cold One Knights, Red Spears, Black Arc Corsairs, Bleak Sword, Black Arc Corsairs. Words are hard. And a lot of spears, a lot more spears than you usually see. Mostly because High Elves tend to go pretty infantry heavy here. White Lions of Crace, all 5 of them. We have 4 Lothern Sea Guard. Is that the, no, not the RR, and then a single archer. We have the Fireborn. We have a Life Caster with Regrowth and Book of Hoeth. And she's just here to heal Imric, who is your big carry in this matchup. Is Dragonhorn and Lord of Dragons as well. Dragonhorn helps with the infantry fight, gives your infantry a lot more melee attacks so they can actually punch through those Black Corsairs real quick. And then Lord of Dragons is both good in Lord duels, but it's also very, very good for Cav duels. You can pop it on enemy Cav, their damage output just goes in the gutter, their melee defense goes down, so your Cav can actually destroy them. The Fireborn are well equipped to deal with a lot of this Cav, though they are heavily outnumbered. So, like I said, I do typically favor Dark Elves in this matchup. I find it very, very hard to win for High Elves, but it can be done. I've done it a couple of times. I've seen some people do it, but definitely an uphill battle, and this is not the type of build I would usually go for. The builds I usually see doing pretty well are usually based around like Sisters of Avalorn or Mass Mobility or like triple Phoenix in the air. Like standard infantry fight usually goes pretty heavily in the favor of Dark Elves. So archers do start firing in, and the Black Corsairs are unshielded, but they are also armored. So not a whole lot of good answers there. And that's another problem is that Dark Elves have a lot of armor and silver shields into all the non-AP missiles from the High Elves. So the Corsairs are taking pretty good fire. Their health is still remaining pretty high. The Dark Elves do just press forward through the forest, and the White Lions are now coming up to take the front line position to actually intercept the Dark Elf engage. Very, very nice. Archers firing in. Dark Elf mobility is all hitting pretty far back. Which honestly, if I'm the High Elves here, if I see this Dark Elf mobility hanging back, I'm just pushing up the Fireborn and cycle charging whenever I can. Like, Corsairs will crumble to a Dragon Prince charge if you let them. But these guys are just gonna hang back, I'd have to just get up there and start charging. But front lines are connecting. I expect to see a Dragonhorn go down pretty soon. Corsairs are taking a lot of damage, as the High Elves are just kind of free firing for the moment. Mobility seems a little bit late. They really want to get on top of the backline a little bit. Although, of course, this is the backline of Lothern, so spears are the name of the game for the High Elves. Dark Riders pushing through the gaps. Yeah, they're going to try to shut down those basic archers. Lothern trying to push the intercept. Very nice intercept from the Lothern. And the spears will tear apart those Dark Riders, but value trade on the front line is actually pretty heavily in the favor of the High Elves. Imric is now coming to intercept the Dark Elf Lord, who is surrounded by the Crows of Cain, who will help give him the little bit of an edge in that duel, but breath attacks coming in from both sides. A little bit of whiff from Imric, but the Sorceress finds her mark and does some good work against those White Lines of Crace. Crows of Cain, the annoying thing about Crows of Cain for Imric here is that he can never breath attack again until he gets rid of these things. You can't breath attack if you're in melee. So if he doesn't get rid of these buggers, he's stuck never being able to use his breath attacks. It's the most frustrating thing for an elf, for like any kind of these flying lords. Just have a really annoying, like, low-cost unit. Just stopping you from using your breath attacks. The Dark Elf frontline has completely crumbled. Like, mobility is all that's left. The Corsairs have been just crumped by these White Lions pretty heavily. I didn't see the Dragonhorn go down, but I assume one did. No, it didn't even go down. They didn't even have a Dragonhorn for that. That's kind of surprising. Sorceress Lord is in the backline on top of the archers, but if the Fireborn... Where are the Fireborn now? The Fireborn are fighting some Dark Riders, getting charged back by spears. Not a great position for them to be in. Surrounded by Cold One Knights, they're really outnumbered. Let's then pull back and try to help punish this Lord whenever it lands. Offensive are still online with our Dread Spears getting back to them, but Dread Spears aren't honestly a huge threat to them. They don't have much melee attack compared to the melee attacks of the Lothern. Crows of Cain are going down top of these archers, but honestly these archers aren't super valuable. Imric needs to get active though. He needs to start either like terror routing some of these spears or like doing something. Both these lords just sitting around not doing anything is a big problem. The breath attack coming in from the Sorceress Lord onto the Fireborn, who do have a regrowth going, but that's a lot of damage under an elite unit. Yeah, okay, that was okay damage, but the unit's really expensive, so we take those. 49 miles still standing. The regrowth pop, they are doing pretty well in these Cold One Knights. The spears are not what they want to be fighting. It's not worth the time. Imric has gotten rid of those Crows of Cain. The archers are still a free firing. The healing is probably helping Nurgle have a little bit more of a value lead. Dark Riders are getting the archers as well, but this Lord is honestly still going to be a huge problem for Imric to deal with. Although I guess he outstats him quite a bit more than he does Malekith, so he'll be able to deal with the Supreme Sorceress reasonably well. But honestly, I feel like that's not his priority. He really needs to secure the archer line and start just tear-routing off anything that's low. But no, he wants the fight, which I feel like this is a mistake. I feel like, moving very deep, away from your lines, no archer support, there's Cold One Knights in the field. I guess the Fireborn do help you quite a bit, and Imric is going to get the first hit in with the charge. Doesn't seem to connect. Lord of Dragons is down on the enemy Sorceress Lord. Still doesn't connect with the Lord. Not really sure what's happening there. Might be hitting the calf, can't really tell. But, yeah. Having some derpy dragons. Derpy dragon friends. Fireborn and Cold Knights are both trying to help these lords fight, but looks like the Fireborn are getting the better end of it. The Cold Knights are getting pretty low. Spears will help as well. Looks like we have a Soul Steer coming down for the Supreme Source of Dark, as well as the Opal Amulet popped. She is doing a very nice damage, and that Soul Steer is going to be doing a lot to Imric and the Fireborn. Dark Riders pouring in, Crows of Cain as well. Over in the distance, the infantry fight that's also happening. It's also important, I promise. Looks like House is doing pretty well. Lothern are free firing, Dark Elves are low. I'd love a Terror Source just come and terror out these, but it has better things to do apparently. Do that synced dragon animation, not sure who's hitting exactly. Yeah, I have no idea. That information. Okay, that was pretty clear. Imric hit, I think. It's kind of hard to tell before like the final ending tackles or like who's actually hitting. Imric is getting kind of, the worst end of it. His Fireborn have gotten a bit sidetracked. The spears are doing their job helping out. So Imric is going to bugger off until he can get a regrowth, I imagine. But the High Elf lines are still intact, which is honestly just a huge win for them. Usually the Dark Elves just swarm over and destroy the Archer line very quickly. And so having their lines still in line is actually a massive boon. Fireborn as well are still relatively healthy, 29 models, good HP, whereas most of the Dark Elf ability is in tatters. I feel like High Elves are in a much better spot than they usually are, but Dark Elves do have a bit of value lead, but healing is probably going to mitigate that a little bit. Dragon Lord fight is still gone, and Sorceress gets a nice swing. And the Crows of Cain here are actually such a help for, like I said, for the Dark Sorceress Lord. They'll just take hits for anytime Imric swings. There's a chance they'll just hit the Crows of Cain instead. It just gives you basically extra HP pool on your Lord, which is very helpful, especially since they regenerate. Imric landing, just try and tear out the Sculptor Knights. Get those mobility tools off the field for the Dark Elves. Breath attack going in. Another breath attack on the Fireborn. That's devastating. Kills like 8 models. Because 8 models does a ton of damage, and that's a lot of mobility power lost for the High Elves. Sorceress is just trying to chase Imric, and I'm not seeing out regrowth. Where's the caster lords right? The caster's right there. Where's the regrowth? Another Soul Steal going down. Gonna catch that Mage of Life as well as the Fireborn and Imric. Lothern are doing what they can, just firing in, but honestly, the infantry's touch tag. It's just 2 healthy Lothern, and then it's just this dragon fight. And Imric is okay. There's the regrowth coming in. Loads and loads of healing available for him, and the Sorceress is starting to take the worst of it. Lord of Dragons pop. The Opal Amulet is not available. Soul Stealer's already down, so this damage is, at least for the time being, permanent. The Spears are piling in, the Archers are firing in, but the Dragon just moves so much, it's hard for the Spears or the Archers to get a good shot. And now, he tires of fighting Imric and says, you know what, let's just stop the healing. No more healing for Imric. Let's just beat the crap out of this caster Lord. Not Lord. I don't know why I keep calling him Lord. Just this Elven caster. Just beat the crap out of it, stop with the gosh darn regrowths. Lothern are piling in to try and help out, the Archers are getting some good shots into the side of it. And honestly, I don't even know if Imric needs the healing. He's got so much HP. There's only a couple of Dark Soul Stealers left. Actually, maybe just the one Soul Stealer left for this Dark Elf Lord, and the Spears are piling in to protect the caster, while Imric is being chased off by the rest of the Dark Elf army, though he is still very, very healthy and could probably take these guys, but not worth his HP to do so at the moment. Dark Elves are rallying over the field, which is the one thing they have in their favor, as the High Elves have most route off the field, the units that have routed. Lothern have just about spent the last of their ammo, which is fine, because they still have... Why did they have 50... Oh, Dragonhorn, okay. I knew that was a well-stead unit. I didn't think they had 50 melee attack. Yeah, Dragonhorn is popped, which isn't actually doing a whole heck of a lot right now. The Lothern should tear apart those Dread Spears. Dragonlord gets another nice punt onto the High Elf caster, but Soul Stealer coming down. Imric gets a breath attack. Doesn't seem to be doing a whole heck of a lot. Also, I feel like Imric needs to just come and countercharge the Sorceress Lord. We have another regrowth going down, I think. They tried to cast a regrowth, but they got knocked over. So, no regrowth for Imric. Caster is routed. Imric needs to come try to save his caster, who is in a great deal of distress right now. Nice landing attack on the Supreme Sorceress. Do we get a hit? No, we're just going to kiss. We've decided enough of war, enough of fighting, we're just going to kiss. We're going to make love right here on the battlefield, apparently. Yep, the dragons are just going to go off and do what dragons do and make some more dragons, apparently. Yep, while all these people are fighting and dying, they're just going to go do dragon things. Come on, Imric. Swing. Looks like the caster has rallied and is getting regrowth off, and that regrowth is probably going to seal the deal. Like, the Dark Elf just doesn't have the HP left to try and deal with Imric. Imric is out of breath attacks, though, so they will have to deal with these archers. Oh, no, he still has 1 breath attack, so these spears... You just get up to 1 breath attack on these spears. It's probably game for them. Regrowth caster is going to be killed here, but I've seen 3 regrowths. Like, I'd be kind of surprised if there's 1 left. Assume they were overcast. I didn't actually check, but Imric is pretty well equipped to handle most of what's left, I think. Spears do route off a lot, and so you guys, Imric is running a little bit low on support. It's kind of just him versus the world, and since he doesn't have Soul Stealers of his own, he has a hard time dealing with these big blobs. Another Soul Stealer coming down. More healing for the Supreme Sorceress. Imric, I'd love to see Imric get up in the air and just like swing around, breath attack these spears. If he can breath attack these spears, I'd like his chances a lot more. But if this Dragon Lord gets to fight him in all these spears, he's going to have a much, much worse time. Soul Stealer is killing off all those Lothern. The Mage has officially died somewhere down there from the Soul Stealer. Imric is trying to get the dragon. But he's just spinning. And now gets right in the back of there. Crows of Cain, and now it's really just Imric versus the world. He's got a lot of health, but he's surrounded by spears, Crows of Cain, and an enemy Dragon Lord who can cycle charge him. Whereas we're getting to the point where he will be obligated to stay in combat, as he has nothing else that isn't routing on the field. Like, Imric is the only unit the High Elves have under their control, so they have to just stand and fight. Means he won't get a breath attack. Although I think he can just, he can just chase the Lord. Also acceptable. But yeah. Actually, I can't quite remember. I think he has to stay and fight. He can't, like, cycle charge. He can't get out and chase the Lord. I think he just has to stand and fight. Dragonhorn's popped, so he's at 100 melee attacks, so he'll destroy these spears, but the problem is the Dragon Lord's going to keep taking snipes at him. Yeah, this breath attack not being used is just it hurts me. It hurts my heart. I love a good breath attack, so yeah. Few mobility pieces that are left are just chasing out whatever routing High Elf units are on the battlefield still. And it's really just Imric versus the world. And how far can that health bar go for him? He's got, 3 times the HP of the Sorceress Lord. I can't imagine he has more Soul Stealers. It's really a question of, can they drag him down? And I'm not sure if they can, to be honest. Really, really not sure. Did he just hit her from the ground when she was in the air? Lord Dragon's pop. If he kills this Lord, it's over. Like, it's just over. You get a hit? Nope. No hit. Lagging Dragons. 900 HP on the Sorceress Lord. She's got Open Limit popped. Imric is just trying to hunt that booty. Trying to get it, but... takes off, and he is just stuck on the ground because all the spear is just nipping at his heels. Imric is down to, what's his HP? 54. The spears really aren't damaging him that quickly. They aren't armor piercing. Their melee attack isn't that high, even with the bonus versus large. His melee defense is quite formidable, so a hard time taking him down. I feel like Imric just needs to hit the spears at this point. Yeah, just hit the spears, try and finish them off. Like, I just don't know that the Dark Elves can actually finish off Imric at this point. He is looking to be a mighty big raid boss. I do love that animation when trying to just leap headfirst into the enemy. He's like he's slowly losing HP, and there's another Soul Stealer. Healing could actually be really, really clutch. How much healing are we getting? Okay, like 500. We get 1,000 healing off of that. Not bad at all. Imric has taken to the skies and is trying to finish off that Dragon Lord. I think he got a nice little hit there. But the Crows of Cain are now surrounding him. If he fights these Crows of Cain one-on-one in the air, he will actually win. So yeah, the Dark Elves are just landing. Which again, compels him to land because he has to keep fighting. Crows of Cain are getting very, very low. Their heal cap is also in sight, and they are terror out, which means the air support is gone, and he just kills them outright. Nice. Imric is still pretty healthy. He's got 4 times the HP of this Sorceress Lord. His leadership is holding strong. Imric can do this. It's a nice solid hit on that Sorceress. Another nice solid hit. Just 200 HP, and that does trigger army losses. And Nagarothi and the High Elves take it. That's a tough matchup. I guess this matchup probably got a little bit better for High Elves when the Scourge Runner nerf happened. Yeah, it was a little surprising to see no missiles on Dark Elves, but like, I was thinking like, what's the missile you usually see? It's usually Scourge Runners, which have been nerfed pretty heavily. Because it used to be like, the Dragon Lord duel happens, and then there's 2 Scourge Runners plinking away at the High Elf Lords. The High Elf Lord just loses. And that was like one of the things that made it so difficult. And the chariots also were useful against infantry melee or against the Dragonborn or the Fireborn, whatever they're called. But with the Scourge Runner nerf, I can see this matchup actually being a lot more doable for High Elves. I don't know if I'd say it's favored, but like, yeah, I could see it being a lot better. Oh my god, 4,200 value on versus Lord 37 on Imric. I was also surprised to see just how well the White Lions did in the front line. I was under the impression that Corsairs did much better in that trade. Fireborn performed a little bit. White Lions did okay. Lothern did pretty well. And yeah, that'll be Nurgle's P8 tying us up and taking us to a tiebreaker. Alright, I have been ignoring chat for a long time, so what are you guys up to? Especially lizards lose a long game. Yeah. No missiles on Dark Elves. It's a bit spread. Oh, I have DMs. Alright. Okay. I don't know why I'm surprised people responded to my messages, but you know, it did happen. Alright, so I'm just gonna hang out and wait for our players to get their picks through. I'm gonna take bits of my lunch. So yeah, how are you doing, chat? How are you guys today? So I've heard a bunch of people speculating that the next Warhammer 3 DLC is going to be announced sometime in the next couple of days, hopefully. The one that's supposed to be, was it Tzeentch, Kislev, Cathay? So I was talking to a bunch of people just speculating like what we're expecting to see and all that, so I'm kind of excited for it. Should be good. I'm really excited to see more Tzeentch units. I really love Tzeentch's aesthetic. Like, the color scheme is so good, the armor is so good, which was they weren't so obnoxious to play or to play against. So I'd like to see some more honest units for them come out and make them a little less, well, less shit and less abusive to play against. Like, give them options other than just super obnoxious barrier kite. So yeah, I would really love to see Tzeentch be actually like a decent faction and not for toxic reasons. Just because like their aesthetic is so on point. The color scheme's great, their armor is great, horrors are really cool. Like all different fire and particle effects are super awesome. Like I love Tzeentch. Tzeentch was the first faction I made when I played Warhammer 3, and I'm really excited for them to like actually be a decent faction again. It's like ever since like Immortal Empires dropped, they've just been in the dumpster. They've just been so bad. So and hopefully get some changes to Cathay as well. Like Cathay has just been like it's not that interesting to play. Not interesting to play or play against. Smithfish will not play in 2 weeks. Yeah. The units, these will box the important. Yeah. I've been saying this for ages, but I want to see Terracotta Warriors, like the Terracotta Sentinel, but like monstrous infantry sized. I think that would be super cool. I think that would just be a really cool unit. You know, like kind of like Cathay Ushabti. I think that'd be super cool. Yeah, I wouldn't be that surprised to see like some kind of change to Harmony, since so many people have been calling for it because it's just so abusive in land battles. And it's like it's not that interesting in Dom either. Like it's kind of restrictive to how you play the faction in Dom. It's like it just locks you into one playstyle. Which I mean they're good at, but like it being so one-dimensional really hurts them. So I wouldn't mind seeing some kind of change to Harmony to make that less restrictive. Just pinging me. Okay, not a tournament emergency. Anyway. But yeah, I like to see Cathay have some kind of like other viable playstyle, not just the box. Even if it's just, you know, give them some kind of aggressive units that can actually make an aggressive push with Cav and Rush and Longbows and all that. Or I wouldn't hate seeing them, like, I want another style. If it's kite, I'm not thrilled about them being able to kite, but like, I would like to see them at least have some other option. But yeah, the basic box is just kind of boring. I agree. It's like even dwarves who do like the other like one-trick box faction, they can rush. They can just go, you know, a bunch of infantry and slayers and some rangers and go rush. They're not great at it, but they can do it. But Cathay, like, it feels like you can't even attempt that. So I'd love to see that change, like just that fundamental limitation of their faction change. I'd also love Terracottas to be less derpy and actually be useful, because those things just don't do a whole lot. I'm also really scared that Kislev is just gonna become super OP. Because like I was saying earlier, I know Kislev and Dom has been doing really well into a lot of the top factions. Like they do really well into Brett. They do well into, they do okay into Ogres. They do well into a lot of things. And I'm really worried that if they get a DLC, they're just gonna become like super OP, which is gonna be really annoying because like Kislev's passive is just really annoying to play against, I feel like. Especially on dervishes. Like I hate dervishes so much. Playing any kind of missile faction into Kislev feels so bad because they're just gonna spam out cheap as fuck Cav that's unbreakable. You can't even block effectively with Cav unless you get like a perfect lineup. I hate dervishes. I hate dervishes so much. Look at everything working right and more campaign maps. How many? Oh, do you mean like? Wait, do you mean campaign maps in like maps the battles take place on, or do you mean campaign maps as in like, you know, Realms of Chaos, Immortal Empires, those kind of like big scale campaign maps? It'd be kind of surprised if we got that. Um, though I would love to see on when it came with Warhammer 3, they did the like I can't remember what it's called, but it's the Cathay multiplayer campaign where it's like it just set within Cathay, and it's like a 30-turn like 8-player multiplayer campaign. It's like 30 turns. Whoever has the most settlements, like each settlement you control gives you a point each turn, and it's like first to so many points wins. And it's just a very like short, streamlined multiplayer experience, and it was great. But they don't have it for any of the old factions. It's just for Warhammer 3 factions. So I'd love to see a map like that with all the factions included. Maybe battle maps, I think. Okay. Yeah, I would love to see more of those like multiplayer scenario campaigns. Those were super cool. Okay. But yeah, like those scenario campaigns are super cool. Like the Something Rotten Kislev one was okay. It's not really my style of thing where it's just like you're up against a really overwhelming enemy, and it's like, you know, a super underdog thing. That's not super interesting to me. I like the head-to-head of the Cathay one. I'd love to see that expanded to have all the old world factions in it. That'd be super cool to me. And maybe even like you could pick where you start. That'd be really cool too. Because like the one they have now is like it's fixed locations, which is cool, and it worked. It was great when the game launched with just the, you know, 7 or 8 factions you had. But I'd love to see. I played a little bit of the Kislev campaign. I didn't play the whole thing. Um, yeah, yeah, like taking the Cathay campaign that exists and saying you can just sub in different factions in the locations the other one starts. So you know, you don't want to play if you want to play with 8 players, instead of Khorne you want Empire, or instead of Tzeentch you want Lizardmen, and like just sub them in the same slot. I think that'd be really cool. Then you could actually play with all those old factions and get them in the game. I think that'd be really fun. Like, because like in RTK we play a bunch of multiplayer campaigns. Like, it's a big thing in RTK. A lot of people like it. But like, we struggle with locations because like it's hard to find a place to fit 4 or 5 people in on the Immortal Empires map where we're like equally spaced and somebody's not playing one of like the super broken factions. So like it's hard to like balance that because like I mean of course we're very competitive people, so like we need like certain parameters to make it actually work. And it's all head to head. Like we want to play against each other PvP, and like it's hard to find the right position for that, and they take forever, especially when you have that many people. And of course, you know, it crashes and lags and all that, which would be great if they improved that as well. But you know, it'd be great if like they had some kind of like almost an arena for multiplayer campaigns. I think that'd be really for head-to-head multiplayer campaigns. I think that'd be really cool. And because like on the Immortal Empires map, it's like, well, if somebody wants to play, I don't know, Lizardmen, but somebody else wants to play Norsca, well, you can't really have those in the same place. Like there's so many places, like factions that just don't really interact with each other. And so people are always, I mean, you have to compromise what you want to play to be in the right position, but it'd be great if you had a place where you could just put whatever factions you want. I also have no idea what legendary lords they're going to be. I heard someone mention that it might be the Changeling for Tzeentch, which I know, like, I don't know much about lore, so I like know nothing about it. I'm expecting it's going to be either it's going to be the Monkey King or Jade Dragon Cathay because of all the like loading screen tooltips. Like, I'd be shocked if it wasn't one of those two. And I have no idea what it'll be for Kislev. No idea what lord we're going to get for Kislev. I have no, because I don't know the lore, so I have no idea like what options there are. I am being DM'd. Alright, so JP picked Cathay Lizards Greenskins. Neros PA picked Dark Elves Ogres Norsca. And they're almost done picking. Cathay Ogres, baby! You want meta? We've got meta. Alright. So, I haven't played this matchup since, like, the olden days of, like, before Immortal Empires. But what I remember was that, Stonehorns were an absolute bitch for Cathay to deal with. The stock Stonehorns rolling up and running through infantry. And Cathay don't have good sources of mass to actually lock them down and get rid of them. As well as very little armor-piercing melee. You have to shoot them, but they're so good at dropping missiles anyway. It's very, very difficult to deal with. That is what I recall. I'm curious to see if that's what our players are going to go for. Or if it'll be more like Ogre can play a lot of ways. Like, that's something that makes Ogres so good right now is they have, like, they can do the Monster Mash shenanigans. They can just go full Bull Rush. They can kite with either Lead Belchers or Artillery. And they can go full Cav. Like, they have a lot of viable styles, and that makes them very, very hard to predict. But Cathay is like, well, we know what Cathay is going to do. Cathay is going to make a box of some sort. Going to have some kind of box. Probably with cannons, because that's the best artillery piece against Ogres to actually force them into you. If you don't bring cannons, then you're very open. Or grain guns also can work. Like, you need some kind of long-range tool to actually force Ogres to come into you and not kite you. Like, as a kite deterrent. But those are also very, very vulnerable to being rushed by the Stonehorns or just Ogre Bulls. Also, I didn't realize until a few days ago just how stupid Ogre Bulls are. Ogre Bulls, let me find them. Let me open the stat page. Where's Ogres? Ogre Bulls, for 500 gold, have 44 charge bonus. And 54 speed and a ton of mass. I cannot find another monstrous infantry of any price point with more charge bonus than that. Minotaurs of Khorne have less charge bonus than that. Beastmen Minotaurs have less than that. Trolls. Actually, maybe Skinwolves. Do Skinwolves have more than that? I imagine they don't. Skinwolves are less. Like, I cannot find a monster infantry with more charge bonus than the cheapest one in the game. Well, tied for cheapest. Like, it's absurd. It's one of the reasons Ogre Bulls are just so busted right now, is because they just delete, like, half of an infantry unit's health bar on the charge. Like, I didn't realize just how nuts the stats were until very recently, but, like, it's insane, especially if they have the Ogre charge, so even braced halberds just roll up on them and delete them. It's so stupid. It's one of the things that makes Ogres so frustrating to play against right now is just, like, basic cheap spears are paper to these guys. It's so frustrating to play against. It's so frustrating to play against. Ogres are probably the most tilting faction for me right now to play against. I hate Ogres so much. Alright, so looks like Nurgle has his Ogres build. He has elected one of the styles I mentioned. I remember, I don't think this build is legal in Fruit Rules, but I remember back in the day on Ladder, there was an Ogre build into Cathay where you would just take triple Scrap Launcher and double Iron Blaster and just snipe the Cathay artillery and then kite them with 5 single anti-artillery pieces. It was the most toxic shit you've ever seen on quick battles. Because, like, there was nothing Cathay could do about it. Because you'd have some bulls and maybe a cav unit to screen for them. Like, if Longbows or cav came out after them, you just kill them or crossfire. And so the infantry was completely helpless as they just got kited by 5 single artillery pieces. Oh my god, it was so dumb. And then, of course, you know, they're Ogre artillery pieces, so they're good chariots afterwards. So if they don't kill all the infantry shooting, they can just go and mop up in melee. It was so silly, but really funny at the same time. Yeah, that was, you know, the good old days of, like, Warhammer 3 just after launch. It was hilarious. Alright, what do we have for Cathay? I like it, I like it. Are we committed to it, though? Alright, looks like we are good to go. So Cathay has elected the strategy of we take pointy sticks to face the big faction, which is understandable. And Ogres have gone for a Leadbelcher Kite build. It's not what I expected, to be honest. Take a closer look once we load in. Alright, so yeah, Cathay has 5 halberds, 5 peasant longspears, 5 iron hails, 2 cannons, 2 jade lancers, and a lord that just disappeared from me. Where'd the lord go? What's the lord? Lord? Lord! There you go. Lord with Blossom Wind and Ancestral Warriors, and she's on foot. As well as Jade Amulet. Not the spell I usually go for. I would go for typically the slow. Especially with all these Iron Hails. Like slowing something and then just shredding with Iron Hails is very effective against things like Stonehorns or any of the Cav. Anything big and elite, if you just slow it and shoot with Iron Hails, it'll die very, very quickly. Ancestral Summons is great. You know, summon a halberd unit that causes terror and has fizz resist against ogres is good. Blossom Wind's an odd one. I guess the debuff is good against ogres because it brings their bulls down to like the 0 melee stats. But it doesn't last very long, so I'm a little surprised to see that one. Cannons are going to be good against these Leadbelchers. Ogres have a hard time taking care of them. Iron Hails are good against anything that's close. Their damage output is just crazy, but they are very, very squishy, so be careful with them. Spears, you know, pointy sticks versus ogres. Very, very effective, as always. For the ogres, we do have triple Leadbelcher, as well as the Powder Guts. We have some bulls, some with shields, some without. We have 5 Noddler Trappers, as is mandatory for all ogre players. We have Mournfang Cav with Grapens. We have a Slaughtermaster of Troll Guts with his Blood Cleaver and Belly Slapper. Yeah. So yeah, right away, I think those cannons are going to be a huge problem for ogres. If the cannons just kill the Leadbelchers from downrange, it's over. Like, it's all ogre immediately. The Leadbelchers need to just run up and try to delete those cannons as fast as possible, because there's no other tool to deal with it. Like, usually if you're doing this kind of strategy, take a Scrap Launcher or two to try and poke out the cannons. Like, you need something that can deal with the cannons. Because as is, they're just a huge, huge thorn on the side of the ogres. And they don't really have a good tool to deal with it right now. Either they have to just all-out rush and try on top of those cannons until the Leadbelchers actually kill the infantry, which probably is going to be doomed to fail because there's so many more spears than ogre bulls, so only a handful of ogre bulls. Or you just got to run the Leadbelchers up, let's eat your losses, and try to shoot them. So, yeah, these cannons are a huge, huge problem for this ogre build. It's kind of just a question of how many Leadbelchers can the cannons kill first. The answer is 2. Only 1 cannonball hit, and it killed 2 Leadbelchers. Over here, we have 1 going down. Yeah, they need to use these trees to try and approach from cover. Yep, they just run in there immediately. Run for the trees, try and get up into the range of the cannons without taking too much fire. Probably the best decision. This one could probably sneak around and try to get some shots in from the side while the cannons are focused elsewhere. Like, get over here and just fire down this little alley, but I don't know, I feel like you just need to blitz those cannons and try to shut them down, and I think it's kind of doomed to failure. Like, I don't see this going very well for the ogres at all. They're almost in range. I don't know how good Leadbelchers are at killing cannons. I suspect the answer is not very, because their accuracy is pretty poor unless you chevron them, which these guys aren't chevroned. And the cannons just tear them apart. Like, they're down to 10 models already. You focus fire by both cannons. These guys are down to 7. They're routing. And 5 models, they're just gone. Cav are pushing forward to try and shut down those Leadbelchers as well. Trappers can screen from them a little bit, but the ogre bulls are so far back. The Jade Lancers at the very least will stop them from firing. These guys on the far side are still not firing either. There's some shots coming down the cannons, but like, look how little damage they do. Just look how little damage they do. Yeah, they just don't hit. They have a really, really hard time hitting those small targets. Now the Cav is coming for them. These shots going in, they do not a whole lot of anything. Trappers are starting to take out the Jade Lancers, doing some good work there, but the cannons are just free firing, and there's nothing really to shut them down, it feels like. Look at all those dead Leadbelchers. All your money just going right down the drain, ogres. Powder Guts are being shot at as well. Blossom Wind, okay, how does this thing do? I mean, it got the 2-fer. Where's the Lord? How much did that cost? 9 for basic cast, 14 for an overcast. That's okay, I guess. That's not as bad as I expected. Leadbelchers still try and take out these cannons and doing very, very poorly. And this is the other problem, is that the Cathay lines can just push up. The Iron Hails are being fed to them as well as the Spears. This cannon is almost routed, but it's still firing at full strength for the time being. Still got all 4 models online. The spears can just push up. There's so many spears and Iron Hails on the field that they can just push up and still have enough to defend their backline, as there's no real backline threat from any, like, Saber Tusks. Cav is playing pretty passively off to the side. Like, there's just no real threats to these cannons aside from the Lead Belchers. They're taking an absolute pounding. Absolute pounding. Like, I worry that even if these Lead Belchers do manage to take out these cannons at this point, they've lost so many models, there's not going to have the damage up and actually kill all the infantry. These 5 brave Lead Belchers are marching back into range to try to get some shots. Having some good old-fashioned Warhammer line of sight problems. Shots in, but he's not killing the models. They're really just trying to kill the crew. Having a hard time doing it. Okay, one of the cannons has died. One of the cannons. Another Blossom one goes down. Did that debuff these guys? No, just debuff these guys. Now the Iron Hails are shooting in, and they'll shred them very, very quickly. Yeah, good damage there. And I don't have much faith in this Ogre build, to be honest. One might say it's all Ogre now. Iron Hails, yeah, tearing apart the Lead Belchers. This one's gonna rout. Powder Guts are shooting into the Iron Hails. They really won't be shooting much more expensive targets. They spent half their ammo and haven't killed this Iron Hail. Trappers, on the other hand, will do a lot of work to this slightly armored front line. Powder Guts, though, you want much more expensive targets. That level's just routing. This one's also just about in range of Iron Hails. The Trappers are in trouble. Looking grim. Looking grim. Guts going down on the Powder Guts. I feel like this isn't your priority. Like, I guess they're expensive, but I don't know, I feel like they aren't your win condition. I feel like you'd rather have that on some of the levels taking fire, although I guess they get one shot. Their models get one shot anyway, so it's hardly important. Cannon going in, missing the Powder Guts. I feel like the Lead Belchers are the only real danger. Just gotta focus them down. Down 2 models and fleeing over there. These guys have rallied with 11 models. These guys have 6 models. The Iron Hails are shredding the Nobbler Trappers too. Iron Hails going burr very, very quickly. Nobbler Trappers pushing up. What are you guys pushing up for? You guys going into melee? Charging into melee. Those mad bastards. Why? They're full charge coming in behind it. That makes sense. That's like the one reason you would do that. Powder Guts are just firing in. Nice cav charge coming in to try and clear up these trappers. Iron Hail's firing in. Even the shields aren't keeping the Ogre Bulls alive. And Ogres have decided the time for kiting has passed. It is time to go. And they do crumple the front line pretty quickly, but the secondary line of halberds and the Iron Hails retreating behind them. We have an ancestors coming down here. But yeah. The halberd line with the Iron Hails behind it is very, very formidable. The Ogres cav arguing around the side. And honestly, I feel like this is maybe your best time to get the cannons, if that's still your priority, which it might not be. Let those are still in line. So yeah, get that cav over here. Get that cav on these cannons. I think that's one way you could do this, is just drop the cav and grab a couple of Saber Tusks, and then the frontline charge comes in and the halberds supposed to move up. You just bring Saber Tusks around and get the cannons, and the Lead Belchers are safe. That's maybe one way you could have done this. Cannons are just still free firing at those Lead Belchers. They are focus firing like a single model though, which is good for the Lead Belchers, but I fear it is too late. Too little, too late. The cav are in the backfield, but I mean, what's there to fight but halberds? Iron Hails are going down. It's just lots and lots of armor-piercing halberds, and the Iron Hails just shredding. Oh, I love that unit so much. Hit Cathay all you want. This unit makes me happy. This unit makes me very happy. This unit makes me very, very happy. Oh my god, they're such massive targets too. Look at them. Look at them. Ogre Cav. I always forget just how massive Ogre Cav is compared to like a person. Yeah. Ogres are a mass routing on the front line. Trappers, some Ogre Bulls are lingering. Lead Belchers are still in line for the moment, at least the one is. So the Ogre lines are in tatters, and I still see a lot of pointy sticks in perfect condition. Cav are getting back into Lead Belchers, who are exceptionally squishy. Like, they're like surprisingly squishy for Ogres. I don't understand why, but probably for the best. What's the max HP? Yeah, 5k. Yeah. And the Iron Hails are just a shred in the Ogre Cav. One model gets through. The Troll Guts popped. These guys, can they still fire? Will you still fire? No, but these ones will. Oh, the damage. I love Iron Hails, and I'm not sorry. Oh, look, a corpse. Interesting. Fire! No, we have Warhammer 3 line of sight. Why would we fire? Powder Guts argue folks with the cannons now. They are down to very, very low health, and yeah. Ogres realize that it is all for naught. Yeah. One of Ogre's biggest strengths is that it's hard to predict what they're going to bring, and so oftentimes you can just bring the wrong build to deal with what Ogres bring. But that kind of cuts both ways. If the ogres, if you bring the wrong thing, you're just kind of screwed, and that's, I feel like, is what happened here. Like, if there's not the 2 cannons, the lead belcher plan can do really good work, but the cannons just hard counter that without some way of shutting down. Like, as I said, it's possible. Like, if you swap out one of these guys, like one lead belcher and the power, or like swap out the power gut for 2 scrap launchers, then you can snipe the cannons from relative safety behind the trees, and then the lead belchers can tear them apart. But you just didn't have an answer to the cannons. Without an answer to the cannons, the lead belchers just don't get to do anything. Yeah, and that's what you're really relying on to clear all these armored halberds and the iron hails. So, bit of an unfortunate build mismatch, but that will be JP taking our series and advancing, which means we are once again back to lobby shopping. Whose games are still going? Do we have any for us? Time to start DMing players. Alright, we got a lobby. Blocker up. This lobby is called Hummus, which made me think it was part of Human Boy's event, which was confusing. I also didn't join a spectator. That's not what we're supposed to do. Also, we seem to have beaten their opponent here, so we are going to hang tight for a moment. And given the lack of opponent, I'm going to assume the score is 0-0. And waiting on Seagulls. And there they are. Excellent. So, give them a moment to make their picks, and we will get right on into it. Mm. So yeah, back to talking about the next DLC. I heard something about Kislev maybe getting what is it, like animated hut, the Baba Yaga hut, and I feel like that would just be such a weird addition. Like, I imagine it'd be, a single entity, obviously. Probably some kind of like I don't know how that would perform. What would that do? What role would it fill? I can imagine it would just be like a melee beater. It has like some kind of special effect. I just don't know what you would really do with that. Yeah. Another idea that I've heard that would be super cool for the Kislev DLC is like a gunpowder equivalent of a Way Watcher. Basically, like some kind of like sniper unit for Kislev. It's like a stocked low model count, like long range powder unit. Which would be really, really cool, because I don't feel like... I guess we have Jazales and crane guns, but like we don't have like a proper like long rifle unit. Like, you have the handguns with like normal missile unit range, and then we go all the way to like Jazales and crane guns with almost 300 range. There's no like middle ground, like, you know, elite like infantry shooting unit, which I think would be pretty cool. That just doesn't really currently exist, and that'd be a really nice, unique unit for Kislev, I think. I don't know how lore friendly it is. Like I said, I don't know lore that well, so but I think it'd be a pretty neat addition for Kislev, and it would open up options for them to play more of a kitey style. Because Kislev, despite all their shooting, is kind of shit at kite. Like their sleds are a decent kite unit, but like their skirmish cav is just so garbage, and always has been so garbage. Like Kislev kiting just isn't really an option. So I guess it's probably for the best, because like kiting when you have access to little Grom is so annoying. Because like artillery is typically the answer to kiting, because you have more range to your opponents, you can force them to come into you. But if you have little Grom that wins every artillery duel in the goddamn game, then you could just always kite into every faction. That'd be super, super obnoxious, I guess. But I don't know, it could be cool. Clearseepa just locked in Bretonnia. At least they swapped to it. Which I'm kind of surprised we haven't seen Bretonnia yet today. Bretonnia is extremely strong. Grail Knights, the Hippogriff Knights, even just the basic infantry has all been massively overperforming. Then all their lords feel really, really good as well. All the legendary lords, like Lewin, Alberic, Faye are all like really, really good. And then I think Repance is also pretty good, although not a lot of people use her. But yeah, I'm really excited to see what new Tzeentch stuff we get, because I do miss playing Tzeentch. The faction is just so cool. Alright, let's go Brett Ogres. Lovely. More ogres. Just what I always wanted. Looks like Seagoz is a build prepared for this, so he is already ready. We do appreciate the preparedness. So I haven't put this matchup on this patch. I remember I played this a bunch for one of Humo's events. It was the faction face-off, is that what he called it? Like 5 order factions with 5 chaos factions. I was playing Brett and I got ogres twice in a row. We were prepping a ton for that, and I was just going for like at the time, like Bretonnian cavalry couldn't really hang with ogre cav at all because they didn't have armor piercing. So I went for like a pretty heavy just spear box with a low cav support. I imagine these days actually Grail Knights, I imagine, trade very, very well into all the cav, as well as the companions with the wards. Companions of Canals with the ward save is really, really good. Spears are still amazing, Grail Relics are still amazing, and then actually Alberic with his anti-large aura is probably just exceptional into ogres. Terror, anti-large aura, as well as the Scourge on his, was it the Spear of Manon? Is that what it's called? It's probably just crazy good into ogres. Like, even if you don't take Alberic, like, Lewin is also just a really strong option with his, you know, AoE debuffs, the Terror as well, and just being so tanky. Because Ogre Lords are usually not the greatest fighters, so actually, like, having a threat to the Ogre Lord is pretty substantial. It's like, if the Ogres are rushing you, then you have some kind of recourse to make them actually pull back and defend their own things, and like, get some pressure off of your backline. Because I think Peasant Archers are really, really good here. Like, Ogres have so light armor on all their front line, as well as the need to kill Trappers, so Peasant Bows do pretty well here in my experience. As well as the Poison is also very effective for the high weapon strength of Ogres. Just chunk that down a bit. The Ogre side, what I've usually seen is just like mass Crushers. Well, it's like Trappers, a couple of Bulls, and then Crushers. And you just win the cav fight, and then go grind down the Spears with your Trappers. That's what I've typically seen, with middling success. Like, I've beaten it a couple times, I've lost to it a couple of times. So, I imagine that's still probably the way they want to go. I could see them incorporating some kind of shooting, because the infantry is just so nutty these days. Do Trebs get exploded by lead belchers? Not I'm aware of, but I haven't tried it. I'd be kind of surprised if they did. Trebs are definitely an option here. Blessed Trebs are pretty accurate, so I imagine they could actually hit models of Ogre Cav pretty reliably since they're so big and do good damage there. But I imagine it's kind of hard to keep online with all the Ogre mass coming at you. Unless you go for like a lot of Cav yourself, which means your infantry line's going to be pretty slim. So. Alright, looks like we are good to go. Yeah, I'm not really sure who's favored in this matchup these days. If I had to say, I'd probably favor Brett. At least, like, if I was playing, I'd rather be on the Brett side, but I'm also a much more experienced Brett player than Ogre player. So, alright, build. So we do have Alberic up on his, was it Tempe? Or Tempest? Or I don't remember how it's pronounced, it's French. Then we do have the anti-large aura. We had Blessing of the Lady, Spirit of the Tempests, Wrath of Banon, Killing Blow, Rally, and Foe Seeker, which he needs to support these double Royal Pegasus Knights. I kind of see the idea here. Of course, you know, elite anti-large flying units, they'll always get the charge. Bonus, a lot of bonuses versus large. Perfect Vigor, a lot of charge bonus, ITP. I can see it. They're not typically thought of as a very strong unit, but I can see the reasoning for it. Like, you can kind of just pick your fights and you have anti-large and you get more anti-large from Lewin, or Alberic. So I can kind of see it. We also have Knights of the Realm. We have Knights of the Realm and a Grail Knight. Limited to 1 in this tournament, as most Fruit Rules tournaments, I believe. Because these guys are just completely busted. But they are a very, very strong anti-large unit. Armor Piercing, good bonus versus large as well. We have a front line of Spearman at Arms, a single Grail Relic, a Damsel of Life with just Regrowth and a Power Stone, and 2 Peasant Bowmen with Pox Arrows. So it's a very, very heavy cav build. Not a whole lot of Bretonnian models. You usually see a lot more peasants. For the big boys, we have a Slaughtermaster of Troll Guts. Big surprise there. Sky Striders, Crusher Grip. So double Crusher Grip, one of which is the ROR, double Saber Tusk Pack, double Lead Belcher, Iron Guts, Ogre Bulls, and 5 Trappers. Not like the Ogre builds I've mostly seen. Like, Lead Belchers, I could see it. Like, Bretonnian Infantry is very, very good these days, especially with the anti-large aura from Alberic. But double Lead Belcher feels like a massive investment into what is typically a cav-heavy faction. Like a massive anti-infantry investment. They're not that great against cav, to my knowledge, unless I'm about to be surprised at like, how good they are against cav. But typically I take these to clear infantry. There is not, however, a great answer to Alberic aside from the Crushers. Like, Lead Belchers won't hit him very reliably, the Ogre Bulls won't damage him very reliably, Trappers will do alright, but, you know, they have other things to worry about. They're most... Actually, they're not most infantry killing power here. They actually do pretty well here. With the Pegasus Knights advancing on the side, we have a lot of fire going to Alberic, who is doing his best Neo impression. Wrath of Manon coming down to try and get rid of some of these Trappers right away, which is some decent damage. Not the greatest effect ever, but actually, yeah. Half out the trappers. Still full models though, so damage output is just fine. Our side we do have, is that a regrowth coming down already on these Ground Knights? Yeah, they charge in the Knoblock Trappers. That's a very early regrowth. Oh, that's undercast. America and the Pegasus Knights are coming in the backfield. Curious to see what target they go for. If they go for Lead Belchers, these Crushers are just ready to countercharge. You're going to wait for some more Cavs to come and support before you actually get in here in earnest. As and Bowmen are firing in. The Trappers are exchanging fire as well. Lead Belchers are not doing a whole heck of a lot. The Grail Knights. The Grail Knights just do almost the Trappers and the Saber Tusks. They do want to drop out like, oh my god, they just ran right to the Saber Tusks. These things are large! They have mass! They have families! Actually, they probably don't. Alberic and that massive Flying Goon's coming in, Rally and Heroic Killing Blow, and the anti-large most of these guys is going to be crazy now. 27. Granites are circling back around to just come and collapse on the front line. Very, very nice Cav Micro here. These Iron Guts are being tear routed. There are some Crushers here getting caught in the Spears, and now this is a bad spot for the Crushers to be. They've got Spear support, and they're right surrounded by a lot of very elite anti-large cavalry. Returning backline is getting compromised by the Trappers and Saber Tusks, but our Knights of the Realms there to peel them off for the moment. This Cav fight on the side feels like where the big money is. Nice side charge from the Crushers to get into the Ground Knights, do some nice damage there. Alberic kind of blunted the charge with his own body, which is a valiant move in service of the lady. Do look careful not to be perfectly surrounded. Honestly, now that all these Crushers head up, I'm curious to see if this guy goes and tries to rear charge, or if he tries to go shut down those Lead Belchers. They're both a big problem. The Lead Belchers aren't hitting anything, though, so I feel like they're not a huge threat. You really want to take care of these Crushers. Ground Knights are just running away. Troll Guns coming for the Sky Striders, who are fighting these Royal Pegasus Knights. Without Alberic's support for the moment. Yeah, the Lead Belchers are the target. They are very, very squishy as they are going down. The Crushers are immediately coming to just take those Pegasus Knights to pound down. And if they eat this charge, I feel like they're going to take a lot of damage very, very quickly. Oh yeah! They are not a very tanky unit. Melee defense isn't very high. They have the ward save, but their health is not that great either. And the Sky Striders are just going to take out one of the Pegasus Knights, and that's one of the elite Bretonnian Cav units gone, but there's still Grail Knights. There's still another Pegasus Knight. They are sandwiching these Sky Striders now with Spear support as well. They can tear out these Sky Striders and get them off the field. That's a huge win for Bretonnia, as they are already up in value. Nice Wrath of Manon here, going to catch Knoblock Trappers. We got, nope, good dodge. Backline, yeah, backlines aren't important. It's just Cav. Only Cav. Sky Striders are still in the fight for the moment. But Alberic with that anti-large aura is just doing so much work. He might not be hitting that hard himself, although he's hitting plenty hard himself. There's the anti-large bonus on all the units here. 27 bonus with large on the Spears, on the Pegasus Knights, on the Grail Knights extra. Like, just so much bonus with large. Sky Striders are getting very, very low. There's no Troll Guts available. It is on cooldown for the moment. And the Crushers are getting exceptionally low. And I think Brett is looking at pretty strong here. Some Trappers still in the field, but as long as the Ground Knights are alive, the Trappers are no threat to anything. The Sky Striders are being routed off, and if they get chased off, that probably be game for Ogres. Both of their elite Cav units have terror routed, and there's nothing to stop the Bretonians from chasing them off. I think that will be the deciding factor, as the Ogre Lord is now surrounded by Pegasus Knights, and yeah. Bretonnia is a very, very strong faction right now. Exceptionally strong at the moment. As we just saw here, and Pegasus Knights. I didn't expect much from the Pegasus Knights, but they seem to do pretty well. Again, the extra bonus is large from Alberic. How much did they like 1,600? So one of them paid themselves. One that got recharged kind of got just destroyed, which is kind of what I expected, but the other one got good value punishing. Ground Knights did well, as always. Expected pretty well. Knights of the Realm did alright. Spears existed. Yeah, the Cav shut down. My gosh. I don't think I've ever seen the Sky Striders get that little value. Not even 500. That's devastating. The Lead Belchers were an odd choice. Like, especially double Lead Belchers. Like, as we saw, they don't hit Cav very hard. But they didn't hit they were missing the Pegasus Knights, and they didn't do a whole lot against the Grail Knights. Like, they're a good anti-infantry option, but, I mean, it's Brett. How much infantry are you really expecting? Trappers did Trapper things, as always. It's a very sad day when Trappers don't actually... Well, no, it's a very happy day for me when Trappers don't actually pay for themselves. That unit is just so, so good. So, that is Sipa taking the early lead. What is our next map? This is the semifinals. That's right. So, we're on to River Amexon. The River Amexon. Which does matter, we are on the semifinals. So, We are currently watching this game. It is SEPA versus Seagulls in the upper semifinal. We saw JP versus Nurgle's PA already, which means we need to refresh. Yeah, JP is waiting for the winner of Phoenix King and Nalnish for the other semifinal, and we'll probably we'll watch this through, watch the series through, catch up anything that's left in the other semifinal, and then we'll go on to the finals. We won't make them wait for us because people have places to be. We don't want to slow down the tournament too much, but if we can catch up with them, that's also a good time. So that was, whose pick was that? I assume that, yeah, that was SEPA's pick. Brett is off the table for him. Ogre is off the table for his opponent. So, gotta see what they go for next. Yeah, I'm curious to see if they actually end up nerfing Brett in this next patch. Like how much balance changes actually come with the DLC. I'd be really surprised if they let Brett continue to exist in its current state, because like Grail Knights, as fun and thematic as they might be to use, they're just so undirected to play against. They can kill an infinite amount of infantry if given enough time and space. Like against large, they would be good for their price as just an anti-large option to kill cav, to kill monsters, anything like that. But the fact that they are the single best infantry killing machine in the game is just absurd. Like, they're good against large, they destroy every infantry, they are like hands down the best thing in the game right now. And all that said, I don't think Brett needs the unit at all in order to be a good faction. Like, they're just strong. Like I think I won a single faction tournament in domination without using Ground Knights at all. Because Brett is just that strong right now. So I'd be very surprised if we don't see some kind of nerf coming into them in the next patch or whenever the DLC drops. Ground Knights will likely get their mass their mass fixed in some regard. I'm curious to see how else they adjust them, because there are other infantries that were performing as well. I want to know if they're gonna like transition more power off the infantry towards the cav, or like what they're gonna do. SEPA is hovering Dark Elves right now. What is Seagulls gonna answer with? What do you got for me, Seagulls? Lizards! Yay! I am a lizard enjoyer. So we get another lizard game. So this matchup is pretty even, as I understand it. But I don't know a whole lot about it. Dark Elf Infantry pretty easily... Oh, Seagulls the build ready. Dark Elf Infantry pretty easily slaps Skinks. If Lizardmen invest in Saurus, they can win the front line, or if they invest in Crocsagores, they can win the front line. But typically it is pretty skirmishy, kitey heavy from the side of the Lizards. Skink or Chameleon Skirmishers, as well as Skink Javs, and then maybe some Salamanders or some Pterodons, that kind of thing. And then Dark Elves. Used to be they would go Scourge Runners and like kind of counter Scourge with Corsairs and Scourge Runners. That doesn't work super well anymore since the Scourge Runner nerfs. I've seen Dark Elves going more aggressive with things like Witch Elves and lots of Cav and some Dark Shards. Dark Elves don't have a lot of great answers, melee answers against dinos. They really have to shoot them with Dark Riders or Dark Repeaters. Those are the same thing. Dark Riders or Dark Repeaters, those are the same thing. Dark Riders, Dark Shards, Shades, Scourge Runners, they need some kind of shooting to take down dinos. Like a Dragon Lord can do it, but they can only be in one place at a time. They just have a lot of things to do. There's a lot of threats to do a big Dragon Lord from Lizards. The Skirmishers can wear them down. Salamanders are a threat. Crocsagores, especially the Sacred Crocsagore ROR, that's super popular these days, is a big threat. And then the Ripper Dactyl ROR is also a huge threat. So like, there's a lot of things for a Dragon Lord to worry about. So you don't see them being like your main source of anti-dino. Need something else. And Dark Shards or Dark Repeaters, like any of your AP missiles, do a very good job of it if you can keep them online, which is kind of hard to do against Lizards, because they do have good skirmishing. So you have to find some kind of way to keep those armor-piercing missiles alive. Okay. Good to go. Alright. Alright. So this map is one that's a little bit hard to actually flank any kind of like backline position because of these impassable terrain pieces right here. It's a little bit hard to get around this side, as well as the heavy trees on the far side. So you tend to see a lot of just like straight front to back fighting in the center here, as like flanks are just hard to get around to on either side. Oh, it's also somewhat difficult to kite because you can only kite like directly back. You can't move off the side or spread out that well. So this is a map you typically see a lot of straight up fighting or hard boxing. So for the Dark Elves, we have Malice Darkblade himself with full kit. We have 2 Witch Elves. We have a Sisters of Slaughter. That's not units you see very often. We have some Dread Spears. We have some Dread Knights. Nice Deb and Claw. As an R-War, the only thing they get is like Murderous Mastery. They used to like the thing used to be that they didn't rampage, but now all Cold One Cav don't rampage, so they just kind of get Murderous Mastery and better stats, which is kind of underwhelming for an R-War, but their stats are still very impressive. So we do have that those Dark Shards I mentioned. We have another Dread Knight, a double Dread Knight. Do we have Caster? Oh. Deathcaster, Spirit Leech and Buna. Pretty standard against lizards. Spirit Leech and big dinos, Buning, Salamander, hunting packs, that kind of thing. Very, very effective. For the lizards, we have a Hot Dog, Ancient Salamander. We have a Salon Mage, Priest of Life, with Regrowth, Earthblood, Bound Banish Pit, Shield the Old Ones, Statue of Spite. Useful stuff. Rev Crystal, we have Double Ripper, one of which is the anti-large ROR. With the Star Chamber Guardians, with their Guardian, keep that Salon alive. Take a Crocs ROR. Triple Skink Jav. And then Quad Feral Cold Ones hiding the trees. It's a very, like, low model count lizard army. It's a lot of just elite RORs. Kind of curious to see how this does. I mean, the Sisters of Slaughter are actually going to be a pretty good answer to the Star Chamber Guardians. But, I don't know, this is a weird one. Like, neither of these are builds I expected at all. The heavy Dark Elf Infantry with the heavy Cav. The Cav is actually pretty well, like, against... I don't know that the Dread Knights have that many great targets. Nice hit from Malice onto the Salamander back, but yeah. The Cohort of Waddle, as well as the Claws Hunters, are going to be a very, very big threat to those Dread Knights. You need to be very careful about that. But the problem is, if you're being careful about that, like, what do you target? There's not a whole lot else here to kill. Just the 3 single entities and those big elites. And Malice, are you sure you want to be here, my guy? These guys will tear you apart. Do a lot of damage. Like, this ROR, this is just such a universal pick for a reason. But the Dark Shards firing in, doing a lot of damage to them in return. But they have a lot more healing available. Malice does get the blood price pop. We have Shield of the Old Ones coming in, as well as a Regrowth? Spirit Leech, everything going down in this fight. Everybody just said this fight is all that matters. None of this matters. Just what is happening right here. The only thing that matters is Malice fighting these Sacred Crocs or ROR. That's not though. Yeah, Dread Spears will take care of these skinks eventually. Girl Cold Ones are still lurking in the trees, completely unknown to the Dark Elves. Banishment comes down, does good work against the Dark Sharks, as well as in the Cav. Love to see these Cavs come out here and start charging the skinks and really break the front line. Lizardmen Guardians are coming in. We have a Blackguard I missed. I missed a Blackguard entirely. Where are those Sisters of Slaughter at? Sisters of Slaughter on the flanks. Cold Knights are going to do with the Feral Cold Ones. The Ripperdactyls are trying to get rid of these archers, but they will be countercharged by the Feral Cold, or the Knights Skaven Claw, as well as the other Dread Knight. Malice and the Witch Elves are still fighting there. Healing is going to be a big problem for him in that fight, but they are starting to win out on that. Feral Cold Ones returning the Knights Skaven Claw will get some good damage. Blackguard will do some good work. Yuna going down on the Starshaver Guardians, a good target for it, as they are probably you want to be healing. And they are very high model count. Knights Skaven, or the basic Dread Knight is getting torn apart by all this armor piercing, as well as the anti-large from the Claws and Hunters. No healing available for this elite Cav unit does make Dark Elves pretty sad. Lizards are farming loads and loads of value off of that fact. Excuse me. And the infantry line actually seems doing a lot worse than I expected. Like the Dread Spears and the Skinks seem to be pretty evenly matched. And the Witch Elves are just getting torn apart by all the Javs. The Jav faction apart. Sisters of Slaughter are going strong and will continue to do so for a very long time. They're a very tanky unit, but I feel like this is just going very heavily in Lizardmen's favor very quickly. All these elite units are just taking damage that they can kind of shrug off with healing, and the infantry line is of little consequence. So the Witch Elves are in the back and they have started to target the Hot Dog, but it is firing the Darkstars for free. Malice is still fighting this cohort, which I feel like is a mistake. I feel like you just want him to like hunt down the Slan or the Rev Crystal. I don't know, Malice fighting these guys just feels bad, man. He does have his buffs popped, so he is an absolute beast right now. But this cohort is no slouches themselves. Like, they've already probably gotten... Yeah, they've more than paid for themselves already. But the Dark Elf lines are crumbling away. The infantry is going down. The Knights of Claw are taking a beating from those Ripperdactyls, who are routing themselves. Now the Star Chamber Guardians are here, and they are here to partay. They love all this armored, large armored cav. When I charging into the back of the Sister Slaughter and did way more damage than it had any right to. This is a 450 gold unit with no HP, and it just took a chunk of health off a 1,000 gold infantry unit. Malice is locked in eternal combat. I don't know what these guys did to his ancestors to make him so mad at them, but something clearly went down here. There's some kind of blood feud going on. We'll just leave them to it, okay? Slan is just parading past all the dead Dark Elves and rejoicing to the old ones. And the Rippers are just starting to tear apart and just lay into the Sisters of Slaughter. The Claw Hunters, they have rallied, which means they can be healed. They have 5 whole models left. They still have half their models. Spirit League's going down them. A good choice, trying to finish them off. Any of the models die? Come on, kill a model. No models dead. Knights of Claw are getting recharged, means they're going to have a very, very bad time from these Rippers. Oh, model died the Spirit Leech. Huzzah! They only have 500 HP though, but they still are going to be more than matched Knights of Claw. And the Dark Elves are just struggling. Still a lot of very healthy Lizard units, and that, yeah. Dark Elves are tapping out. Seagaw's very prepared for that matchup. This guy, he loaded up his build and was like ready instantly. Like, he clearly is very practiced and knew exactly what he wanted to do. His Dark Elf build is a little odd to me. Like, I never really see Cold and Dread Knights. They used to be good against Lizards, like back in Warhammer 2. They're a very popular pick, but they've kind of fallen off a cliff in Warhammer 3. Like, you don't see them very often. And the elite infantry build, like, bringing this elite lightly armored infantry into Javs, the faction, just... That's very suspect to me. Like, I feel like they're just... I mean, they did just get shredded by Skink Javs. And that's, like, kind of what I expected to see. So, really, really brutal. Oh my gosh. These guys just fought Malice the whole game and got 2600 value. Yeah, this ROR is nasty. It's really, really nasty. Alright. Blocker back up. Seagaw's has tied our semifinal. So we are going to a tiebreaker. Alright. I think Okay, so back in our bracket, Nalinish has defeated the Phoenix King and is now advancing to face Big JP in the other semifinal. They will probably get their first game started while we're still finishing up this series, and then we'll catch up with them likely in their second game, with any luck. And once again, our players are just doing the picks, so we gotta wait for them a couple of minutes. We've seen Brett and Dark Elves from SEPA, and then Ogres and Lizards from Seagauze, which those names are far too similar. Far too similar. Liking. Yeah, sticking pretty heavily to the meta here, which is not something we've seen so far today. We've seen a lot of people just sticking to player, like the personal preference and what their comfort picks are. So it's kind of neat to actually see somebody coming out and going hard on the meta today. So, what factions are there? This third one. Honestly, I think I wouldn't be surprised to see more of like Ogres and Brett from the players who haven't played them coming out the third one, because with the pick 3 system, you'd have like several strong factions available, and then you kind of narrow it down. So it's a matter of like pick whatever's strong, and so Brett for Seagauze, Ogres for SEPA. Cathay is open for both of them. I don't know if either of them play it, but I wouldn't be surprised to see that coming out. And that Norsca still up, which is pretty good these days. Yeah, I'm not sure what else is good these days. I'm a little out of it on the landbound meta. I haven't had a ton of time to play them lately. So I'm curious to see what people bring out. Comparing on Dom versus Landbell's competitive format. So I am primarily a domination player. I think Dom works better as a competitive format because it is self-contained. Like there's no need for external adminning, and that makes it much more easier for tournament admins, streamers, anybody trying to host or manage a tournament. It's so much easier. Like infrastructure wise, I think domination is just the easy favorite. It's like for a land tournament like this, if you check the bracket, we have a whole like Google Doc that's like 15 or 20 pages of the rules to play a land battle. Whereas domination, it's just start the game, just load up the game and play it. So I favor domination as a more competitive format for that reason. Lost my train of thought. What was I saying? It's also more, I find it more approachable to like it's easier to the domination scene to me seems easier to grow for a competitive system because it is the same as what it's experienced in the base game. Just in quick battles, it's the same as domination. We use different maps, but that's about it. Whereas in land battles, again, it's all these rules that are extensive and some of them are subjective, which makes it very hard to have a competitive system without a lot of manual oversight. So typically, I prefer domination. Yeah. And then as far as playing it, like I said, I prefer domination to play because I don't like when land battles are good, they're a lot of fun. There's also a lot of dumb bullshit that happens in land battles. Like Gotrek and Felix. Gotrek and Felix alone make me never want to play land battles. Like just those kind of like, stupid character blobs that are super uninteractive, unless you build specifically to counter those two characters they might not even bring. Like the game's just completely like you just have no chance from the beginning, and that's really unfun to me. As well as like boxes aren't that interesting. Yeah, I think it's a lot of those like single entities in Warhammer are, to my mind, a very like coin flippy unit type because they can be. On one hand, like they're super cool, like having the big monster centerpiece. It's really really cool and it's a lot of fun. But at the same time, it can be really obnoxious to play against, especially with healing the way it is these days. But that's more of a, the meta state at the moment. But like just those big monsters and heroes and lords and all that can be very obnoxious when you have to kill them. Things like Sigvald or Be'lakor used to be these like big raid bosses that you just can't kill unless you bring specific counters for them. If you just don't have them, or if they get killed off or sniped, you're just out of luck. And then in domination, somebody just banks all their money on single entities carrying them. Well, you can just avoid them, and it gives you another outlet or another alternative to actually deal with those problems rather than just directly killing them. Which for single entities, which don't have like a specific counter, other than stronger single entities, I'm a fan of. I like having another alternative to just facing it down head on. I can actually. How many pages are there? It's Where's the Google spreadsheet? The Google Doc, the PDF, whatever it's called. It's oh no, it's 31 pages. Granted, like 23 of those are individual unit caps for each faction. There's a page for each faction. But still, it is. Yeah, it is 31 pages. But like, there's a couple of pages of actual. Well, there's a cover sheet, but then there's like. I don't know, there's like 6 pages of written rules, and then it's unit caps for each individual faction. So like, what units and how many you can bring them of each different unit type for each faction. So it's a lot of information to keep track of, and I found when I was getting into the scene, it was very hard to keep track of all of this as a new player who just wanted to play, and so I find domination to be much more approachable and better to build a competitive scene around for that reason. Yeah, there's a lot of rules. And to be perfectly honest, the only reason I've been hosting these events because other people agreed to deal with the rules for me and deal with that happening for me. Like, I don't want to deal with all of those rules as a player or as an admin. As soon as Nurgle DLC comes, yeah. I mean, Nurgle, like, okay, in a lot of matchups, Nurgle's just useless in land battles. When Nurgle is good, it's in like things like Counts or Khorne that don't have a lot of missiles. In that case, like, Nurgle's super obnoxious because it's just Kugath and a War Shrine, or Festus and a War Shrine, just infinite healing box that's just uninteractive. Like that kind of stuff. Like I said, I think land battles has a lot of really low lows. Like that kind of stuff that's just super uninteractive and super bad. Like, and that stuff isn't necessarily like overpowered. Like, it's not like that stuff is always like the best. Like, you don't see it in tournaments a lot, but like when I play against it, I just don't want to play. Like, there's times I load in, I see that kind of bullshit, and I just want to concede immediately and not play. So, for land battles, for me personally, I don't play a lot of land battle tournaments. I tend to just play with friends, so I know aren't gonna make me want to leave the game. So, So yeah, long story short, for competitive, I think domination is the better format. Which is a very contentious topic, so... yeah. Alright, Lexosipa is on Vampire Coast. And don't know what Seagull is playing because he's still on Lizards. Alright, what do you got for us? Come on. Come on, guys, you're killing me here. I'm starting to feel bad because when I play tournaments, I'm always the one who takes forever to do picks because I double and triple think through all the possible picks, and now I'm starting to feel bad for every time I've been on somebody's stream. Alright. Skaven Cathay. No coast. The coast was a bait, apparently. Apparently. So this is a matchup that's actually kind of interesting to me, because Cathay obviously is a very, very strong box faction and is just very obnoxious to deal with, but Skaven also do deal with box factions exceptionally well. Like, most factions you just can't really box against Skaven, you have to rush them because they will outshoot you. And Cathay, as I've discussed earlier, isn't really a competent rush faction. They have to just try and engage in the shootout with Skaven. So I'm curious to see how these guys decide to play it out. If Cathay does double down and try to outshoot, or if they do go try to do a rush, or if Skaven go the other way around. If Skaven outshoot, or they rush with some kind of shooting support, or they just full out rush. I'm kind of curious to see how it goes. Speaking of boxes, yeah. Yeah, Cathay is a perfect example of that. Like, a lot of times you could, yeah. 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 Okay. Yeah. I kind of compare this match to like Skaven Dwarves, which is like the worst matchup for dwarves in the game. Skaven hard counter them. But Cathay has a couple things that make it better. One, they have cavalry. Two, they have rain guns that can do trade with Giselles, which are what make dwarves' lives so miserable, as well as they can deal with globes. And they have magic. The damage spells are good. Their summons are good. That's one thing that makes Cathay so oppressive against other shooting factions, typically, is their summon. The Lord can hop on a Longma, fly right over your artillery, and just drop a summon on it, and just kill the artillery. That makes Cathay really oppressive in shootouts. But Skaven have a flying net to try and counteract that, so like there's a lot of actual play here, I feel like. So I'm really curious to see how these guys actually opt into it. You would never box? Alright. Whatever you say, my friend. Whatever you say. Also, stop listening to me. I'm talking about the matchup. I don't need to help you. Alright, players are ready to go. And the force of Grand Cathay trying to put down some measly Skaven. Some Skaven rebels. I see some spicy picks here behind the blocker that y'all can't see. Some very, very spicy choices. For Skaven, of course. Cathay doesn't have spicy choices. They have their normal roster because their roster isn't that deep. Alright, so. No, my phone's dying. Plug in. Alright, so. For the forces of the Dragon Emperor, we have a Shugi Lord in the sky with Dragon's Breath, not the summon, as well as Jade Amulet. We have a singular cannon, as well as triple crane gun. Not surprising at all, they do pretty well shooting the most Skaven are shooting. They trade pretty evenly with Jezzails, they shoot globes, they shoot mortars, they shoot catapults. So they do pretty well there. Jade Warrior crossbows, some cavalry, Jade Lancers, and Peasant Horsemen, more on the other side. Long spears, the mandatory 5 Jade Warriors, and more crossbows. Nothing too terribly surprising there. For the Ratty Boys, we have the Avalanche Mortars. We have 2 Globadiers. We have Gorich, which I have to imagine is just here in case of Gotrek and Felix. And this is kind of an example of what I was talking about, like 2,600 gold that might just be useless because there's no Gotrek and Felix. He does alright in the infantry. The spinning and winning does pretty well at clearing out Jade Warriors, which is not bad. We have a Gracier of Ruin on a bell with the Bound Scorch, Unholy Clamor, Dread 13th, and Crack's Call. No Howling Warp Gale. Actually, I'm not surprised by the no Howling Warp Gale, because if you Howling Warp Gale their Lord, you have no follow-up, so it makes sense to just not bring it. So, just lots of anti-infantry spells. Interesting. And then we have some Plague Monks, the mandatory 4 Rat Ogres, Plague Monks, and a cheeky Death Runner. I really like Death Runners here. They're a little risky, because if the Cav catch them, they just die for free. But they will just eat Jade Warriors, they'll eat crossbows, they'll eat artilleries. Like, anything other than Cav, they'll just eat alive. So the Cav really have to be very attentive to make sure the Death Runners don't get in the back line. Which, requires your opponent to know that they're there, which can be hard to do. Because Skaven tend to have so many models, you really have no idea how many infantry they have. Oh, I don't think I mentioned, yeah, there's some kind of frontline. Skaven slaves. So, I fear for this Avalanche Mortar. Because Crane Gunners outrange it. This Avalanche Mortar is, like, the perfect target for Crane Guns. It's low model count, low HP pool. It's very, very squishy. And it's outranged by the Crane Guns. Not to mention the cannon. So I'm very afraid for this mortar. The globes too, but the globes aren't expensive. The globes are, what, 600 these days? This thing's 1,500 and has slightly more health and less armor. Here's the Death Runner. The Death Runner's just going straight for it. Honestly, I feel like if this Death Runner, the Death Runner wants to get the crane guns, not the cannon. The cannon, I guess, it's a threat to the, it's a threat to your characters, it's a threat to your Rat Ogres. Crane guns are such a threat to your globes, or the mortars rather. But also at the same time, you can't shut down all 3 crane guns, so you might as well get the 1 cannon. I'm not sure. I'm not sure what your target should be. I also really have to sneeze. Why do I have to sneeze? Okay, no sneeze. It was a false alarm. Cannons firing at the Avalanche Mortars. 1 model immediately dead. It's just so much damage output just gone immediately. The Radigers overlapping is also a pretty big problem because they're taking collateral damage from the cannons. The Lord's gonna start flying up and just start breath attacking these, rather the Dragon's breathing. Death Runner is way off to the side. Gonna take a while to get to where it needs to be. More and more globe damage from those cannons. That's already almost half the models down. Poor, poor Avalanche Mortars. Poor, poor boys. Can they get a shot off before they die? Kringas are firing in at these Skaven slaves. Trying to take whatever card they can. Try to get the globes. Unless if you get the globes and the mortars, I feel like there's just not a whole lot left for this Skaven build. Another model falls down to 6. Do they get a shot off? They're almost in range of the crane guns. The little hill is protecting them a little bit. They are very, very low health. Can they get a shot off? Can you do it, boys? Come on! Okay, we got a volley. Does it kill anything? It doesn't do a whole lot to the crane guns. No. Dragon's Breath coming in. That is what the spell's called, right? Dragon's Breath? I think it is. Yeah, Dragon's Breath. We have Unholy Clamor, is that what it is? Yeah. Popping the leadership to try and keep the mortars online. As the fight is coming in. I love to see the Rat Ogres just push past the front line and go kill the guns. Kill the guns fast well. So, and that's exactly what they're doing. Perfect. Find the gaps. Go on top of the crane guns. Perfect. Perfect. Plague Monk's taking a lot of damage from these crossbows on the way in. Riders going on the side. The globes are gone. The mortars are routing. The Lord is chasing them off so they don't come back. One globe is still online for the moment. But I fear for these ratty boys as they've taken a lot of damage on the approach. Cannons are being shut down, however, without using a whole lot of their ammo. Crane guns are getting caught by the Rat Ogres. Crane guns are being caught by Gorich. Crane guns are free for the moment. And yeah, this is the one problem. If you invest too heavily in the shooting and they decide to go at you, a little bit hard to protect your stuff. Death Runners did get into the back of this cannon. The cannon is just gone. Yeah, Death Runners will eat anything. Anything infantry, they will just eat. They're very, very good for that. Skaven are starting to trade back. The Horsemen are still on the loose. So we do have a Dread 13th Summon coming down on the Jade Warrior crossbows. Looks like a bit of a miss, but the Halberds will clean up the rest of these guys. The Lord is just slowly, menacingly running down these crane guns. The slowest chase you've ever seen. But no, he has better things to do. Goes help Gorich. But honestly, I think you can stay on these crane guns. This pocket of crane guns here can mess you up. You gotta stay on top of them. We do have some Death Runners coming in to come help with that. Crane guns also need to split up. You need to walk them different directions so that you can't be chased by one unit. Gorich is coming over here as well, and this is looking pretty dicey for Cathay all of a sudden. It was looking pretty good for the Skaven, or pretty good for Cathay, but now the Skaven are getting on top of them. They don't have a ton of infantry. The infantry doesn't have harmony, so they're actually having a hard time trading. The Rat Ogres are starting to get ground down over there. The Lord is running on the crane guns. The crane guns have so much ammo left unspent. Cav is coming to try and peel it off. Honestly, just one good Jade Lancer charge on those Death Runners, and they're gone, but Gorich is a problem. On the far side, the Cav are, like I said, they're running down these Rat Ogres, they're taking down the Plague Monks, doing very good work there. The Dragon Breath coming in to try and roast some Skaven Slaves. Not super high value target, you prefer to find some Plague Monks or Death Runners somewhere. These Cav don't get the charge on those Death Runners, though. They'll start taking a lot of damage in the back really fast. Pestilors were terror routing. Jade Lancers are trying to wear down the Lord. With Gorich here, this is actually looking pretty rough. Skaven are very rapidly catching up on value. Dragon Blood Shugi Lord isn't accomplishing a whole lot. Let's see her get active in the melee, try to get those globes maybe. And Cathay is just really, really being spread apart, which is really not what Cathay wants to do. They want to box tightly and keep harmony up, and when they're forced this far apart, really not happening. Unholy Clamor, freshening the leadership and vigor of all the Skaven on the map. Very, very powerful ability. Also, once again, the bell is the coolest thing. Coolest part of playing Skaven is that bell, so I will hear no arguments. Yeah, Cathay is just being forced to further apart. The Missiles are being forced to kite, while what tattered remains of their Cav are trying to protect them. Should be able to kill off these Rat Ogres, which will do good work. Rat Ogres are starting to get very, very slow. Very, very slim pickings there. There are still some Jade Warriors alive. No, those aren't Jade Warriors, those are Skaven Slaves. Wrong color. Shugi Lord is doing good work into the Lord, but jeez, Gorich. Gorich has popped his buffs. He's up to 1,000 weapon strength, and goodbye, Shugi Lord. And that might be the game right there. Oh my goodness, so much weapon strength. Goodbye, Shugi Lord. Goodbye, Shugi Lord. Gorich he's expensive, but he hits for the price. Like, there's a reason he's that expensive. Sword of Anti-Heroes is just a nasty, nasty weapon strength buff, and she is gone, and she's right next to the edge of the map. She is going very, very far away, very, very quickly. Gorich is spinning, Gorich is winning, and I don't see a lot of hope left for Cathay. There's one crossbowman over there, there's some Jade Lancers, which can actually do a lot against all the Skaven infantry, but Gorich is pretty much unanswered at this point. Needs some kind of shooting to take him down, and I don't think you'll be able to keep it safe from all these rats. These Death Runners are still going strong, so they can mop up all the infantry here. These crane guns are not long for this world. They get a volley, which is good because Death Runners are very squishy. Still bombs going down too little too late. The Lord is just slowly rolling forward. Slowly coming for these crossbows. Death Runners just chew apart the crane gunners so fast. So fast. Oh, Death Runners are a good unit. I love Death Runners. But that is the Skaven taking our first victory against Cathay today. It's the first Cathay loss we have seen. And yeah, I feel like the Death Globes were the Avalanche Mortar was a bit of a weak link, but other than that, the Skaven build did good work. The Death Runner is nasty. Yeah, I feel like Cathay just too much shooting, not enough front line. Like the crane guns, like on one hand, like this is the problem for Cathay in this matchup: is what if Skaven roll out with quad Jezzails, and you bring more infantry and drop some of your shooting? Like then you just kind of lose. But if if you match their shooting and then they go for a more aggressive play like this, then you just kind of lose. So Skaven's depth of roster and ability to play those multiple styles really, really helps in this matchup. And that's kind of like I was talking about before with Cathay. Like, I want to see them be able to play multiple styles so it's not just a box every time. And then it'll actually give them flexibility, and they can be good in matchups without just having overpowered harmony. Because, like, when your faction can only do one thing, it's real easy to counter them. Alright, so that is that semifinal, which means SIPA is advancing to our finals. And we need to talk to JP about getting a lobby invite. Although, is he in a game at this exact moment? He is not. Excellent. One of these lobbies the one I need to be in. Oh wait, I got it code. Nice. Hold on, blocker needs to be up. We don't want to leak anybody's build if they've already been working on it. Ah, I had found the right lobby. I was on the right track. Alright, so we've got Borgash and Big JP, both of whom we saw earlier, and now they are facing off in our semifinal. What is the score? Ah, so they're just getting started. Okay. We are at 0-0. Alright, so while these guys are finishing up their picks and builds, I am going to run to the restroom real quick. I'll be right back. I am back. We have Cathay Norsca. Nice. I'm liking what I see so far. So, watch your own games, find out what Dark Elves Good Army lost. I don't think actually Malice transformed. At least I didn't notice him transforming, so that probably tanked your bounce of power super hard. He was really, really low. Okay, Norsca. So, I'm not super familiar with this matchup. Typically when I'm not familiar with the Cathay matchup, it's because people avoid it. I think this probably isn't that great for Norsca. Norsca has a bit of an interesting problem where they either have shields or armor piercing on their front line, and they kind of need both, which is a big problem because they get shredded otherwise. So what Norsca often does into the dwarves is they'll just take a backline of like throwing axes as your AP and just take a cheap front line that'll survive. And just kind of swarm and rely on your backline to do your damage output. Just take a lot of infantry so you can swarm and shut down missiles, keep heroes alive. Or bring some kind of other backline disruption tool, ice wolves, chariots. You could go mammoth, kind of expensive. That's probably what I would lean towards for Norsca. Another option would be just go like a bunch of frost trolls with some marauders and try to like crash right through the front line as fast as possible with like Pit of Shades and Sea Fang from Wolfric. And try to kill the front line as fast as possible, which is always a hard thing to do against Cathay, so a little suspect of that plan. That's probably how I imagine Norsca plays it. And then, this may shock you guys, but Cathay, I imagine, plays a box. I'm going out on a limb here. I don't know, but I'm going out on a limb and say that Cathay is probably going to box. Jade Warriors, Peasant Long Spears, some kind of crossbows or iron hails or bows, something like that. Again, revolutionary, I know. Absolutely earth-shattering. And wouldn't you know it, I'm right. Well, I suppose they haven't assumed the box formation yet. We don't know they're boxing yet, but it's Cathay, so we can assume. Alrighty. So we've got Norsca on this side, Cathay on that side. Alright. So, for ye old Norskins, we have, so 4 Murder Hunters. These guys are really good because armor piercing as well as shield breaking means they'll actually tear apart Jade Warriors if they're allowed to just sit and shoot. We have a Burning Head Caster, who also has Cascading Fire Cloak. We have Wolfric with just Sea Fang on foot. We have a War Shrine Mammoth. Okay, I kind of can see it. It's kind of just a big chariot that can run through the lines. The Cav aren't going to do a whole lot of damage to it. They are along my might, but I don't see it here, so we're good. And then the leadership bonuses obviously are also very good. The Fizz Resist is less relevant, but the leadership as well as some massive HP pool, I could see it. I'm not crazy about it, but I see the reasoning behind it. We have some Warhounds, we have some Ice Wolves as a mobility, some dogs and some wolves. Get it on the back, chase off anything that routes, maybe try to get on top of the cannons or whatever artillery piece. I think it's the cannons over there. Then a front line of champs and marauders. Only 6 infantry. It's pretty light on the infantry. For Cathay, we have... Oh my goodness. This might be a first. I only see 4 Jade Warriors. Oh my goodness. Only 4? We have a healthy complement of Peasant Long Spears, some halberds, some crossbows, double cannon, double iron hail, and some Jade Lancers. This looks eerily similar to the Ogre build we saw earlier from Big JP, except we have Jade Warriors instead of Jade Halberds. And I actually wait, no. No, it wasn't the... No, that wasn't even from Big JP. That was from... That was in the Dark Elves Cathay. I'm thinking of the Dark Elves Cathay build that we saw earlier, and that wasn't Big JP. That was in Borgash's game. I can't remember which side he was playing. I'm blanking. What I mean to say is Cathay builds aren't very original. There's not a lot of depth of rosters, so you see a lot of the same things over and over. Earthblood Talons, pretty standard. Hope she doesn't get left off to the side. Hope she doesn't get left off to the side. Come on, JP, please. JP, please. She's not supposed to be here. They haven't readied up yet. Miao Ying? Miao Ying's army. Miao Ying's army? Miao Ying. Slight problem here. She wants to be on the front line because of her harmony amplifier. She doubles the harmony. There she is. Yeah, so the harmony bonuses they get is like... Yeah, it's 6/6/4 up to double that. And if she's near it, they get that double. So these guys get 12/12/8, which is just an insane stat boost for these guys. I was muted. I don't know how long I was muted. Warfriend's doing good jukes. It's probably still worth shooting at, though, because nothing else is a great target for them. Miao Ying is transforming already? Why is she transforming already? That means you lose your OP Harmony Amplifier. Also, remarking how big the aura was for her Harmony Amplifier. Like, geez, it was like 100 meters. Wolfric is being targeted now. He's not a bad target. He is on foot, so he's very slow. Doesn't juke super well. No. So, Miao Ying, what is Miao Ying up to? I'm not surprised. Usually you see her stay in form, or on foot, because her amplifier is so good. As well as the fact that her Dragon Form's a little janky in the hitboxes, so she's not a great duelist in it. She's just a Pterosaurus and mobile. Which, you know, are nice things to have. And now, throwing axes are shooting the front line as the crossbows are shooting the throwing axes, and this is the immediate problem for Norsca, is that the throwing axes are... Oh, nice talents, the March Champions and the Hunters. That's huge value for Miao Ying. If you can get rid of these Hunters, that's like the entirety of the AP for the Norscan army outside the Mammoth. So, like, if you can get rid of these Hunters, that's a big deal. These Jade Warriors are something almost impossible to kill. So, Miao Ying is getting up and active. I wouldn't be surprised to see her just land on some of these Hunters and try to rout them. Wolfric on foot isn't a huge threat to her, as he's too slow. The Mammoth isn't a huge threat to her, as the infantry. And yeah, now he's just going to try and get on top of these Hunters they can't shoot. Doing good damage, the Archer's firing as well. The Hunter's going down fast. The Mammoth is taking a ton of damage, already down about 4,000 HP from those cannons. Most of the front line is crashing, and the dogs are starting to get around the outside. They are waiting for the command, though. They are at the ready. Jade Warriors are pretty battered, though, but now is the Iron Hail's time to shine as we do get into close combat. And look at that gunfire reinforce. I still love this unit. I don't care how bullshit Cathay is, this unit makes me happy. I don't care how bullshit Cathay is. Yeah, Miao Ying is fighting Wolfric, but honestly Wolfric has a hard time keeping up with her because her animations make her move so much. Iron Hails are still free-firing and somehow hitting these Hunters by accident, which is kind of hilarious. Cannons are firing downrange at that Warfriend Mammoth, who is not even allowed to enter melee. This thing has gotten literally 0 value. It cannot approach into the just onslaught of gunfire from the Cathayans. You have some Marauders getting into the back, not champions, just basic Marauders. The dogs are starting to circle around the flanks. The Cathay Cav is trying to match them, but they are outnumbered. Right side is collapsing. The dogs are on top of spears, as well as with the Marauder support, Marauder Champion support, and Jade Lancers. Iron Hails are firing into these throwing axes, and Cathay is up. So much value. So much value. Miao Ying is just doing her Meow thing. Just terror routing and just chunking through all these infantry units. The Hunters are all but gone. There's one online. Yeah, they're all in tatters. A single Jade Lancer, if it gets free of this melee fight, can go clean up all those hunters at this point. And I see very little hope for Norsca from here. Champions are terror routing. I don't even know where's the caster? Did Nyang just kill it? Is it in the backline somewhere? I don't see a Norscan caster. There was a Burning Head caster. There was a Burning Head caster. Where'd it go? It must have died, right? Like, it had to have died. I have no idea. Nice boat comes in, actually. Does some good work with the halberds, the spears, the crossbows. That poor mammoth. This poor mammoth has gotten literally nothing done. Miao Ying is a terror routing. The Iron Hills and the crossbows are still online, and oh, talk about a last Viking. Last Viking, these bad boys. Oh, you're fighting the wrong way. Oh, that's disappointing. What are you shooting at? I'm so disappointed in you. I am so disappointed in you. Why are you like this? Yeah, cannons. Oh, that poor mammoth. They're just sending it on its way. They're just still... They're trying to kill it outright. They don't want that mammoth ever coming back. The Norcans are still grinding on the sides with these peasant long spears. They will eventually win, but it's too little too late. Jade Lancers, as well, completely uncontested, means they can just lance down a lot of its infantry. And Jade Lancers do a surprising amount of charge damage. They have a pretty good charge bonus. Decent stats when their harmony is active, so they can actually charge through a lot of infantry pretty effectively. Miao Ying is just charging through wherever she likes. The hunters are mostly offline. I'd love to see these Jade Lancers just come and like run down those hunters. I just finished off. One of the cannons does get shut down. The mammoth lives, barely, but it technically lives. But it is absolutely shattered at this point. It is army lost. And that is, yeah. So remember when I said I don't know the Cathay Norsca matchup because I don't see it very often? Yeah, that. Usually when I don't see a Cathay matchup, it's because people just don't play it. It's just not a good matchup. Norsca doesn't do the greatest crushing those kind of boxes because they don't have great backline access. They don't have any flyers. They don't have any good disruption tools. Their chairs kind of suck these days, so they have a really hard time getting that backline. And their punching power on the front line is insufficient. And the Shaman Sorcerer died and I didn't even see it. Must have gotten just nuked by cannons or something. This is a tragedy, though. The Warshard Mammoth got actually 0 value. That's just such a tragedy. Yeah, he had some really nice spell cast. The cannons just destroyed whatever they wanted. There was no answer to the cannons. I mean, Norsca doesn't have an answer for the cannons. Their answer is to rush them and hope they can get there in time. With Cathay, that's very hard to do. Very hard to do. Cathay is making you sad. Cathay makes a lot of people sad. Many, many people are saddened by Cathay. So, JP is in an early lead. Alright, time for another round of picks. Our map will be Galbaraz, I think? Wait, which round are we on? No, this is... Nope, we are on River Amazon again. Yeah, a map that is actually fairly restrictive. It's one of the few landmark maps that actually makes a pretty big impact in how you pick and how you play. Because flanks are pretty shut down by terrain. A lot of forests, a lot of impassable terrain. Well, not a lot, but like there's a pretty steep cliff on the one side. So it's very hard to get around the sides, and it's very hard to kite because you can only go straight forward and backwards. So it is a map where you see a lot of just heads up fighting or boxing. Though boxing even kind of struggles with it because there's a lot of tree cover on the approach. Your opponent can approach you without taking a ton of missile fire, so I expect we'll see a good old-fashioned brawl on this map, which I am here for. I am totally here for it. So for game 2, I believe it is Big JP's turn to pick. You know, JP typically plays stuff like Dark Elves, Cathay, Beastmen. What else do you play? I always do the faction list in front of me because I can't remember factions. Dark Elves, Cathay, Beastmen, Greenskins, Lizardmen, Norsca. Yeah, so those are the kind of things I'm probably anticipating he'll play. Oh, and Tomb Kings. That's the only he plays a bunch of. Oh, I don't know exactly what Borgash's faction pool is like. So we'll have to keep in mind Tzeentch. Ooh. I am a Tzeentch enjoyer. What is JP's response to Tzeentch? What do we got? Tzeentch is not one I expected to see on River Amixon. Again, they haven't changed the map yet, so. Because, like I said, it's kind of difficult for kiting. You can only move forward and back effectively. If you move to the other side, you lose line of sight pretty heavily. Dark Elves, okay. JP lean comfort. So, the typical Tzeentch style of like Blue Fire and Soul Grinder kite, I don't anticipate we'll see on this map. So I'm kind of curious if he leans more into like a Chosen box kind of style, like a Chosen frontline with some kind of mobility support, or you know what kind of Tzeentch style we come out, or just mass horrors and foot kiting, or if he tries to make the Soul Grinder style work on this map, which I think would be tough. Okay, so JP picked Ogres, Dark Elves, Tomb Kings, ban Ogres. Borgash countered with Tzeentch, ban Tomb Kings, and now we have Dark Elves Tzeentch. I looked at what in my DMs and the Tzeentch build appeared. There went from 2 units to a full build. Dark Elves, we have a Lord. We're getting there. Okay, so I think Dark Elves have always struggled with is silver shielded armored infantry. They have very little armor piercing infantry of their own. It's all very expensive. They tend to rely on their missiles for their armor piercing. The silver shielded armored infantry is a big problem for Dark Elves. So I wouldn't be surprised to see Chaos Warriors from Tzeentch. That said, breath attacks from your Dragon Lord are a solid solution, but Tzeentch Air Force can actually keep the pressure up on Malekith or that Sorcerer Lord to actually deny the breath attacks if you play it like attentively and keep the pressure on him. So I could see that being a style to actually like, win out in the frontline grind, and then use Tzeentch actually has pretty strong mobility with Screamers and Furies just flying around and jumping on Cav. You can do a lot of work, and then Chaos Knights come in and clean up. I'm curious to see if we go for that kind of thing, or if we go for more shooting heavy Tzeentch. And to be honest, I'm not super familiar with how Tzeentch plays in land battles. Not a lot of people play Tzeentch in land battles because it's typically considered to be a very abusive faction. The way they typically play, I get the Soul Grinder kite is not very popular to play against. And then more like static formations aren't typically that good. You don't see it a whole lot, so I'm curious to see what he brings out today. For Dark Elves, I'm expecting some degree of shooting. Like I said, they need some kind of armor piercing from range, or they need breath attacks to actually kill the armored infantry if it's there. Dark Elf Kite tends to struggle into Tzeentch because both blue and pink horrors outshoot them very effectively. So like handbows are outrange and take a lot of damage from blues and pinks. Scourge Runners could show up, but I doubt it because they're nerfed. I don't know. On one hand, Scourge Runners got nerfed, so their damage output is heavily reduced, which means they have a hard time actually poking through the Tzeentch barriers. On the other hand, Tzeentch does like those big singlentities, but also the Soul Grinder does like kind of destroys Scourge Runners, so I don't know, I feel like I don't like Scourge Runners here. So I really don't think I favor Dark Elf Kite in this kind of scenario. I feel like you have, as Dark Elf, you'd be the aggressor. So probably just Bleak Swords, maybe Corsairs. I really don't like Witch Elves. Excuse me, I really don't like Witch Elves because horrors will just destroy them at range. And I don't know, maybe Cold One Knights? I don't know how Cold One Knights do in the Screamers. They'll do very well into Chaos Knights, which is each principal ground ability tool. But Screamers are a big problem for Cold One Knights, I think. I imagine. I mean, it's an anti-large flying unit that can just get a drop on you whatever it wants. And Dark Elves are probably going to need some kind of, like I said, armor-piercing shooting or very good breath attacks to actually deal with Chaos Warriors. So... Also, JP uses this orange banner because he knows I hate it. I want to point that out. He uses this orange Dark Elf banner because he knows I think it's ugly. He does this to annoy me. Okay, so remember how I said I think Dark Elf Kite isn't the way in this matchup? Well, JP thinks I'm wrong. He has quad handbows, double Scourge Runner, he has a Sorceress Lord, Sorceress Lord, Soul Stealer, what is this called, the Opal Amulet, double Cold One Knight, and some Bleak Swords. Okay, how's half there? And some Dread Spears. Yeah. Curious to see if he actually kites with this, or if he just uses these guys as like a backline archer, just walk up and start shooting over your front line. Yeah, because like I said, kiting on this map is really awkward. For Zinch, we have a hefty Air Force. We have double Screamer, double Fury, as I had a very strong mobility core between those two unit types. We have Kairos Fate Weaver with Regrowth and Blue Fire, as well as Staff Tomorrow, Scroll of Destiny, and Gaze of Fate, and Oracle of Eternity. We have kitted Kairos. We have a 1, 2, 3, 4 Blue Horrors. We have the Severed Claw, we have some Chaos Warriors, we have some Chaos Warrior Halberds. Why do Halberds have a wider, like, formation? Same model count, right? Yeah, why do they have a wider formation? I mean, look at that. Unless that might be a player choice. I'm not entirely sure. That's gonna bother me until I check. Yeah, double Halberd, double Shielded Warrior. Mono Horrors. Yeah, like I said, Horrors trade really well into these Corsair Handbows, but not so much into the Dread Spears and Bleak Swords, because of their silver shields. So... Jason, most important things to fix banning. Yeah, I know. JP and I have talked about Dark Elf banners, and he uses that one to annoy me. Like we've had this discussion. He does it to annoy me. So like it's so bad. It's so bad. Orange is not a good color. Orange is such a bad color. I mean, look. Look. No, you can't see because there's in the shadows. Look, like it's so gross. It's so gross. Look at that orange. I don't know if you can see it because it's really dark. But it's dark everywhere. You guys, yeah, orange. Gross. Look at how gross this is. Who likes this? What psychopath likes orange? Anyway, that's my TED talk. Thank you for coming. Oh, yeah. I suspect these, the Air Force Resistance is going to be a very, very strong point. It's going to be hard for Air Force to deal with. The Cold One Knights... I mean, if they can recharge the Screamers, they'll do alright, but that's unlikely to happen as the Screamers can fly, of course. Scourge Runners are going to try to get poke damage in, but of course the barriers make that a little difficult to make it stick. Also, they miss. Missing also makes it hard to deal damage. That's my my expert evaluation. But they pay me the big bucks. Damage on the Screamers. Screamers are like deceptively tanky, just because they're so small and hard to hit, both by range and in melee. Nice shots. Did we get any Screamer deaths? No Screamer deaths. They're just going to hang back and recharge the bear here. Yeah, the typical Zinch thing. Handbows are hanging pretty far back, which I think is a mistake. The horrors do fire in onto these Scourge Runners. I haven't seen this unit in so long. This unit just dropped off the face of the cliff and got nerfed. Handbows firing on the blues. The poke damage, but of course the barriers mean that that is not going to stick. Blues are firing in on the darks. No, don't turn your back. Your shields are the only thing keeping you alive. If you turn your back, the blues will just destroy you. So they do get back round where the volley comes in, but they turn around and take this shots full in the back, just doing a lot of damage. Handbows are firing in. What is the what? Oh, I think it was firing at the Lord. Like that range was much too long. Yeah. Dark Elves are starting to kite, but I feel like they're just taking the worst end of this. Like Blue Horrors, the damage output on these bleak swords is just so much when their backs are turned. Doing some damage on these halberds unshielded means that even though they are armored and these guys don't have armor piercing, they still do pretty reasonable damage. But I feel like Zinj is pretty heavily winning out in this exchange, although the value is like non-existent. This is one of the instances of like the value counter lying to you, I feel like. But I'm not entirely sure what's going on there. So yeah, Dark Elves are just kiting, but the kite is very limited as there's not a whole lot of space before we hit the edge of the map. And like I said, you can't really go either side, because if you're on the trees, you can't shoot. You go this side, you're in the trees also, and there's like tight cliffs, so it's hard to kite on this map. Just has to go straight back. Blue Horse are starting to push up. The halberds taking good damage. And yeah, this is like saying, the Lord is surrounded by flyers. You got Gaze of Fate, you got netted. But the flyers are also taking a lot of damage. So the Cold One Knights can come up and rear charge and get in on this fight. But they just disperse like a flock of birds, just flying off in every direction instantly. Regrowth on the Screamers. Interesting. It's a pretty cheap unit to be doing it to, but honestly, I kind of like it. Screamers are a big part of this build. Handbows are just kind of free-firing. Blue Horse have expended most of their ammo, aside from the one sitting in the back. So handbows are free to fire. That is the one advantage they have over the Blues, is of course the massive ammo reserves they have. But the infantry line for the Dark Elves is getting pretty slim, and I feel like we need breath attacks to try and slim it out pretty quickly. Nice old blob here, nice blob of Chaos Warriors here. Come on, get me some of them juicy breath attacks. Come on, Dark Elves, pay for your orange transgressions. Cold Knights are charging in to try and slow down the approach of the Chaos Warriors, as they are just swarming on top of the Corsairs. I'd love to see how these chariots start just charging through as well. It's not a whole lot of threats to them. Just start to charge through the infantry, get some basic charges, free fire while you're doing it. Blue Horse, that's a breath attack. That was one Chaos Warrior. What did you have against this one Chaos Warrior that you need to breath attack just him? This is one thing I've actually been wanting. Like, I really wish you could just like manually target. Ooh, that's a big army ability. Manually target breath attacks the way you can target like Soul Stealer or Flock of Doom. Like you hold Alt and you just put it anywhere you want. I feel like that'd be such a nice change. It's not even me to like recommend CA. Kairos has popped Oracle of Eternity, and he is taking the fight straight up with that Sorceress Lady, and the Air Force is streaming in to help her out, to help him out, and that lady will have to get going pretty quickly. Murderous Prowess has a trigger. Of course, her handbow flock is just being herded towards the edge of the map. The Lord drops down to try and get some help. The Furies just swarm it. The handbows are all right here to support. The Cold One Knights are here as well. This might actually be a decent spot for the Lord to be in. Hopefully on it is popped to try and keep it alive. A Soul Stealer would go a long way right now. Cold Knights, if they can take out this Air Force with all this shooting, that's actually a pretty big win, but I don't think it's going to happen just yet. Front line for Dark Elves is in tatters, while the Chaos Warriors are still hanging on, and they're just so hard to kill. Just very tanky. Still a lot of Blue Horrors alive. Oh, that's a mix of Blue Horse and Chaos Warriors. Okay, I understand. Honestly, this one feels kind of neck and neck. Like, there's still a lot of handbows alive. There's this herd of handbows. And as long as they're still alive, that's a pretty big threat to everything. Not a whole lot I can kill the Severed Claw, as per usual. That's kind of what the Severed Claw does. The Air Force is starting to peter out for Zinj, which means the Dragon Lord will be pretty unopposed. Kairos is not a good melee combatant, so this Dragon Lord is a huge threat to him. Severed Claw are pushing up. This Cold Knights need to gather and just keep kiting. Honestly, at this point, you probably can start swinging around this way. There's not a whole lot to stop you. The Zinj mobility is in tatters. I cast, route those Chaos Warriors. Good job. We still have breath attacks because there's a lot of infantry that needs to die, and if we don't have breath attacks, we're in a hard time. We have one. So this healthy Chaos Warrior needs to eat a very nasty breath attack. I feel like that is kind of essential for Dark Elves to win this one at this point. The Horrors firing in on the Lord. The Lord is still pretty healthy. I haven't seen Soul Stealers. I must have missed them. I don't know where the Soul Stealers went. I hope they happened. Probably happened. How much healing has been used? I can't tell. Don't know. I assume healing has been used, right? Herb Lord is just a circling. The Zinjian Air Force is in tatters, as I mentioned. One of the Furies has crumbled away. The Screamers are both quite low. They're recharging the barriers. The barriers are lowered as their HP is. Do we have a regrowth? Yeah, regrowth going on these Screamers. Try and keep them healed up. There's only 12 models. They're getting the barrier back, though. Scourge Runners are still firing and trying to keep them from getting the barrier back, which is very, very good. But also, I feel like the Scourge Runners need to be shooting at the Severed Claw. You have nothing else to kill it. Oh, there's a breath attack and I missed it. And it looks like it whiffed because that's a lot of health still on those Chaos Warriors, which is pretty unfortunate. Soulsteel going down on the Air Force, trying to get rid of the Air Force, which means you can just free up your Dragon. Cold Knights, you get a nice charge. The Chaos Warriors, getting some good damage there. Not their forte, just charging into, you know, armored infantry, but they do alright at the job. Handbows sell a lot of ammo, though, so they can just keep kiting for a long time. This is cheeky. They're trying to slip past the Zinch army in the big open field, but they actually have a lot of space to kite. Kairos is actually getting pretty low. He's got Oracle Fraternity pop. The Dark Elf Lord is coming in to try and get on top of him. He'll be doing some pretty good damage to him. There's not a whole lot of wall left for Kairos at this point, I imagine. Fraternity is trying to keep him up, though, and he's doing actually surprisingly well. Are you Gaze of Faded? No, you're not. There's a nice hit, but again, Oracle Fraternity keeps him pretty healthy. Handbows are still just firing in. Old Knights need to get out of there, though, as that grind is not really where they want to be. Kairos is going to get regrowth going in, but I just don't see a way to kill like the Severed Claw, Chaos Warriors. You really got an army loss each at this point, which means Dark Elves need to keep a lot of the units healthy as possible. That army ability could end the game. This could end the game if the Dark Elves don't dodge. Okay, pretty good dodging. But that blob is still going to take a lot of damage. Still, okay. Good dodge, but still good damage. Like, that's the problem with keeping your fight units all in a herd like that, is it's just so easy to hit them with those kind of big AoEs. A lot of damage, and a lot of ammo lost, presumably, on models. The melee force for Dark Elves is not looking so hot. Soulsteel coming in does do good damage to Chaos Warriors. Their backs are turned, the shields aren't being applied to these handbows. It's pretty good work there. That's a lot of damage on a Soulstealer, actually. That's a huge, huge Soulstealer. That's like 1,000 value Soulstealer, I think. Well, as well as just beating on Kairos. There's still much more Soulstealers like that in the tank, then Dark Elves can definitely scrap this one out. The value is not favoring Zinch, but I think that's a lot of buggy things. Like, the army ability does not count to the damage value. That massive army ability does not count at all. I know that for a fact. As well as a lot of the blue horror fire doesn't count, so like often gets mucked up. Like, the value is just not indicative here. Like, don't trust it. As well as the healing on Kairos as well. The Lord is getting a nice cycle charge. Severed Claw are here, but they're trying to drag in these Scourge Runners. The single Chaos Warriors trying to run down the Corsairs. There's not a whole lot left on the map. There's some Halberds off in the distance making their way back with their barrier full. It's kind of just Kairos and the Severed Claw and how much can they accomplish. And the answer is, well, it depends on how much ammo is left on these Corsairs, which isn't a ton. These ones have a bit, but those Severed Claw are still going to be a big problem. The Scourge Runners are out of ammo, so that's your big AP source gone. I think it's really going to come down to how many Soul Stealers are left. I don't know. I haven't really been seeing them very well. I wish you could see... I wish Default Spectator had Soul Stealer. And there's the Soul Stealer. It's on Kairos. It gets on the Severed Claw. There's some good damage there. How much is actually doing this Severed Claw? Not a ton. Not a ton. Still, good work there. That's exactly what we need to be doing. Handbow's still free firing as well, getting into the back of those armored Chaos Warriors. Nice charge. Kairos is near his heal cap. Assuming he even has Wom left, he won't be able to use a whole lot more regrowths. And the Dark Elves are pretty much free to just keep cycle charging. And honestly, the Dragon Lord can probably just keep cycle charging the Severed Claw as well for a very, very long time. Handbows as well. You know, that's the nice about Handbows. They do double as melee units. They can grind out the Severed Claw, I suspect. Yeah, at this point, I think I do favor the Dark Elves pretty heavily. It's really just... Oh, we got the Severed Claw. Oh my god. This is another one of those units that makes me not like land matches. This unit is so annoying. Yeah, that's one of those units that just doesn't have a good counter. No, aside from like armor-piercing infantry that Dark Elves don't have. The Lord fight is in full force. Orc Fraternity is popped. Opalamia is popped. Lots of ward saves to go around. Halberds are being chased down by Scourge Runners over in the distance. And Kairos is just outclassed. His melee stats are absolute garbage because of his whole can't blind to the present thing. So he is absolute garbage in this scenario. Ooh. Okay, Dark Elf Lord is getting close to heal cap, which means they only have 1 or 2 Soul Stealers left. They can kill Kairos. They might be able to army lost Severed Claw. There's still ammo on these Corsairs. I feel like the ammo needs to go in the Severed Claw. I feel like you can't waste on Kairos because Kairos is just slippery and doesn't get hit very well. Oracle Fraternity Staff Tomorrow is popped. Still, I'm being pinged in Discord. Don't care right now. Cool. Kairos has, what is that? Is that... Oh, Arcane Surge, trying to get whatever last bits of Wom left he has. And he does. He gets a regrowth off. Kairos is just tanking with the healing. Just tanking so much damage. Dragon Lord has been beating on him. It's gotten like 1,000 value just from beating on him. Handbows are starting to run out of ammo. Starting to run down these halberds. Kairos trying to tear out the moth, but as he lands, he will get charged in the back by the Lord. Will they get any damage on him? Will they get anything to stick to him? Breaks what little barrier he had, but he is actually still healing, and his barrier is recharging. His barrier is recharging. Yep, there's a reason people don't like Siege. As cool as they are, the barriers are kinda bullshit. Scourge finally routes off. Those Scourge still have full models. There is no... Oh no, there's Cav. If this Cav can actually just try and get a catch on Kairos on the ground, that would be pretty big. But Kairos is just such a slippery bird. Why is everything bird-related so hard to catch in this game? Like, Phoenixes are so hard to catch. Kairos, like the big Zinch birds, are hard to catch. Great Eagles are hard to catch. Like, why bird things? Why birds? Why are they so hard to catch? Soul Steel coming down. Does it hit the Severed Claw too? I feel like you need it to. But no, it doesn't quite hit the Severed Claw. Just on Kairos, who doesn't have Oracle turn, just Arcane Surge going. Blue Fire does some nice damage to those guys. Kairos is very, very low, but he's just so gosh darn slippery. Severed Claw are getting ground down, though. They're not super well suited to this fight against, of course, their handbows. Of course, they're anti-large, but their stats do carry them pretty heavily. As well as the fact that they're just so surrounded. Just so surrounded. Honestly, I feel like it might just be more worth your time as the Dark Elves just start charging the Severed Claw with your Lord, but it's much riskier. Kairos, Oracle of Eternity's popped again. A lot dangerous. Cold Knights might be able to actually pin him in. If they can pin him in, he will die very quickly. It looks to be what's happening. But no, he has just infinite mass and just paths right on out of the Cold One Knights. Yeah, that seems normal. Yeah, honestly, I feel like the Lord could just cycle charge these Severed Claw and finish them off. They're pretty low. Actually, they're still full models almost. Jeez. Okay, Kairos is struggling to get off the ground, which is good. The Cold Knights are sticking to him. Oracle of Eternity is still up, or is up again. Oh, he's refitting his cooldowns. That's what's happening. After tomorrow to reset the cooldowns, Oracle of Eternity's back. But Kairos is getting worn down slowly but surely. Balance of power is going in the favor of the Dark Elves. And I don't think there's much hope for the Zinch boys here. Nice hit there, looked like. Over HP. Still some ammo on these guys to try and bring him down. Yeah. Severed Claw are getting ground down as well. And Kairos is crumbling. And Army losses hits in at long last. Yeah, Severed Claw are another unit that fall in the category of really obnoxious. They're real obnoxious. There's no real good way to deal with them unless you have like elite armor piercing infantry or elite single target shooting. So yeah, 2,700 value. The Ancient Air Force didn't do as much as I thought. They spent a lot of time focusing on the Dragon Lord, and I feel like if they went for the Cold One Knights and shut them down, they would have been a much better spot. The Cold One Knights did. Yeah, not a whole lot actually. Maybe I'm wrong. Not a whole lot of value on these. Maybe I was wrong about the value. Maybe the value was accurate. Oh, it fell a lot closer. Yeah, the Dragon Lords put in team on the back as per usual. Scourge Runners did good. Handbows did well. Infantry got shut down. Yeah. The Dragon Lord, honestly, I think most of the breath attacks missed and still got 4.1 value. And that is JP taking the series 2-0 and advancing to our finals to face whoever was in our finals. Sipa, I believe, who has already provided me with the lobby code. Thank you very much. Alright, what was that Discord ping? Wait, do I have a blocker up? I do have a blocker up. Alright, so now we have... Nice, JP's in the same player slot, so I don't have to change things. We have... Sipa. So the finals is still a best of 3. So, not a whole lot of time left. Okay, I should get up in the air while melee. Yeah. I'm sorry. Names don't stick with me. Cult of Excess is the banner. I don't remember which one Cult of Excess is. Let me check. Yes, Cult of Excess is the banner. That's correct. Nurgle's PA knows what's up. You know how Mara Champs and Cripples would do? In the Cathay game? They do pretty well grinding in the front line. The problem is they're unshielded, so they take a lot of damage from things like crossbows, mostly crossbows. The Jade Warrior crossbows will just wear them down pretty quickly, so... It's a big conundrum facing those kind of factions. Like, do you take the AP that can actually break through the front line, or you do take the shields that can survive the missiles? And it's a hard choice to make, but Marcham and Grey Ones definitely, like, they do the job of breaking the front line quickly. It's just, you know, it's a conundrum. Yeah, and Kairos is the slipperiest bastard on the face of the earth. That's one of the things that makes it so annoying, is just you cannot lock down Kairos. At all. Very, very irritating. Okay, so our map set for the finals is Peak Pass, Galbaraz, and Pillar of Bone. Alright, so I believe it is Sipa's pick first. I need to refresh the bracket. To remind players to report the scores, because the bracket currently doesn't show the finals are happening. Alright, so is Sipa's pick first. They picked Dark Elves, Ogres, Brett, ban Empire. JP responds with Lizardmen, ban Brett. So we either have Lizardmen into either Dark Elves or Ogres. It looks like it's Ogres. Looking like Ogres, my lord. So this is a matchup where I actually really like Saurus Spears for Lizards. But their low melee stats don't hurt them that much into Ogres. They also have low melee stats, so their massive amounts of non-AP weapon strength can actually really shine through against Ogre Bulls. And Man-Eaters and any of the other armored stuff, which there's quite a bit of, as well as they have enough stats to actually just chew through Noblars. Because even though they're Spears, they have hefty weapon strength. They can actually chew through them pretty quickly. They're pretty tanky. So I kind of like Saurus Spears here. What I'm seeing is, I hope, is not JP's build. This looks auto-gen. Another thing Lizards can do is actually just do a Shredder of Lustria blob. Ogres actually have a pretty hard time killing a Shredder of Lustria because it's just such a massive, stat stick, and they can't really surround it super effectively because it's just too big, and their bulls are like their cav is too big to actually get around it and get a good surround. Many of your Grandpas can do pretty well and do it, but those aren't very common in land battles, I find. And then any kind of shooting, Lead Belchers or Power Guts will do onto it if they can keep it alive, which is hard to do because Lizards, usually if you're going for that Shredder blob, you also bring a lot of mobility to actually shut down the shooting. Pterodons, Feral Cold Ones, that kind of stuff. I wonder if Lizards could actually do a kite style, or like not kite, but like shooting heavy style with Salamanders. I imagine Salamanders tear apart all the light armor Ogres, but they do have trouble with Lead Belchers. Lead Belchers kind of shred Salamanders, so it's a bit tricky. You still need to rush with just shooting over the top, which is doable. I wonder if Solar Engines do into Lead Belchers. I can't remember if I tested that since Solar Engines got their accuracy fixes a couple months ago. Like, if they can actually kill Lead Belchers, then that's one way the Lizards can actually... My monitor just flickered. Why did that happen? if Solar Energy can actually kill Lead Belchers, then Lizardmen actually be able to pull off a kite build. Because if Lead Belchers, if they can't, then Lead Belchers are kind of the dominant shooting force in this matchup, and so Lizards have to rush Ogres, which is kind of unfortunate. Yeah, I imagine this is probably an Ogre favored matchup. Again, just do the versatility. They can go for the Lead Belcher Kite, they can go for the Cab build. You could probably go all infantry, or like quote unquote infantry because it's Ogres, with like Man-Eaters to be your anti. Why are you flickering? Stop flickering. It scares me when you do that, monitor. What's that? Yeah, with Man-Eaters as your anti-dino tool. Man-Eater Griffins, that is. Or like the Powder Guts. Yeah, I feel like that gives Ogres a lot of power in this matchup. The fact that they have multiple strategies that I imagine would be pretty good. Iron Guts were also just destroy all Lizard front lines short of like Temple Guard. Sorry if you can hear my squeaky chair. It's very squeaky. One pretty neat tech I found in this matchup is that Pterodon's rock drops are actually surprisingly effective against Ogre Bulls because they space out the same. So, like the Pterodon, the way their formation is the same shape as Ogre's formations. So if Ogres are standing still, you have one Pterodon above each Ogre model. It can actually do some pretty significant damage with rock drops. Which can be very effective against specifically Lead Belchers, because that's one way that I have in the past gone about killing Lead Belchers as Lizards, is just send some Pterodons, rock drop, and then land for a rear charge. That gets a little bit harder if there's Saber Test protecting them, but generally Flyers are a big weakness of Ogres. They don't have any air units of their own, and then they have to bring like dedicated anti-air pistols or a Lead Belcher, not Lead Belcher, Iron Blaster to be anti-air. They don't have, like the normal builds don't include a lot of anti-air, to bring units specifically for it, and they're expensive ones. So Flyers can be a bit of a pain for Ogres. Alright, players are ready. We will load on in and get right into it. Alrighty, so for JP's Ogres, we have Slaughtermaster of Troll Guts, extra ingredients, and Bull Belly Slapper. We have a Hunter on a Stonehorn, which is kind of surprising into Ogres. Wait, no, this is Ogres. It's been a long stream. Into Lizards. Pretty good for Tyrannosaurus, Skinks, all that. Don't hate it. The missile attack can also be useful against dinos, so I don't mind at all. So we have double lead belchers. Oh wait, this isn't JP. This is, oh my god, these banners are the same shape. I don't like it. Trappers, all 5 of them, as is standard and mandatory if you're playing ogres. 2 basic Gnoblars, 3 bulls, some saber tusks, and the Sky Striders. Overall, somewhat elite build. Sky Striders, Stonehorn, double lead belcher. Yeah. Okay, this is JP. Lizardmen. We have a Life Salon with Regrowth, Earthblood, Bound Banishment, Shield. And we have double bow stags, which are just the basic Stegodon long-range bows. I imagine these are here to try and kill lead belchers. I don't know how well they do at that job. I feel like the answer is not very, but I guess we'll find out, won't we? Stop moving them. Stop. And then we just have a spear box. We have temple guards in the back with sword spears in the front. Stop! Stop moving! I'm trying to look. We have triple pterodon. We have 2 basic ones, 3. Okay, fire. 2 basics and a fire leech, and a rift crystal for more healing on the big dinos. So a big old spear box with some dinos. Dinos are pretty hard to kill for the ogres in melee. Again, without mana great opens, which can do pretty well. So even honestly, the lead belchers might have a hard time shooting them. If they can jump these lead belchers, like ogres have a hard time killing all those big dinos. Like if these lead belchers need to survive. That's what I've got. That's all I've got to say is that the lead belchers need to survive, and they have a hard time killing pterodons because they're so inaccurate. Trappers can do all right, but yeah. And like I said, the rock drops can do really, really good work against the ogre bulls or against the lead belchers and ogre bulls, but lead belchers are your target usually. The hunter javs can actually do pretty well at shooting the pterodons, I imagine. Hunter's like javelin throw, but of course that's only 1 model at a time. It'll take a while to actually shut them down. Meanwhile, they can just push up and start doing whatever they like. I like pterodons. Pterodons are such a cool unit. They're probably my favorite lizard unit. They're so cool. They're also like, I don't know, they're a weird unit in how they're used. Like they're mostly just used for mobility and shutting things down, but like kind of supportive, kind of a backline dive tool, kind of just mobility tool. I don't know, they're a weird unit and I like them. And they're cool. And they remind me of Avatar, which is always a plus. Ogres seem pretty happy to stand still, just trying to take some pot shots at these pterodons. Are we hitting anything? Of course not, we're lead belchers. We never hit anything. Except infantry. Bumped infantry. So yeah, ogres realize they can't really do much about the pterodons, just start advancing. They're just gonna start poking into the ogre bulls. Again, light armor means they're pretty easy targets. So, yeah. Spears, the lizard build isn't really well equipped to actually shut down that Stonehorn. So it's going to be pretty easy to rampage through these spears all it likes. Of course, it'll take some pretty big hits from the dinos if he tries it, but then the Temple Guard is probably worth it. Trappers are trying to screen out this. Yeah, oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Words are hard. I have been streaming for too long. These words are just getting very, very hard. Yeah, Trappers level just if you get too close, we'll start tearing about the Pterodons. Pterodons need to play a little bit safer. I would also just pull them back until they start firing. Like until the Ogre's formation actually falls apart a little bit more, so you can actually get on top of those lead belchers and rock drop them. It's like, those just fire leeches? Or do we use a rock drop here? Is there a rock drop used? No! That was just fire leech bolo damage? Really? That's amazing. The signals are just kiting. It's like, something is the plan with these Pterodons. The Pterodons clearly the plan. Okay, yeah, I think we're just going for rock drops. Is that really the plan? Like, this feels really aggressive. I feel like you're gonna lose your Pterodons and not accomplish a whole lot as the lizards here. Yeah, I feel like you should pull them back and let your bow stags start firing. Like, I feel like that's really your game plan here, is just firing the bow stags. I feel like just messing around with these Pterodons is not doing you any favors. I think you want them alive into the mid-game when everything else is distracted and you just go get free rock drops. I find this very sus. Okay, bow stags are firing into Gnoblars, and they're not hitting anything. Yeah, bow stags aren't that accurate unless you like dump a bunch of chevrons on them. Pterodons are starting to die off. Half models gone, and they are routing and running. Run, be free, be free. Still the rock drops, which kind of sucks. Bow stags are firing into the lead belchers, and they're doing okay damage. Not a ton, but given the range is okay. Well, this is okay. This is lizards, but their damage is fine. Just firing at super duper long range. Do Yeah, they do such low damage. I mean, I guess you're paying for a big dino for like 1,500. I guess you are paying for a big tanky dino, but like, yeah, I wish the damage was better, man. Like it's just these little dinky bolts. Yeah, I guess they killed 2 ogre bulls there. That's what? Like how many ogre bulls you get? 24, 500. That's like math, right? Decent value. They're just now waiting the wings, realizing that messing about is just gonna get them shot. They're just gonna wait off in the distance. They almost got a trapper though, which you know, they take those, I guess. But ogres are pretty hefty in the value just from killing off those pterodons, as they are pretty expensive for, well, I guess they're 600, 750 for the fire leech. And yeah, the hunter is just pushing up to try to shoot them, which I think is a good idea. And now the question remains, can the ogres break the spear box? And the answer is, if there's lead belchers, absolutely. Those are pushing up to try and shoot these temple guard in the ass, which means the bow stakes should be pretty accurate against them. They will start picking off models, but they do so very, very slowly. Take a lot of ammo to do so, so it's really on those pterodons to actually come in and try and get rid of those lead belchers. And if they can, then I can see lizards having a hope. And actually, they're starting to take down those lead belchers. They're doing, like I said, slowly, but the damage is pretty reliable. They're hitting a lot. Banishment on the trappers does some good damage. Ogre taking some damage. Now the pterodons are coming in, trying to do what they can. Fire Leech Bowl is actually doing pretty well. That dude actually, that unit's doing more than I expected it to. I need to try that unit out some more. Should the old ones come in and just try and weather some of this missile fire? And honestly, I feel like the spears should start moving up. Like, I don't know. It's kind of a tricky situation. Cause like, if you move up, you leave your dinos exposed, and they need to keep like sit still and keep shooting. If you move up, you're probably just gonna get kited anyway. So, and now trappers get to free fire on this temple guard who are facing the wrong direction, so their shields aren't active. Which it's not really fighting your flanks. You probably want to turn spin them around so their shields are active. Actually blocked in the trapper damage. Pterodons are trying down those lead belchers. Those actually already spent a lot of their ammo on the pterodons, which I guess is a win. Also, I'm not seeing smart let's go down. This temple guard helped them weather this storm a little bit. Honestly, those lead belchers I feel like just don't have the ammo to kill everything. And my goodness, the accuracy on those dinos. For the price you pay for those dinos, their accuracy is kind of underwhelming. Yeah, but this is just kind of a shootout. How long will the spear survive? How long will the lead belcher stay up? The fact that the one with less ammo is not being targeted is like shoot them with more ammo is smart. Troll guts going down these guys. I don't know if that's valuable because I feel like they've been losing models outright. So like, are they even healing? No, they're not healing from that troll guts. They're getting 0 health back because all the models are being like one shot by the if a bolt hits them, the model dies. There's no room for healing, so that's the way healing works. Because like if there's the models, like each model has its own health bar, and if they they lose the health, it's gone. They lose the model and they can't heal. It's like coming down. The Saurus have taken a lot of damage to these lead belchers though. And the fight is now beginning to break out in earnest, and the Saurus spears are not going to last that long. It's going to be really on these dinos and how well they can trade into these Sky Striders, which are the primary anti-dino tool that the ogres have at the moment. The spears ain't going to last very long. The ogre bulls are fortunately pretty useless against those big dinos. Oh, that's Slan. Oh, that's Slan. Slan, back up. Slan senpai, please. Okay, the Sky Striders buggered off, so they're fine. Temple Guard need to turn around and start fighting. The fact they're just sitting here with their asses out is really unfortunate. Pterodons dropping some trappers and are being routed off by the Sky Striders. Lead belchers are unattended, so I'm not seeing these guys trying to go get some cheeky shots over there. For the Fire Leech, so again, the trappers is the end of the world. The infantry for the lizards is just gone. I assume we have Earthblood going down here. I wouldn't mind seeing the Cold Blood go on them as well. The Slan! Slan! Walk away! You're taking so much fire! Shield is almost coming down. It's a question of how long can these down survive. If these Temple Guard are grounded off, okay, the Temple Guard staying around is actually really nice for the lizards. Need some kind of chaff to support these dinos. The Ogre Lord is getting a little bit big for his britches. If these dinos just try and converge on him and kill him, that could be a huge loss to the ogres. Ash coming down, getting some good damage on the trappers. Lead belchers are still firing. It's kind of unfortunate. Ogre Lord is getting smacked around by this big bow stag. Not doing a whole lot of damage. They are more designed for anti-infantry. Their melee attack is only 22. Now the Stonehorn is coming in to get a nice charge in the rear of this Temple Guard. A little bit blocked by the Stegodon. And now the Sky Striders are going to town on a Stegodon. Listen, these are your principal anti-dino tool here with this build, so they'll do pretty good work. But if the dinos bunch up like this, it's actually really good for the dinos. If they're side to side like this, and the ogres can't get a good surround on them. They'll actually trade, like, they'll fight like a one Stegodon and a one Sky Strider model at a time, and that's a pretty favorable fight. Whereas if they surround you, you're gonna have a bad time. The boats are almost out of ammo, but they've kind of done their job. The infantry is all routing. Now I see the Lizards having a hard time from here. Like, it's just a couple of dinos versus the world. There's still plenty of... No, there's still some Trapper ammo. There's still a very healthy Stonehorn. Still some more Troll Guts. There's still some very healthy Sky Striders. Like, Slann is being focused down. It needs some heals. I don't see a lot of hope for the Lizards in this one. Troll Guts? Or is that Earthblood? I cannot tell. I might take a coffee break after this game. I'll be real honest. I'm getting a little sleepy. So, Slann is getting very, very low. Healing's coming through to try to keep him up. The Temple Guard are still grinding, and I'm sure they're doing pretty good work, right? They gotta be doing well. Sure, they're doing pretty good. Sky Striders are just grinding away with all these dinos. Shielded Dolmens coming in. There's a chance this like dino blob is just like the ogres aren't equipped to deal with it, as they are just peppering their Stonehorn with their own lead belcher fire. So I mean, this anti-infantry monster, they have one like anti-large tool. The lead belcher out of ammo, except for the like 3 models. The Hunter on Stonehorn isn't great into large units. It does okay. And it just took a ton of damage on that charge. But the Stags really need to be charging around to actually get melee attack enough to hit anything. The Sky Striders are the real threat here. Like, if the Sky Striders go down, Lizards might be able to survive because they're just routing off all the Ogre stuff. I mean, if you look at the Ogres, it's just their elites remaining. The Chaff is all routed off. Their Ogre Bulls are routed. Not a whole lot here. And of course, there is the Rev Crystal and the Slann Mage Priest. Holding Driftbloods early might have actually been beneficial to just keep building up this blob. The Trappers don't have a ton of ammo. If these Sierras can get rid of them, that'd be great, but it's not going to happen, so you go around. Trappers are starting to run out of ammo. Which is the Sky Striders grinding. The Slann being low on its heal cap is a bit of a problem, as it is the weak link in this dino blob. But honestly, they just can't. It feels like they can't damage the Sky Striders effectively. The Sky Striders have enough melee defense that the Stags just struggle to hit in melee, so they're very, very tanky and very, very good into this blob. Lead Belcher have moved into melee. Earthblood for the Lizards. Ogre's coming back in. But honestly, like, this whole group is going to tear her out pretty quickly once it gets into melee. Trappers are firing in, but they're not AP, so unless they're shooting the Slann, they're not doing a whole lot. Slann is getting pretty low. And yeah, Ogre's just trying to rout off all the chaff, make sure there's no infantry support for this blob, which is the right thing to do. But these dinos are very hard to kill. Very, very hard to kill. Sky Stars are nearing the heal cap, which is good news for the Lizards. That Rev Crystal is getting low on leadership, though. We probably see Cold Blood coming to try and keep it in that blob as long as possible. And the Stags need to turn around and try to get a charge on these Sky Striders. Again, focus those Sky Striders. It's the only threat. The only threat. Don't leave your Bastiladon. Shiliel once is giving it leadership to keep it in the fight. You need the healing. You need the healing. It's still got 3 more charges of healing. That's the wrong button. Don't leave the game. Come on, turn around. Get some charge on the Sky Striders. Get some damage down. Do what you can. Earthblood coming to heal that Bastiladon. Might need a regrowth to heal it up. And you definitely need a Cold Blood on it to keep him routing. No, if it routs out this blob, that's probably going to be a game. Sky Striders are getting worn down. Hunter is doing what it can. Hunter's in a bit of a rough spot, though. It's actually pushed through into between the Stag. Oh, nope, now it's free. Free chase down Bastiladon, and the Dinos have to chase it, which means they're turning their backs to the Sky Striders, which get free hits, and okay, thank you, JP. Thank you very much, yeah. The Dinos were in a rough spot. It's possible they could have ground that out, but Sky Striders were doing a lot of work. Their damage output was really, really low in melee, so it was going to take forever. I'm guessing it's probably starting to run out of healing, or wood dimension for healing, so. Yeah, the Book Stags and the Lead Belchers, we tried that a bunch in Domination for the Spring Championship, and it was just really underwhelming. You had to, like, gold chevron the Stegodons, get them hitting it reliably, and even then they took forever to actually kill the Lead Belchers, so. Not a strategy I'm overly fond of. Like, I see the theory. If the Stags can actually kill the Lead Belchers in a reasonable amount of time, this build is really, really nasty, but the fact that the Lead Belchers got off most of their ammo and killed the Temple Guard and the Source Spears made it really difficult. I feel like the Pterodons were your best, like, any Lead Belcher tool, and they're just a little mistimed. Alright. Alright, I'm going to put the blocker up. Sipa has taken the lead. Okay. I'm going to get coffee, because I am getting very, very sleepy, so I will be right back. Alright, I am back. JP has picked Ogres, Dark Elves, Cathay, ban Brett. Looks like Sipa has answered with Tomb Kings. Here's see what we get. I know Tomb Kings into Ogres is not a bad match. Okay, pick TK, ban Dark Elves. Either TK Cathay or TK Ogres. TK Ogres is a matchup that's pretty good for TK. They have a lot of good anti-large tools. Some good math options, good magic. TK Cathay, though, sounds pretty rough. These infantries are hard to kill, they outshoot you in a lot of ways. Well, maybe not with the Bone Giant buffs. Maybe they'll actually be able to take the artillery trade. I feel like Tomb Kings have to invest a lot more funds into it than Cathay does. And then the Bone Giant doesn't really serve another purpose as much. Yeah, imagine. Curious to see what JP picks. Because like I said, I feel like Tomb Kings Ogres is a much more dual matchup for Tomb Kings. The Shabti do really well into Ogres. Spokal Stalkers do well into Ogres. Tomb Guard Halberds are exceptional. Ogres can bring Burning Head, but it means they have to bring basically a useless Lord. They bring Melee Lord as well. Which doesn't accomplish a whole lot in the matchup. So it's like, he has to bring Burning Head, they have to sink like at least 800 gold extra to bring it. It's like 1,000 gold hero plus 800 gold Lord minimum if you bring a Caster Lord with nothing. Which usually just gonna bring Melee Lord at that point, it's gonna be even more. So like Burning Head is really expensive for Ogres. How's it going? Pretty good. We are on our finals. So could have the last game here in a second. That's some pretty good matches so far. Yeah, Tomb Kings Ogres is one that I feel is definitely very, very doable for Tomb Kings, whereas I feel like Tomb Kings Cathay is a lot harder. Like, just killing Jade Warriors is very hard for Tomb Kings. They don't have any armor-piercing infantry. All their armor-piercing is in their shooting, really. And that gets outshot by Cathay cannons pretty reliably, so... Again, aside from the Bone Giant, I haven't tested the Bone Giant against Cathay cannons recently. Wait, no, I did test it. Yeah, I think it does beat Cathay cannons pretty reliably. But it's shorter range, and it's a big investment for Tomb Kings. That doesn't really serve an extra purpose. It's not a great melee monster, it's really just there to shoot. Shoots okay in infantry, it does pretty well into cav, but Cathay's cav isn't a huge threat. Okay, so we do have Ogres. Okay. Curious to see what JP's approach to this matchup is. Because again, I play a good bit of Tomb Kings in Land Battles, and so I feel pretty good taking them into Ogres. They're one of my better matchups into Ogres. So I'm curious to see what the Ogre approach to it is. I imagine it's pretty aggressive, because like Ushabti Great Bows just destroy Lead Belchers, so you can't really outshoot them. You have to go pretty aggressive, which you definitely can do. Just a swarm of Ogre Bulls and then some kind of anti-large option, either Crushers or what are the cav called? Mornfang Grey Opens or Manure Grey Opens. Any of those options are fine. And then of course Trappers and all that. Oh, never mind, he changed his mind. Cathay. Okay. So we do have Tomb-Kings Cathay. Curious to see how Sipa plays this one, because this is one that feels pretty rough for Tomb Kings in my experience. You really have nothing that kills armored infantry that doesn't just get destroyed by cannons. So do you invest in like a Bone Giant or maybe even two to guarantee you win the artillery duel? make sure you have things that can kill the infantry, but then if you do that, you're gonna have a lot less frontline to actually like go and win the fight. You're just gonna have artillery snake pieces that aren't super useful outside of that role. So I'm curious to see what he opts to go with. DC is a fun and interactive action, Coops. Very much so. How are you doing today, Coops? You playing that event Human Boy was on? Interesting. Interesting builds. Very interesting. Fun to work on a normal day off. That's rough. Very, very rough. Yeah, lots of fun. But hey, you're free now, I hope. Now it's time for video games. The true joy in life. See, how do you play this as Tim Kings? Like, I guess on one side of this map there's some terrain you could try to hide a catapult behind. But wait, is this map playing? This is the map we just played. I have a terrible memory. Yes, so this is map playing. So there's not a lot of terrain to hide catapults behind, which are typically your best anti-infantry option. I guess you could try to go for some kind of rush with either melee Ushabti or like a War Sphinx or Chariots as your anti-infantry option. Like any of those are acceptable, I guess. I don't love any of those options. Like Chariots aren't armor piercing. Ushabti have such low melee attack, they have a hard time killing Jade Warriors or Jade Warrior Halberds. And War Sphinx are just massive targets for any of the shooting. Kind of like we saw the Mammoth with Cathay Norsca earlier. Like I don't see Tomb Kings having a lot of things that trade very well in melee against Cathay's front line. But I really struggle to see a way from keep shooting online. I guess you could go for a casket maybe and just play it from like completely downrange, but I don't remember if those outrange Cathay cannons, do they? I don't think they do. No, they don't. They have less range Cathay cannons, so it's like, what do you take? Do you just try to rush them with what are generally considered the weaker units on your roster? Or do you commit to playing range and using the good units in a bad situation? Like, it's a tough choice for Cathay. Or for Tomb Kings into Cathay. Couple of Bone Giants, Great Post. TK Chariots kind of, yeah, TK Chariots definitely suck into armor. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like they could go Bone Giant and like guarantee they win the cannons, like the artillery duel. But then Bone Giants don't do a whole lot else. Like they're not that useful in the infantry. They do okay in the cavalry. Like Bone Giants are like a very expensive piece to guarantee you win the cannon shootout. But then if they just don't bring cannons, you're out of luck. Or if they don't bring many, then you're out of luck. Next up to Great Boats just lose pretty hard to cannons, I suspect. Unless you go like mass great bows and just run at them and try to set the cannons, but that only works if you like outnumber them heavily, which is expensive. And so it's just, yeah, it's a tricky matchup for Tomb Kings. Although Sipa seems to have his build sorted. He seems to know what he wants to do. So I have to see how it works for him. It's like TK into Dahlia, but worse somehow. Yeah. Yep. Yeah. I think Iron Hails are actually a pretty big problem here too, because like anything you might conceive of to rush with is gonna get shredded by Iron Hails. Ushabti, Chariots, War Sphinx, any of those options all just hate Iron Hails, especially if you have the was it Storm Shadows? Is that the slow? From the Cathay lore. Didn't see a GC Cav rush. Lots of infantry being decent here too. Yeah, I feel like that's easier for. I mean, I guess it's easy for Tomb Kings to deal with if they know it's coming. Of course, you don't know it's coming, so. But I feel like that might actually struggle a bit into like. If they do go for, I don't know. Maybe that would work. I don't know, I feel like the Cav would have trouble killing any kind of constructs or monsters. I feel like they need shooting to do that. So you'd some kind of backline, probably Iron Hails or like Peasant Bows just to be harmony. But yeah, then you don't have a whole lot of armor piercing. So any kind of constructs or big monsters are a big issue. But our players are ready, so the speculating must, well, speculating will finally cease. Interesting. Very interesting. Storm Shadows is slow, yeah. Yeah, that's slow with Iron Hails, just kind of destroys any of the things that want to rush. But I guess that slow is a lot less common in land battles because Meow Ying is so popular. I'm used to, in Dom, it's almost always the Shugi Lord with Talons of Night and Storm of Shadows, but I guess when Meow Ying is so popular and so strong, that's less relevant. About GCF in his next DLC? Yeah. Oh, looks like we got a disconnect. Okay, restart, same builds, no problem there. Yeah, we were talking about the DLCs earlier. I'm hoping they. Well, I'm hoping for two things. I'm hoping they give Cathay another viable playstyle outside of boxing. So either ideally be some kind of competent aggressive style, Link some kind of competent rush, or kite. And then that way they allow them to actually make Harmony less obnoxious because like right now if you take away Harmony, Cathay kind of sucks. Like really they thrive on just their nutty stats. Because they're really one dimensional, you kind of always know what they're gonna do. Hopefully with some added roster depth and some added versatility, they can afford to make one of their styles a little weaker if they actually have another style available. So, like, one thing I'm really hoping for is, like, Terracotta Warriors, like, Monstrous Infantry Terracotta Sentinels, have that, like, frontline mass armored AP option, almost like a Croxagore. I think that would be super, super cool and help Cathay with that aggressive push. I'd also kind of like, like to see, like, almost a Compass-like unit that just provides harmony. Maybe at a reduced rate, like a reduced strength. It's like a support unit, almost like a Griller Leak or a Corpse Guard, that just provides harmony to your front line. So you don't have to have a missile unit per se. Maybe again it could be weaker, like half strength harmony, but I think that'd be really neat. But yeah, Cathay could definitely be very, very overtuned after this DLC. Same for Kislev. Yeah, their infection DLC is gonna be toxic. Worry amongst the missile stuff. Like I said, I don't know the lore super well, so I wouldn't know. Yeah, I know people always talk about monkey warriors too. Those are pretty aggressive. Okay, that's good to hear. Alright, so for Sipa's Tomb Kings, we have Mike the Black on a chariot, Spirit Leech, Buna, his summon, his staff, Labor Mortis. We have the Chosen of the Gods. We have some Carrion, Nehakar Warrior frontline, including the Kepler Guard as well. We have some basic infantry. We have triple melee Ushabti, triple Nehakar Horsemen. So it is a pretty rush-heavy build with the Chosen of the Gods trying to be some, AP punch in the backline. For Cathay, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 Peasant Spears. We have 5 Jade Warriors. We have a cannon. We have 2 Celestial Dragon Crossbows, an Iron Hail, Miao Ying with Talons and Earthblood, and triple Jade Lancer. A lot of armor-piercing missiles in the backline, which Tomb Kings do look pretty soft to. These Ushabti are going to have a very, very hard time approaching that missile line, as they are just prime targets for the Celestial Dragon Crossbowmen and the Iron Hails. So that the Cav are going to, and the Carrying have to do a lot of disruption, but with 3 Jade Lancers of their own, it'd be very, very hard to get on top of them. As well as all the spear support. Like, Tomb Kings, I don't know, man. This looks like such a bad matchup for Tomb Kings. Seems so rough. I mean, Sipa picked into it. Like, he knew what he was getting into, so clearly he feels confident to this in this matchup to some degree. Okay, just setting up on the hill. No great surprise there. And Tomb Kings look ready to go. They go for an all-out rush straight away. They'll do pretty well chewing through the peasant long spears. And honestly, what I'd kind of like to see is have the basic infantry towards the center, because you're not killing the Jade Warriors. It's just not worth your time or the investment. You're not going to kill the Jade Warriors, especially with the Nehakar Warriors. So just bring your tanky, cheap infantry in the front with shields. Let them grind with the Jade Warriors for 3 minutes. While your Nehakar Warriors go around the flank, kill the peasant long spears, and actually make their way into the backline. Because they'll actually kill the unarmored spears. Whereas, the Chosen of the Dragon Emperor, you won't kill because they're armored and have high melee defense. And are everything that these guys hate. So just get around the side, kill the soft targets, and then get into the backline rather than trying to grind it through the front line, I think. That's an approach I take in a lot of matchups. Like I was talking with Dark Elves, I do a similar thing. I send I always mix up their infantry. The Bleak Swords at the front line to fight the Jade Warriors forever. And I send Corsairs or Witch Elves around the side to chew through those peasant long spears. I find that to be a very, very effective tactic against Cathay. How's GC doing in Dom, by the way? It's kind of hard to say. They're extremely unpopular. Almost nobody plays them. But when I have played them, they have felt reasonable. They kind of need the right map to do well. They're pretty map dependent. But on good maps, they are reasonably strong. They're maybe like, I don't know, maybe B tier. On the right map, if it's somebody who actually is proficient in them, which there aren't many people who actually play them. So. Cannons firing in and killed exactly 1 skeleton warrior. There's one guy in the back and there's like, fuck you in particular. Absolute Cathayan precision. Absolute Cathayan spite. But now the Chosen of the Gods are going to be the target. Kind of like the lead belchers we saw before. Imagine this get destroyed. Yeah, one guy got hit. Oh, he survived. They're already better than lead belchers. They survived a hit from the cannons. And yeah, they're the perfect target. They're super expensive. They're super high damage output, so no surprise that they are, in fact, the target for the cannons. But they are going to run away. They are just surviving so much more than lead belchers we saw earlier. They're just not being hit. What Cathayan did they pay off to just not get hit at all? These are pushing up. Karen are on the back. Spirit Leech coming in on Miao Ying, who is going to go make Arkan bugger off. Just make him go away. She does have Earth Blood available, so she'll be able to heal that up before too terribly long. Cannons are starting to hit some shots on those Chosen of the Gods, getting some pretty good damage. Carrying around the back, taking some volleys from the Celestial Dragon crossbows. The Iron Hails. Iron Hails can turn around as well. They're very, very good in those flying units. Jade Lancers are also just sitting at the ready when the Carrion do land. The Carrion won't kill anything, except maybe they can. They won't kill the missile units, so they're just kind of a disruption piece. Cannons are just firing into the Chapter Great Bows, who are overshooting their target of the Celestial Dragon crossbow, but doing their best. They still are pretty healthy on the models, though. They aren't being one-shot by like the Lead Belchers were. So, you do like to see it. Arkin is just running around doing his best. I love how these horses pulling his chariot, despite the fact this chariot is just airborne. Iron Hail's getting some shots in. The infantry line is about to collapse. The Shabti have gotten all the way around the side, which is kind of an odd decision. I imagine they're here to kill the Jade Warriors. Ah, nice side shot to the Jade Warriors. I see. I see the plan. Yeah, you got a Talons of the Night on the front line. Get down to those infantry. Those are Dragon Crossbows. Really need to be firing into those Ushabti. Really need to be firing into those Ushabti. Cav and Ushabti are collapsing on the right flank pretty heavily, but the Jade Lancers are there to answer. Carrying around the Iron Hails, which won't do a whole lot. The Jade Lancers are there to answer it. The Ushabti Great Bows are starting to be worn down, losing models. Arkin is in the back. He's going to try to summon on the cannon to shut it down. The Chosen of the Gods will live to see another day. Yang could go and deal with it, but she has a lot to do, so she probably doesn't have the time to go do it. Liber Mortis is coming to try and keep this Carrion alive. On the right side, those Peasant Longspears are grinding pretty well into the Ushabti Great Bows, though the Kepler Guard will have something to say about that before very long. Those Dragon Guard are starting to get distracted, but they are a very tanky missile unit. The Ushabti are on top of them as well. And the value trade is actually going pretty evenly. Looks like we got cannons starting to explode under missile fire. The Ushabti Great Bows are shooting at Miao Ying, which I think is probably a waste of time and ammo. She's very slippery, and those bows don't do... The ROR bow particularly doesn't do that great killing single entities. And she also just has really jock's animations, so she's literally just matrix dodging. Those Dragon Crossbows are starting to tear apart the Ushabti, though they have pretty good health. Talons of the Night coming in and going to start tearing apart these Kepler Guard. Beautiful damage. Beautiful Talons of the Night cast, which we saw from JP earlier, like, just getting really nice damage. They are the Kepler Guard, though, so they're a very sticky and very tanky infantry unit. Hard to get rid of, so we'll likely see them continue to carry on for quite some time. Honestly, at this point, Arkin is just running around. I feel like Miao just needs to be on the ground, buffing. I feel like having her in Dragon form chasing Arkin, who's never going to catch, is just such a waste. Just keep her in human form, keep her casting Earthblood. The left flank is pretty secure for Cathay. And honestly, I'd love to see these Jade Lancers just go run through and kill the Ushabti Great Bow back there. Celestial Dragon Guard can turn and start crossfiring at the Ushabti, getting some really nice damage and tearing apart over there. Cathay is starting to take the value lead, and I'd love to see Miao Ying turn back into human and start healing. So many things that would love some heals. Those Dragon Crossbows are running away, running uphill for their lives. Being chased by Ushabti. Those Chosen of Gods, how much are they actually getting value-wise? 709, okay, not that bad so far. The Ushabti are getting worn down. The Celestial Dragon Crossmen have, however, been locked in melee again. Is this the summon? Or did this get here? No, this is the summon. Okay. The Ushabti summon on the Celestial Dragon Guard, Celestial Dragon Crossbowmen, as well as Ushabti, Nehakar Warriors getting on top of this unit. Arkin is getting beaten down by Miao Ying pretty well, and looks like another Spear Leech coming down. But she is getting some nice hits on him. She is still very, very healthy, where Arkin is much squishier character, and with no healing available to him other than the faction passive. He does need to be a little bit careful. If Arkin dies, the leadership loss on the rest of his army will be pretty devastating. The Cryptos are just firing in, but a lot of the Tomb King's melee forces are getting ground down, but so are the Cathayans. The difference is the Cathayans are out, which means that the few horses that are running away are still able to come back, but the Ushabti are getting very low. The Ushabti are, however, able to take out the Celestial Dragon Crossbows. There is still one online with a little bit of health remaining. And Miao Ying, I feel like she's just healing. Another Talons of Night goes down on the Kepler Guard, which does do pretty good damage. Gets to start to wear it down pretty quickly. I'd love to see the Jade Lancer go kill the Ushabti Great Bow. Yeah, Celestial Dragon Guard are being shut down pretty early by the Swarming Cav, as well as the Ushabti and Arkin. Spear Leech is just still going down Miao Ying. Just a death of 1,000 cuts here for the Dragon Lady herself. And I am seeing a lot of blue. Cathay is largely starting to rout. The balance of power is still very, very even. But the Tomb Kings are just swarming all over the Cathay's missile components. So not able to actually spend that ammo on the Ushabti because chasing off the other arm-piercing units they have. If Arkin dies, that could still swing at him. Miao Ying is sticking to him like glue. But she is just, her animations are so janky in dragon form. I feel like she's just so much better in human form. But, okay, nice hit. Arkin's getting very low, 700 hit points. One more hit and he's probably done for. He'll probably crumble. He's wavering, but he's not crumbling. Come on. Put the team on your back, Miao Ying. King infantry is starting to crumble away. There's not a whole lot left. Also, Dragon Craftsmen are online and pretty unbothered for the time being. Nothing really here to shut them down except the Kepler who are stopped up on some other infantry. Yang is very, very low. The Cav that got sent to take out the Chest of the Gods got shot to pieces. She can land and get one shot hit on Ark in the Black. With these crossmen can take him out. I could actually save this game for Cathay. Can they get the shots? There's some shots going. Takes some damage, down 650 HP. Still some Bishopti alive, which is probably the better target for these guys, as it is a more pressing threat. The Kepler are getting on top of this crossbows. A lot of just Terra Jade Warriors. Oh my gosh, Earthblood just seems like so valuable here, but Meowing has to. I know she's already committed to this, just finish it off. But like, I don't think she's cast a single Earthblood all game. I feel like it would have just been game changing. But yeah, the Cathayan infantry is just hanging around for a very, very long time, which is proven to be a pretty big problem for the Tomb Kings. Can Meowing land and kill Arkin? I feel like this is what it comes down to. Another Spirit Leech coming in, still healthy enough to just keep chasing him. Doesn't hit that attack. 586 HP. He starts crumbling. She's just missing. Another Tomb King summon coming down. Gonna start tearing apart this infantry. Come on, Meowing. Hit! Do the tail lash. You hit that one more often. Crossbows are just running away from the Kepler Guard, who are not quite crumbling, which is pretty unfortunate for Cathay. Tomb Kings with that summon are going to start winning this infantry engagement, as there is no harmony modifier here. Meowing has broken off pursuit and is starting to land. I feel like you've already committed so much to it. You just got to kill Arkin. But the bounce power is still very, very close. Meowing needs healing. She needs to heal. She also needs to kill Arkin. Can these guys get a couple of shots off? They can hit him a couple of times. They hit him once. They hit him once, but no Shabti coming in. These Celestial Dragon Crossmen are not long for this world. They are going to die off. Meowing is trying to get away from Shabti. The melee Shabti alive should be able to finish off with the last of the Jade Warriors that don't have harmony. Celestial Dragon Crossmen are not going to do super well against them either. Meowing's leadership is getting quite low. Arkin just barely surviving, Staffing Ash and a Spirit Leech. Yeah, he's getting very, very low. And I think Tomb Kings might have this one. Yeah, Meowing is down to 1000 HP. Arkin's just chasing things off nice and safe off in the distance. There's very low missile presence left for Cathay. Shabti Grippo are still free firing. Still haven't paid for themselves. They're firing at max range at not ideal targets. Meowing is turning back into human form, which makes her a smaller target, but also means they get the most for infantry from the Shabti. Hopefully she has some healing available. There is some healing available on Earthblood, but I feel like just too little too late. Some Nehekar warriors, some Shabti, and the Kepler Guard are still lingering. If Meowing had been healing this whole time, I feel like Cathay would have a pretty good shot here. But honestly, especially since these guys can come and double as a melee unit as well. And there's still Spirit Leeches coming down. Still Spirit Leeches coming down for Arkin. But he is crumbling away, and that actually might be a bit of a throw. The Kepler Guard are crumbling. The Shabti are crumbling. Arkin's gone. Meowing, how much healing does she have left? If she has a couple more Earthbloods, she can still squeak this one out. These Shabti are very, very low leadership. They're low on HP. They're pretty high model count still. But if Meowing can actually heal up a bit and take out these Shabti, she might be able to pull this one back. There are... Oh, Celestial Dragon Crossbow rallied on the side. That's huge. Taking out these Shabti. Shabti Great Bows will try and take them out, but they only have like one volley left. Can they hit? If this volley hits, that could win it for 2k. Okay, hits a couple of them, but doesn't rout them off. They still have more ammo. A couple more shots. The Shabti are crumbling in melee. The spears are rallying. Okay, there's the shot I needed. It's just about shatter them, but not quite. Okay, they're routed. The Shabti are chasing them. Meowing seems to have plenty of healing left, though. It's a couple of Jade Warriors without Harmony. Although, yeah, she doesn't... They had Harmony for a moment. They lost Harmony. Still kill the Nehekar Warriors, but these Chosen of the God are going to be very hard to kill in melee. These guys rally. They can maybe carry it, but... I don't know. This Shabti's going down. It's crumbling. This is a very, very close match. Yeah. Very, very close. Meowing is just... Yeah, these Nehekar Warriors are crumbling. But the Lord, army losses! That's army losses. Cathay wins. Holy crap, that was close. I was very pessimistic about Tomb King's chances coming into that. I was not shy about that. That was a lot closer than I was expecting. A lot closer. Now, I think if Meowing had, like I said, if Meowing had been in human form and just spamming Earthblood, I think it would have been a lot less close. Like, I think the Earthblood spam would have just done so much to help your frontline win. Like, I don't think being in dragon form helped you a whole lot. I mean, he killed Arkan eventually, but Arkan still kind of did his job. Those dragon crossbows also got shut down. I'm wondering what's the value of these guys over either Crane Gunners or Iron Hails. Like, if you want the range, go for Crane Gunners. If you want the damage output, a close range, go for Iron Hails. Like, these guys kind of occupy a weird middle ground. Like, what if they just had, instead of these two guys, they had 5 Iron Hails? I feel like that would have been a much better spot. Or like a Crane Gunner, 2 Iron Hails. Like, I mean, it's no secret I'm an Iron Hail enjoyer, but like, I feel like the Celestial Dragon Crossbow just occupy a really weird middle ground. Cannon did pretty okay. Yeah, I feel like it was just Meow Yang. Yeah. Alright, JP ties it up and does take us to an ace match. And yeah, not to be Coops. Not to be. What did I change forms to regular any status effect? Include stuff like I didn't know that. I did not actually know that. It's actually super useful. I need a blocker. Blocker up, please. Okay. What was the last map? I'll catch up with chat after check the map. Map is Pillar Bone. Nice small map. Cathay is off the table for JP. Sepa doesn't seem interested in playing it, so hopefully no more Cathay. Yeah. Cannon is a paid actor. Yeah, they were kind of struggling against those guys early on. Arkan is a slippery bitch. Alright, so we saw Sepa's Ogres versus JP's Lizards. And then we saw Sepa's Tomb Kings versus JP's Cathay. What had they picked already? I know JP likes the Ogres, likes the Dark Elves, stuff like that. I know Sepa is definitely one to play Brett, so I won't be surprised to see Brett coming out in this finals. Dark Elves is definitely an option for both sides. Yeah, curious to see what they lean on in the finals. And this is our final match, so tiebreaker in our finals. So this is for all the marbles. Winner takes it all. Also removes buffs. Okay. I wonder if I'm almost wondering if a catapult would have been more useful than the Chosen of the Gods in that matchup for Tomb Kings. Like, have one catapult, hide it super far back until you can shut down the cannons. Like, your plan is to rush anyway. I feel like a catapult does the same job as the Chosen of the Gods, but better. Like, Chosen of the Gods didn't get a ton of value there compared to their price. Like, what they want to be doing there, I suspect, is shooting Jade Warriors. But if they're shooting straight on into, like, thin formations, they don't get a ton of value. So I feel like a catapult would just be better. It has to hide further back, and, like, is slower, obviously, but I feel like the damage is better. The Scourge effect is really, really good. Yeah, I feel like Chosen of the Gods just aren't that great here. Like, they're really shooting, like, Cav, or, like, super big monsters that are easy to hit. I don't feel like they're that great of a choice in the Cathay. I think a catapult or a casket would be better, which definitely I prefer the catapult out of those two. Alright, just gonna cut up on Discord messages 1 sec. Alright, so yeah, just waiting our players to their final picks. Arcs are crumbling out of nowhere. No idea why. Yeah, 20 years negative. Yeah. Leadership is a fickle beast. I'm guessing he just got too far from his own troops, like near enemies. Yeah, actually, he was chasing things off, so it was probably one of those like no longer had flanks secured, no, and then had like faster, stronger enemies nearby debuffs. I'm guessing that's probably what happened. I'd have to double check to see for sure, but that's usually why that kind of stuff happens. Like the leadership is being kept afloat by those like situational buffs, and then yeah, like something changes and the leadership just tanks for what looks like no reason. Okay, so looks like. Let's see who's. Okay, so the finals, which has a bit of a different pick system. JP picked Dark Elves, Brett Ogres, and Sipa picked Dark Elves, Brett Counts. So we're likely to see either Brett or Dark Elves from one of these players. I will keep you posted on the picks as they tell me them. So yeah, once again, in case you weren't here before, we're using a bit of a different pick system for tiebreaker games. There's actually a pick system that's that is the standard on Total Tavern, which is why I started using it. Which is both players pick 3 factions with the blind pick tool, so neither one can see what they're picking, and then you create a matrix out of them, basically. So one person picks, in this case, Wood Elves, Chaos, Dark Elves. The person picks Beastmen, Brett, Vampire Counts, and then you get those 9 matchups, turns like this, and then you start banning out matchups until you have only one left. You take turns banning out matchups until there's just the one left, and you play whichever one is left. So it's first person bans 1, second bans 2, first bans 2, second bans 2, first person bans 1. So each player ends up getting 4 matchup bans, and then you play whichever one is left. So for our current purposes, yeah, both players picked Dark Elves Brett, and then JP picked Ogres, and Siva picked Counts. And we are awaiting their matchup bans. Famous pick matrix. Is that something you guys use that in land battle scene? I'm not aware of. I didn't realize people are actually familiar with that. I thought it was mostly a Dom thing. I like it for tiebreakers because it feels pretty even. I don't like it for like general picks because it results in a lot less variety than if you do the normal pick 3 ban 1. But for tiebreakers, in order to not have an advantage given to one player or the other, I feel like it's pretty fair in that regard. But also I just did because we are hosting on Total Tavern, and that is the standard for most Total Tavern tournaments. I wanted to make these accessible to the audience that is already on the site. So pretty unpopular. Oh, neat. Okay. Mirror game? What mirror are you guys playing? Dark Elves? Dark Elf mirror! You know, I don't actually hate the Dark Elf mirror that much. It's not that bad. I compare to some mirrors. Because it tends to play pretty fast. Like, it's a lot of mobility and shoot and like high damage missiles. So it's a pretty fast-paced mirror. Makes sense for the Total Tavern audience, but yeah. I mean, that's what I always try to do with my tournaments, try to make them accessible. And since this is the audience I already have, and it's what is very, very common in the circles I'm used to, and that is what a lot of the beginner tournaments use. So Dark Elf mirror. So yeah, I don't mind the Dark Elf mirror. It's like I said, it's pretty fast paced. The Lord Duel can get a little bit slow, but it tends to be a lot of shooting and mobility. It's like win the mobility fight and get on top of your opponent's shooting before they can do the same to you. So it tends to be a pretty explosive mirror, so I don't mind it that much. Yeah, it's one of the better mirrors, I agree. No, not a Nurgle mirror. If it was a Nurgle mirror, we might just call it a day. I just call it a day. Let them play that one off stream. Tell us who won. Yeah. So yeah, Dark Elf mirror isn't that bad. Nurgle mirror is awful. What do you mean? You don't like right clicking on your opponent and then walking away from your PC? You not enjoy just rubbing your Kugaths against each other? I know I love seeing two Nurgle players centrally rub their Kugaths against each other. Yeah, Nurgle mirror is literally just the only damage comes from mortises, and there's tons and tons of healing, so it's oh gosh, it's so slow. It is so slow. Sipa, why? Sipa, if you're still here, you know the problem here. Slash mirror, yeah, Slash mirror is really fun. It's another super fast-paced mirror. Like you have a couple of like anvil infantry units, and then you have tons of cav, and so it's like really fast-paced and very micro-heavy, which I kind of like. Yeah, those are the kind of mirrors that are okay. It's like fast-paced, and it's just like kind of almost a test of micro. Yeah, the mirrors everybody hates. There's like Counts, Nurgle, Khorne, where it's just a melee grind with all the same units, and nobody can tell what's happening. Now, this is kind of a small map. So Salty Ark and Straight to die to nothing. Understandable. This is kind of a small map, so like skirmishing is going to be limited. Bolt throwers, which are common in this matchup, might be foregone because this is a tiny map. So curious to see what we do end up opting into. Caught on everything, never bring him on a chariot again. Yeah. I don't know, you just bring him on the cheapest mount. Like, I feel like Arkan never really needs to be in I guess he needs to be in meta to recharge just one summon, but like... I feel like usually I just take him on a horse and stick him in the front line somewhere away from the enemy lord. He's usually just fine. You save a little bit of money that way. Of course, his chariot is pretty cool. Like the ghostly chariot effect flying above the earth ground. It's pretty cool. Now, here's the question. Will either of the players bring something other than a Dragon Lord? Bets taken. Bets taken. Oh my god, not red and orange banners. Please, guys. It's gonna be so hard to tell them apart. Come on. God damn it. God damn it. Let's go. I guess you got here just in time for the last game of the day. BF Flyer. This is the tiebreaker for our finals match, so. And it is a Dark Elf. Oh, god damn it, they got red and orange banners. Why? Why are you guys like this? Ah. Why are they like this? It's so hard to tell things apart. Also, do these guys have tridents? In the picture, the Cold Dread Knights, they have a little trident? I need to check what their spears, or like what their weapons look like now, because trident. And I need to take a close look at that model now. On the same banner? True. But so I messaged JP and I said please no, and he's just like, oh yes. And then he changed to this orange banner. Just to troll me. Like they're doing it on purpose, is the thing. I know they're doing it to troll me. Hey. So. Dread Knight models. Where's the Dread Knights? I need to take a close look. Nothing else is important. It matters. What does their weapon look like? Like a claw. Interesting. Like a 3-prong. That's such a terrible weapon for a cav unit. Like an axe. No, it's like a 4. It's like a. I don't know. It's a mace. It's a mace. Wait, no, they have different ones. Oh, okay. It seems like such a terrible weapon for a cav unit. Anyway, builds. So, blue team. Supreme Sorceress, Soul Stealer. No Opal Amulet, so she is squishy. Double Dread Knight. We have Bleak Sword Frontline, backed by some Dread Spears, including the Arwar, and then Witch Elves, and Single Sister of Slaughter. We have triple Dark Shards and a Bolt Thrower. Red team. We have a front line of Witch Elves and Sisters of Slaughter, so heavy elite infantry. Well, not heavy infantry, elite infantry. 2 Cold One Knights, 2 Dark Riders, 2 Dark Shards with shields, and a Lord with Opal Amulet. Therefore, their Lord will win in the 1v1. This is actually a pretty important like dynamic of mirrors, is that you always want your Lord to have more kit than their Lords, that they win. Because like when it's an proper mirror where it's the same character, having more kit is a big deal because that means you win in the neutral. Like in just a straight 1v1, so it means they have to have support and you don't. So you can go seek out that fight, which is actually a pretty big, like, be able to 1v1 pressure their Lord is actually a pretty big deal. Because they have to run away and then their Lord has to be more passive than yours, so. Dread Knights far too much. Dread Knights are so cool. Dread Knights are so cool. Yeah. You see land by the way? No problem. Alright. Yeah, we got a pretty hefty infantry rush versus a missile position. which is at least different. You know, it's nice to have differing styles at least in the mirror. So the Dark Shards for red team, which is JP, we're gonna have much slimmer targets, as most of the targets are shielded, aside from a single Witch Elf, a single Sister, which is still shielded, 2 Witch Elves, and the Cold One Knights, or the Dread Knights that are gonna be moving a lot more. I thought this was a projectile. This fire off in the corner, I thought this was a projectile. I thought it was like fire rain rockets or something. Bolt throwers, firing the Sister of Slaughter. Use some okay damage with the Fizz Resist, and I think, actually I can't remember if shields affect Bolt Thrower Scatter Shot. Cannot remember, but JP's Lord is going to come intercept Sipa's Lord. This is what I was talking about, like, the Lord can just go one-on-one pressure. What is this Lord doing? This is a bad place to be. The Dark Shard, this is such a throw. What's Sipa? Sipa? What? Was this an accident? Okay, that's very, very bad. Front lines are collapsing. Witch Elves are getting torn apart by Dark Shards, but they will tear apart the lighter front line. Soul Stealer going down on Scream Sorceress, just trying to get the health back. Dark Shards are lagging behind as they were shooting at the enemy Lord. Dark Elf Lords are knocking the front. Witch Elves are going to be tearing apart the infantry. If the Cold One Knights can come and countercharge, these Dread Knights can get a pick with the Rampage from the Witch Elves, but doesn't look like they're in position to do it just yet. Now the Sister of Slaughter are going to be fighting the Witch Elves, so they should win that fight pretty handily. Right flank is going much more poorly for the red side, looks like. They're outnumbered. Cold One Dread Knights are fighting the Cold One Knights. Breath Attack would be devastating here. I'm not sure who wins this fight, 1v1. Like, I feel like Cold One Knight's going to trade up because they're anti-large, but the Dark Shard's going to have something to say about that. Looks like JP's lining up for a Breath Attack here, but Micro is lapsing out a little bit. Like I said, mirrors are often, like, very, very micro-intensive. Dark Shards are walking forward, and they don't need to be. Why are you Warhammer 3 line of sighting us? Just shoot the Dread Knights in front of you. These guys are also getting shots into Dread Knights. Where's the Cold One Knight? Cold One Knight is engaged in the front line, not where you want to be. Breath Attack just destroys the Sister of Slaughter, but also this one destroys the Dark Shards, doing good work there. Dark Riders are in back on the Dark Shards as well. These Dark Shards are cross-firing into these Rampaging Cold One Dread Knights, who are starting to lose out pretty heavily. Value, for the moment, is in the favor of Sipa, but his Dread Knights are both in very precarious positions in front of Dark Shards, so they are in a pretty rough spot. They are trying to get on top of those Dark Shards in the backfield, though. Infantry trade is seeming to be going in the favor of blue team. The lightly armored front line has just been destroyed by missiles, for the most part, looks like. So good work down there. The Dragon is just trying to take care of the Dark Shards in the back line. But also think you need to be airborne and getting breath attacks, as well as helping the cat fight. Dread Knight 1 is dead. Dread Knight 2 is very, very low, but it does kill a Dark Shard. JP, however, does start to catch up in the value lead just by killing off that Dread Knight. Dark Shard is still online and is turning to fire on the other Dread Knight. Killing off that Dread Knight means that Red will have full mobility control, though they are at a pretty heavy infantry disadvantage. Mobility control could try to bail them out. Cold One Knights are starting to swarm on the Dragons, but just trying to get on top of any lightly armored infantry they can get. Soul Stealer going on the enemy Lord, from red to orange. And the Lord duel is commencing. But JP's Lord does have the open limit, which should help out here a bit. If it ever gets popped. I'm not sure if it's on cooldown. Don't know the status of that. Cold One Dread Knights are still online. Dark Shards are firing on the Lord, but they need to be very, very careful not to friendly fire. Something that happens a lot in the Dark Elf Mirror is your own Lord just body blocks and ends up eating a lot of Dark Shard shot. Hopefully it is active, so the Blue Lord will retreat. Which also gotten in the back on the Dark Shards will do a lot of good work there. And hopefully shut down the Bolt Thrower as well. Dark Shards are being run down by the Cold One Dread Knights, who are exceptionally low, being chased by the Cold One Knights as well as the Dark Riders. Red Lord is just shaking the Blue Lord, and this is what I was talking about. Because he has the open element, he's able to just pressure the enemy Lord out, as well as the fact that he has not used as many Soul Stealers yet, because he didn't send his Lord super far forward and get shot in the beginning. Dread Knights are both extremely low, but hanging on. They are being countercharged by Cold One Knights and Dark Riders, doing good damage there. If the Dark Shards are offline, this Dark Shard has, however, rallied and starts shooting at the back of these Dreads, Bleak Swords. Sister Slaughter are hanging on, which are the only infantry that seem to be doing so. The Cold One Knights and a beautiful, well, the Soul Stealer down the enemy Lord, and now the Orange Lord can just continuously pressure the Blue Lord, as more HP, more Soul Stealers left, and the open amulet. So there's a massive Lord advantage for JP, and the value lead is starting to take in his favor, as more of the infantry is hanging on, whereas the rest of Blue's ground forces have wavered. The Cold One Knights are being shut down by the Dark Shards and the Cold One Knights, and JP is starting to take control of this game very, very quickly. Like I said, this is a fast-paced mirror. Even though this is a pretty infantry-based one from both sides, excuse me, like this mirror is fast-paced. This Supreme Sorceress is hurting for HP quite a bit, whereas this one is completely full health. So they're going to try to shut out those Dark Shards, but the enemy Lord right on its tail. He'll be taking a lot of damage just for the privilege of doing so. GP up about 2,000 damage value, but honestly feels like a lot more, as the blue forces have all but been wiped out. It is really just the Lord who is disadvantaged in the 1v1. Not to mention the fact that they can get rampaged by Witch Elves, or shot by Dark Shards, or surrounded by Cold One Knights, or even just ground down by Sisters of Slaughter. No breath attacks available. Oh no, one breath attack available for you. One available for you, but I doubt they'll have the freedom to actually go and get breath attacks off. Sync animation is nice. Not sure who's being hit. Still don't know who's being hit. Okay, orange received the hit. The open element was active. Like I said, the Lord advantage is huge. Having the open element is such a big deal. Single Bleak Sword and a few Cold One Dread Knights are trying to do what they can in the open, but Cold Knights coming in and trying to support the Lord Duel. And I don't really see any hope left for Sipa at this point. I think JP is our man this day. Army losses coming in. And JP does prove to be the stronger Dark Elf player. Yeah, Dark Elf mirrors ain't that bad. They're not that bad. That was fast. That was exciting. There were like noteworthy differences in the builds. So the styles were a little bit different. So we take those. It's pretty scrappy. Lord got shut down really hard. Dark Shards, they're okay. They killed some Witch Elves, but then they got shut down. The Slaughter just hung on for so long. Staying alive was just a huge benefit. And yeah, the Witch Elves, geez, the Witch Elves just did tons of work. Dark Shards did well. And that is JP taking the series 2-1. That means he wins our event today, and that means he qualifies for our Cold One Cup, which is not that far away. This was our 7th qualifier. There are going to be 8 qualifiers total, so in 2 weeks we'll have the 8th and final qualifier. And then 2 weeks after that, we will have our Cold One Cup with all of the 8 winners of our various events, having a final face-off to see who is the greatest. But that's all we got for you guys today. Thank you so much for watching. Thanks for being came out to play. Very, very well played to all our players. That is all I got for you guys. So see you next time.